the person that should be on pole position. That is, of course, the CF Moto Aspar rider who did take pole position yesterday and unfortunately got a penalty, so he will be starting both races from P17.
Yeah, absolutely. He was disqualified from qualifying from Q2 after infringing on the technical front. But it's about Adrian Cruces, who will launch from pole position here today. A race winner already in this category. He'll be able to get a second victory in the Junior GP class. His first one coming in Valencia at the tail end of last season. But as Morosi drops down the grid, P19, he will start. It's all eyes on the number 11 from the front.
Indeed it will be. 1-1, well, at the end of the race, he'll be wanting to take away one of those ones and have just P1 sitting right in front of him. So the Mir Finland Work Racing Team rider of Adrian Cruces, who had a fantastic start to the season so far, 4th in the championship with 40 points, but as you can see there, a second place in Misano, race 2, but he has been featuring at the front for most of the season so far, apart from what you can describe as maybe a bit of a damp weekend in Estoril. You were there, Chris, so you know how much you were drying out your shoes when you got home.
Yeah, thankfully I brought my brolly with me, but yeah, Cruces started a little bit deeper on the grid. Many riders did struggle in the damp conditions because it had been raining all weekend in Estoril. It began to dry up the time of lights out in the Junior GP race, leaving plenty of riders with the dilemma to go on the slicks or on the wets. In the end, the majority chose the slicks, including Casey O'Gorman here. Unfortunately, challenging for the win, crashed out on the penultimate lap. But it's been a strong start to the season for the Irish rider in his rookie campaign in the class.
Yeah, you hit the nail right in the head there. Rookie campaign, you forget that because Casey O'Gorman has been around for such a long time, racing in the European Talent Cup with the Australia Galicia 0-0 team this year. He came through Q1 yesterday, one of the host of names that came through Q1. Big names as well, so we'll get into more of that a little bit later on. But Casey O'Gorman leading the O shows, I guess, because O'Shea is next to O'Gorman on the outside of row number 1. And Eddie O'Shea, one of the riders that found himself on the right side of Morosi's grid penalty yesterday, moving up from 4th to 3rd. So Eddie O'Shea is looking brilliant so far this year. And out on track yesterday, I was watching from turn 10, he pulled a Rossi-esque, top rack Razgatioglu-esque into the final corner on his fastest lap on his good friend RB Aditama. So expect a very racy Eddie O'Shea today.
Yeah, 3rd season in the class of Junior GP. He's already got a podium. That came all the way back in 2022 in Jerez. Front row start, I believe, is his best grid position so far in the class. So it'll be interesting to see what the MLAV rider can do. And we'll be keeping an eye on. We had the pleasure of talking to him for quite a bit yesterday. Keep an eye on his riding style. He was very keen to boast about that, but gets tucked in. He almost disappears down the front straight, he's saying. So we'll be keeping a close eye on Eddie O'Shea today.
He was indeed. Another rider we just saw there was Max Keeles, another rider that had to come through Q1 into Q2 yesterday. So him and Casey O'Gorman yesterday could have been mired in the back of the grid, but thankfully they're on rows 1 and 2 for the Australia Galicia 0-0 team. So Max Keeles, watch out for him chasing his first podium of the season. But there's another rider we've got who I must admit I just bumped into in the loo, and he was looking very happy, very smiley as he was running out to get himself ready for the, or maybe he was just making his team sweat a little bit because the team came in and were trying to chase him out to get on the bike. So Jakob Rosenthal has had a bit of a, well, you can say a bit of a tough start to the season. Had a couple of collisions, one with his teammate Rico Salmela in race 2 of Misano, but lining up in P5 so far. So Rosenthal will be looking for a strong result here today.
Yeah, as you say, P5 for the Austrian. That's a personal best for him. His previous best came in the Algarve last season. That was P8. So he is a podium finisher as well, also coming in Portugal at the season opener in 2023 at Estoril. He'll be looking to add to his tally. But after Misano double DNF and Estoril P10, maybe just a strong point scoring finish is on the agenda. Now, what can we say about the flying Finn we see on screen here? He too had a double DNF in Misano, getting caught up with Rush Mudley on a couple of occasions, but he bounced back in pretty emphatic fashion, coming from the 3rd row in Estoril in those damp conditions to win it by a country mile in the end.
It was cold, it was wet, but he stayed icy cool in Estoril to take his first ever win. After what was a disastrous Misano, it has to be said, was taken out by Rishi Midley in race 1, and then his bike took out Rishi Midley as Midley was serving the long lap penalty for taking out Rico Salmela in race number 1. So what goes around comes around, as they say, and for Cormac Buchanan, a back-to-back podium for the number 14 on the grid. Starting 7th, he's been incredibly quick so far this weekend in wet conditions. Was struggling in the dry on Friday, but found good form late on in Q2. Had a bit of a crash through turn 13 on his final lap, so who knows where he could have been on the grid without that crash towards the end. But still, P7, he's well in the mix and will be fighting for the podium.
Yeah, the Kiwi riders really made a step up this year. On pole as well last time out. Back-to-back P3s. Let's see what he can do in the dry. He's shown he's a bit of a wet weather rider and has the talent to do so. In the dry, let's see. He's starting a little further back than he did last time out. Jesus Rios then. Look at those results. Double winner in Misano in the season opener, and then just had an absolute nightmare in the difficult conditions in Estoril. We actually thought he had put on the wet tyres, but having talked to a few of the riders, he just ended up going backwards on the slicks. So he's going to be out to bounce back from his no-point scoring position in Estoril. Championship leader too coming into this one. And his closest title rival, the number 89 of Marcus Uriarte. He is closing out the third row and P2 in the championship, just 4 points off of Rios. And as you can see there, podium in Misano, strong point scoring finish in the second race, while he just pipped Buchanan to P2 in Estoril. So Uriarte most certainly a threat from the third row.
Yeah, you've got to keep an eye on Uriarte. He's been shown strong form so far this season as Uriarte. So maybe that first win is just around the corner. And we know if you're in the Aspar team, you know that Jorge Martinez Aspar thinks very highly of you. Now, Fernando Yambias, the 19-year-old from Argentina, he's third season in the class as well. Showed strongly in 22, had a tough 23. However, so far this year, he's shown another step forward, has the Argentinian. So P10 on the grid, he'll be there or thereabouts in the race, you can imagine.
Yeah, just like Rios actually in Estoril, he did start on the second row and drop backwards to a no-point scoring position. So Yambias out to show a little bit of form, but this is your grid for the first Junior GP race here at Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. Launching from pole position is Adrian Cruces with Casey O'Gorman and Eddie O'Shea on the front row. Max Quiles has a double long lap penalty coming his way, but he starts from 4th with Rosenthaler and Salmela on row 2. Then it's Buchanan, Rios and Uriarte. A blockbuster row 3. Yambias, Danish and Alvaro Carpe are a quality rider trio on row 4. Danish Ariel, Milan Pawelek and Liguri on row 5 with Abruzzo. Your supposed pole sitter Morosi in P17. Well, then we see Rush Mudley, Dodo Baggio, Evan Belford ahead of Angus Grenfell, Eamon Odaki and Leo Ramsdorfer on row 8. Mononyanye, Pomera and Kevin Farkas on row 9. While closing out the Junior GP grid is Puetasan, Tieti Uezu, last year's winner Arbi Aditama, who is a back of the grid penalty, and Uchi Uni is also at the back of the grid due to a penalty. As we head off now on the warm-up lap, the number 11 of Adrian Cruces is followed by the number 54 of Jesus Rios. Oh, Casey O'Gorman has stalled early here. What is going on for the Irish rider? It's less than ideal. He's going to make his way back into pit lane and is looking at a pit lane start. If he cannot get around, either that or he'll be joining some riders at the back of the grid. But nevertheless, around we go on the warm-up lap. They come through on the sweeping turn 3 and into the right-hander at turn 4.
Yeah, disaster that for Casey O'Gorman. Now, you must remember race number 1 at Misano, his teammate Max Quiles had the same problem. He started from pit lane and then eventually crashed as he was making his way through the field. So yeah, not a good start for the Irishman ahead of race number 1. But there you go, glorious blue skies and glorious clouds as well, as we see the Junior GP riders make their way through the middle section of the circuit on the run up to the hill and through the fast right-hander. Now, you've got to be a brave rider there if you want to make an overtake, and we've seen it there. Under the brand new bridge that's under construction towards turn 10. We're going to see lots of overtaking into turn 10. Opened up a little bit a couple of years ago from the very tight left-hander that it used to be, more to the old sort of configuration it used to be in the old days, but a much nicer left-hander for the riders. And through here, I was watching some of the riders from turn 10, and the top 5 or 6 riders on the grid were just really, they weren't hustling the bike like the rest of the riders were. They were very smooth in their transitions, which is where they would have made a good bit of lap time. towards the end of the lap. Coming through turn 13 into 14, where we've seen many last-ditch overtakes over the years. But can anyone stop your pole sitter, Adrian Cruces, who will be looking to take his first win of the season?
So then riders roll up to their respective grid positions. We'll bring you an update on Casey O'Gorman as soon as we have it, to see where he will start from. Most likely pit lane if he does manage to get going. Safety car, 2 safety cars come round the final corner. And keep an eye now. Number 11, Adrian Cruces, is starting on pole position. The FIM Network team rider. As you can see, Casey O'Gorman's P2 spot is missing, but the red flag is off, the green flag is off, and we're ready to go, Liam.
So the red lights are on, revs are rising. Here we go for race number 1, Junior GP. A great launch for pole position for Cruces. Max Keeler slots into second with Cormac Buchanan, I believe, into third. Eddie O'Shea slipping back, but slipstreaming down towards the first corner. Rico Salmel, you can see Casey O'Gorman from the pit lane. He'll be let go as soon as he comes through turn number 1. But Uriarte late on the brakes. Larry on the braking into turn 1, slots into third. But for now, it's Max Keeler's ahead of Cormac Buchanan, Uriarte, Cruces and O'Shea, your top 5 as they go through turn number 3 for the first time.
Yeah, Alvaro Carpe and Jesus Rios are going the wrong way after lights out. They've both lost positions and it looks like someone has gone down. No, not quite yet. It's just I saw it on the timing screens. But out front, it's Max Keeler. Remember, he's got a double long lap penalty coming his way, but Cormac Buchanan has a little look up the inside. Nothing going for him there. Then it's Marcus Uriarte in third, Cruces in fourth, O'Shea fifth, Rico Salmeller and Jacob Rossenthaler, the Husqvarna machines, then are hunting down the lead 5 as things stand.
Yeah, this is a perfect position for Max Keeler to be in out front to serve those double long lap penalties. We've seen in the past in European Talent Cup, Max Keeler, he does love a fight through the field, but I can imagine it might be quite difficult for the young Spaniard to do that here today as they power down the back straight into turn 10, where we see a lot of overtaking in the past. Salmela and Rios late on the brakes, and it looks like it's Rios who does take P7 from the Husqvarna rider. So that is, it wasn't Salmela, it was actually Rosenthaler that was shuffled back a position there. Rico Salmela just a couple of positions further in front with the white helmet, the number 27, a very iconic number 27. Max Keeler, if he does any more of that running on the green, he'll be serving another long lap penalty after he serves his 2 in the next few laps. You can see the boards hanging out there for the riders to serve the long lap penalties. So as it come across the line, lap 1 complete. It's Keeles from Buchanan, Uriarte, Cruces, Samela, O'Shea, Rios, Yambias, Rosenthaler, Carpe and Morosi from P17 on the grid. He's already inside the top 10. And here's Keeles now serving the first of his long lap penalties. Oh, very close there to running over the white line. If he'd done that, that would be null and void, which means he would still have to serve 2 long lap penalties. But thankfully, this time he was on the limit, but served it well.
P1 to P12 for Keeles after coming out of a very long lap penalty. Now he's got another one of them to serve. That could prove critical to his chances of podium. But we have seen him already this year, particularly in Misano, start from deeper on the grid and cut through the pack. Even though in WNF he had managed to get himself into strong point scoring positions, as Adrian Cruces is stood up there coming around turn 5. But out front then it is Rico Salmela who leads Marcus Uriarte. No strangers to the podium, no strangers to victory either is Rico Salmela. He's looking to go back-to-back in the Junior GP class, and the Flying Finn is off to a sensational start.
Yeah, he's taking Marcos Uriarte with him. They're dropping the others for dead at the moment. Buchanan, Cruces and Rios. They'll have to get their finger out if they want to catch the top 2 for now, but Rico Salmela, we've seen him lead a lot of races so far, but not anymore as Uriarte charges to the front, cuts the nose off the young Finnish rider, and it was Cruces that dropped into third spot ahead of Cormac Buchanan, the Kiwi there. So, and there's Rios as well, who slices up the inside in a very beautiful move through turn number 12 as they power down towards the 13. So for now, that's a gap that's well over half a second, maybe a little bit more in change over Uriarte and Salmela. So these two believe that they have the pace to shoot off as they complete lap number 2. You see the boards once again for Max Keeles and Liguori, who both served a long lap penalty last time round without any issue whatsoever. So to come across the line for lap number 3, it's 7/10 of a second between Salmela and Rios, with Cruces behind, chopping and changing. Rios once again chops for this. Oh, sets up your rider there of, I think that was Yambias, I believe, the number 1:94. It was indeed. Yambias has made a great start, so he was in 4th until he's been shuffled back to 5th with Rios, who we know is not amiss to an aggressive overtake, Chris.
No, not at all. A 1:49.310 then from Hakim Danish, running in P10 is the fastest lap of the race, but many of the riders are in the mid 1:49s as things stand. Uriarte and Salmela, they had about a 8/10 advantage coming over the line, but as you can see, it's Eddie O'Shea, the number 8 machine on British talent team MLAV Racing, has closed that gap into P3. He's chasing down another podium of first since Jerez 2022. But look, all eyes on Uriarte and Salmela. Classy duo lead out front. Jesus Rios is lurking in 4th position as Facundo Yambias has gotten off, has had a strong opening couple of laps. He's running in 5th place. Buchanan has dropped to 6th with Adrian Cruz as your pole sitter, down in 7th. And then the initial pole setter, Morosi, he is up to 8th position. So as you can see, that 8/10 gap has already disappeared on this lap, and we're coming around into the 4th sector. Here, Jesus Rios coming strong now. Eddie O'Shea is going to have a problem. Yeah, it looks like Eddie O'Shea might have a problem coming into turn 1 as they get the slipstream down this very long Catalan straight.
Yeah, we spoke to Eddie O'Shea yesterday. He believes he has the dry weather pace to fight for the podium and possibly the win, as we're seeing right now. And the way he bridged the gap to the top 2, you would believe that he is well in contention, and a rider that is still getting used to the Pirelli tyres, as most of them are, and we see him tucking into the bubble and well across the other side of the straight, and he powers past the rest of them without a slipstream. So we were talking to him yesterday, and he was very impressed about the way he can tuck under the bubble better than the other riders and get that speed down the straight, and we just saw that as a perfect example there, Chris.
Yeah, way to make me eat my words, Eddie. I said he was going to have a problem with Jesus Rios lurking all over his rear tyre. He makes me eat my own words and takes the lead with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:48.8. So he's dropped into 2nd position as Uriarte once again seizes the initiative. Jesus Rios has moved up to 3rd position at the expense of Rico Salmela. Max Quiles is still running in 5th place, but I'm not sure if he still has one more long lap penalty to serve. I didn't see him come in a second time. Yeah, but Buchanan is still in 6th ahead of Morosi.
Yeah, just to jump over there, Chris, both riders have served the long lap penalty, so Quiles and Liguori have both served them, and we've got them both languishing further down the field. Can't find them on my timing monitor, but please believe me, they are definitely there. Casey O'Gorman watch, he's in P31 at the moment, so he's just ahead of Liguori, who served his 2nd long lap penalty. And, well, Max Quiles, he is well and truly in the back. Here comes Rios up the inside into 2nd, and Eddie O'Shea leading the way. So these two have come through the field in the opening couple of laps and are now 1 and 2.
Yeah, we've got our lead quartet here. Salmela has dropped another position now as Max Quiles has shot his way up into 4th position. Jesus Rios running in 3rd, just behind Uriarte, with Eddie O'Shea still in the lead. He's taken it back from Uriarte, but expect this to chop and change. This front quartet, they've got, what, about 8/10 between Quiles and Morosi at the moment. Salmela is dropping here like a stone. What has happened to the Flying Finn after a dominant performance in Estoril last time out? He looks to be struggling for pace here in the dry, as it's O'Shea, Uriarte, Rios and Max Quiles. And here comes Max Quiles for his 2nd long lap penalty. He went from P1 to P12 the first time he came through. He's going to go from P4 and rejoin, let's see, outside the top 10 for sure. Maybe outside the point scoring positions. It looks like he's going to drop in at P14, just ahead of Rush Mudley.
Well, there goes my say and what just happened to Max Quiles there, because it flashed up saying he'd served the 2nd long lap penalty. So I believe he didn't, as we've just seen him serve it there. So that has shuffled him down the order, but it only took him a couple of laps to get back up to the top group. So believe me when I say this, Max Quiles is not out of this just yet. But the chasing riders further back of Morosi, who's come through from P17 on the grid. The number 19 there, just ahead of Adrian Cruz, is already in 4th spot, about half a second off the lead group of O'Shea, Uriarte and Rios, your championship leader, your top 2 in the championship, and 2nd and 3rd position. Cruces climbing all over the back of Morosi as Rios looks over his shoulder to see that gap of 7/10 of a second just behind him. But Alvaro Carpi as well, was mired in the pack, making a move on Cormac Buchanan into turn 10. A clean move, and it looks like it was Rosenthaler trying to make. It was Rosenthaler on the other Husqvarna machine that was also making a move there as well.
Yeah, what this chasing pack need to do now is just slot in behind Morosi. He's had the pace all weekend, and he's showing he has the pace right now. Starting deep on the grid in P19, or P17, I should say. He's closed that 8/10 gap now. Let's see what it is coming over the line, but it's down to about 4/10 to Jesus Rios. So the lead trio are going to have a problem soon because Morosi is on the charge here and he is bringing a freight train of riders with him. But Adrian Cruces has got the outside of the Italian. Will he make a move? It's the pole sitter against the initial pole sitter, but it's Morosi who wins this battle as Cruces remains in fifth position. But this chasing pack is gaining ground and fast on O'Shea, Uriarte and Rios as O'Shea goes wide and he's coughed up a position. Will he battle back for the lead? Looks like he's given the initiative to Uriarte. No, he hasn't, but Jesus Rios sees a gap and he dives up the inside at turn 4 for the lead.
One rider that's found reverse gear instead of top gear is Rico Salmela. The early leader of the race is down to P16, so he's just been dropping through the field like a stone at the moment.
Yeah, he's
so
got a problem, surely.
Yeah, he must have a problem. The rider, the 27 on the Lucky Molly Husqvarna Intact Junior GP machine is back down to 16. 3.5 seconds off your race leader, Jesus Rios. So we're not sure what's happening there. We will keep an eye on Rico Salmela, your race winner from last time out in Estoril, is having a disaster so far. You can see him in the background there with the white helmet just in front of that second group. So he's dropped well off the back of this group with the likes of Rushi Moodley, the number 21 in 15th position. He's come back from, well, he didn't even get through Q1. So the rider has shown great form throughout the season so far, has got the pace on the Mir Finnedwork Racing Team machine. Watch out for the 21 South African rider as he charges through the pack from 15th.
Yeah, it was a packed Q1 session as well in Junior GP. Plenty of these riders came through it. The likes of Gorman was there. Gorman now has dropped back. He's up into P29 after a pit lane start. But there was a quality Q1 session with a number of the top riders in there. But looking at the screens now, it's Eddie O'Shea who is leading. And as you can see, this trio is now turned into a group of about 9-10 riders battling for victory as Dodo Baggio sets the fastest lap of the race of 1:48.7. Jesus Rios has dropped into 4th position, I believe. Oh no, he's still in 3rd, leading the Licky Mollys of Carpe and Rossenthaler. Indeed, Carpe is actually of the STV Laglice Racing. Excuse me for that. It's a similar livery name, so I think I can be forgiven on that one. Morosi, who was leading this pack, has now also dropped down into 6th position behind the Licky Molly machine of Jakob Rossenthaler.
We just saw Max Keeles at 28 lurking into shot in the background, making some moves into turn 4 as Morosi sets up Alvaro Carpe there on the exit of turn 5. That was actually Rosenthaler, so it's easy, as you said, Chris, to get these Husqvarna machines mixed up with a similar livery. But chopping and changing in the mid-pack there, Morosi making his way to the front, and O'Shea diving for the apex of turn 9, the fast right-hander, leading on to the back straight. And you just mentioned Casey O'Gorman there, Chris. He's at 15.1 seconds off the leaders, and that's 12 seconds off the point. So barring any disaster for the riders in the points, I think Casey O'Gorman's time in the sunshine for points might be quite difficult to come back from. So Casey O'Gorman there, a rider that from his starting position of 2nd, and unfortunately stalling on the grid ahead of the warm-up lap. It could be his race's run, barring a mistake or red flag.
Lapping into 1:49.7s, where P15 is Rammersdorfer. He recorded a 1:49 flat last time out. So O'Gorman's going to need to find some improvements if he is to land himself into the points here today. Well, in race 1, and of course he will have a second opportunity later in the day. Now it's Eddie O'Shea who is still out in front ahead of Uriarte. Familiar protagonists during this race. Is chopping and changing a lot behind them. Currently it's number 83 of Alvaro Carpe, who was charged from the 4th row, I think, to take P12 to take 3rd position ahead of Yambias, who is having himself a very strong ride, the Uruguayan.
Yeah, one of the riders that was a bit of a leg out there from Yambias. So yeah, Uruguayan. I said Argentina earlier, and I apologise to Uruguay for that, and to Yambias. My apologies to them. So yes, a Uruguayan rider on the number 94. Alvaro Carpe chops to the inside of Jesus Rios. Rios round the outside has almost hung out to dry. Once again, we're seeing Alvaro Carpe gets elbows out through turn number 5, but you've got to wake up early to get the best of Jesus Rios, because as we've seen, he doesn't mind setting you up if you get in his way, especially to turn 1 as Yambias darts to the apex of turn turn 9. We thought we were going to see another overtake there, just as we saw from Eddie O'Shea on the previous lap. But O'Shea, so far on the British talent team, MLAV Racing, is happy to lead from the front. Is Yambias. Gets his elbows out, pushing Uriarte out wide and taking advantage of that. Almost was Uriarte. So he, Alvaro Carpi, just looking to his right, seeing that Jesus Rios is on his inside. So Rios takes advantage of that, but that's giving Eddie O'Shea a bit of a gap. O'Shea is a demon down the straight, as we're going to see in a second. There's Max Keeles up the inside of Alvaro Carpi, so he's in 5th now. We did say a couple of laps ago to watch out for Max Keeles on the 28 Team Estrella Galicia 0-0 machine, as he's back into 5th after serving those 2 long lap penalties, but nobody so far, Chris, can lay a glove on the number 8 of the British talent team MLAV Racing machine, as Keeles darts into 2nd position behind his teammate of Fernando Yambias. So for now, it's O'Shea from Yambias, Keeles, Uriarte, Rios, Carpi, Morossi, Ruda, Boggio and Rosenthaler rounding out your top 10. Further back, Salmela has started to find his feet once again. He's lapping at the same pace of the leaders. He's 4.4 seconds back, so he's not dropping back further. So he's still in 16th spot, just behind Hakim Danish, the young Malaysian.
Yeah, I think the front 2 here are going to have a big problem soon, as Max Keeles is charging hard. Fastest rider in the top 10 from a quick look at the timing screen. A 1:49.3. No one else in the 1:49.3s in the top 10. So it looks like he is going to charge hard. He's got his teammate Yambias just ahead of him on the Estrella Galicia 0-0 machine, the number 94. Not for long though. It looks like Keeles is having a little look up the inside of the Uruguayan. Has he made it stick? We'll check now just as we come back around the front. Indeed, he has not. As we can see, the 94 still holds in 2nd place, and now Keeles is having another look up the inside, but he's not close enough to make that stick. So Keeles is lapping fastest inside the top 10. It's just a matter of getting past the Uruguayan on the 94 machine, Facundo Yambias. But Eddie O'Shea riding a classy race at the moment out front.
Cue the Jaws music. Max Keeles, as we've seen so many times over the years in European Talent Cup, has charged his way to the front, almost looking for a Rossi and Top Rack Razgatioglu move into the final corner, but couldn't make it stick. Also, Uriarte and Rios were looking for in the slipstream to come. 6 laps to go of this freight train of riders down to Leo Ramensdorfer in 15th. So everyone you see on screen is your points battling positions, as Keeles chops in front of Yambias as a rider went out wide there at the bottom of our screen there, but didn't look like it went off circuit, so just slotting back into the pack a little bit further back in the bottom edges of the top 10. With 5.5 laps to go, they come through turn number 3 up to turn 4. Rios looking for a move up the inside of Morossi, makes a stick, sets up not just Morossi but also Yambias, hung out to dry on the Estrella Galicia machine, the 94, the Uruguayan rider, so he's out for the count at the moment, back in 6th spot, just a little bit detached, almost to the back of this top 5, but Keeles now takes the lead for the first time in this race after taking it from Eddie O'Shea, who's been leading for the last 4 or 5 laps quite comfortably. But now Max Keeles, after serving those double long lap penalties, the others should be worried, because the Spanish rider, as we saw a couple of times last year in the European Talent Cup, would get his way to the front after coming through the pack and just disappear into the distance.
Yeah, 5.5 laps to go, but it can all change in the blink of an eye. Just ask Facundo Yambias. He was challenging for the lead. He was in 2nd position, and in just a couple corners time, he is dropped out of the podium battle and all the way down to P6, behind the likes of Rios, Morossi and Uriarte. All of them, though, are very much in with a chance at the podium and perhaps even the victory, as Eddie O'Shea has now dropped to 3rd position with Jesus Rios on the charge through. Max Keeles, though, your race leader here, ahead of Jesus Rios. Then is Eddie O'Shea with Morossi, the initial pole sitter who was disqualified from Q2 and started P17 on the grid. He has now moved up into 4th position, just ahead of Marcus Uriarte.
Once again, Eddie O'Shea using the left-hand side of the circuit to stay out of the slipstream from the other riders, and he's on his own without any slipstream whatsoever. Powers past 3 of them as Max Keeles hung out to try a little bit there from Morossi. So Morossi getting his elbows out. The number 47 of Boggio, Dodo Boggio, he's in this group as well. He set the fastest lap of the race a few laps ago. He's trying to ride round the outside of Quiles and Yambias there. So the number 47 there on the
Rios
Eagle
goes
1.
up the inside.
Rios, as I said earlier on, Rios is a rider that will not be worried about setting anyone up, Chris.
What did I say, Liam? It can all change in the blink of an eye. The Estrella Galicia junior team have experienced that. Yambi has dropped from P2 to P6. Quiles, 1 lap later, has dropped from P1 all the way down to P5 in the space of a couple corners. That means Eddie O'Shea is back out front, with Uriarte now in second, and Jesus Rios, your championship leader, in P3. 4 points separate Rios and Uriarte. So if it stays like this, we will have shared championship leaders.
I can't imagine it's going to stay like this for very long, Chris. We're going to have somebody making a move, and Cruces is going for a doubler. Yes, he does, up the inside of Rosenthaler and Boggio. So that was Cruces up the inside of 2 riders there. A great overtake, a very daring overtake, and Cruces with 4 and a bit laps remaining. He's now starting to work his way to the front, just behind Max Quiles there in 6th spot. So as it comes down towards the final corner, downhill into the final corner, a very fast right-hander clicking off another lap. 4 to go is across the line. Eddie O'Shea, Uriarte, Rios, Morossi, Quiles, Cruces, Rosenthaler, Boggio, Yambias and Cormac Buchanan at the back of the top 10 down towards turn number 1. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Uriarte, but no, it's O'Shea who's an absolute demon on the brakes into turn 1 as Rosenthaler out a bit wide there, and it looked like Cruces almost chopped in front of him around the outside into turn 2, but it's power through turn number 3. I was about to say, Chris, it looks like the top 10 have broken away from the rest of the pack, but once again, it's the top 15, all in shot as they go down towards turn number 5, all within 1.4 seconds of each other. Junior GP is back with a bang in Barcelona.
Yeah, you could throw a blanket over them. It is that close. It looked like Eddie O'Shea had actually gone a bit wide there coming through turn 3, but he maintains the lead as we leave the first sector and enter towards the back straight, going through 7 and 8. Quite shortly, left-hander here, switching now to the right, and Eddie O'Shea is still leading, but is that Uriarte about to have a little look up the inside? He's just a bit too far back, and look who is just lurking in the background. It's a familiar sight. It's Max Quiles. You think he's getting knocked back. He's had a double long lap penalty. He's been knocked back a few positions every time, and just a few corners later, he is back in the victory fight. He had a little look up the inside for Uriarte there, but nothing going, coming into the final sector, coming around turn 12 now. Eddie O'Shea, it looks like he will lead this one over the line once again, but with 3 laps and what? 2 corners, 3 corners remaining. Can he maintain? Can he keep his pressure? Can he keep his cool under pressure? I'll get it out eventually. And maintain his charge towards victory. It will not be easy, that's for sure, Liam.
I can imagine, Chris, they're keeping the cool a lot more than we are in this commentary box at the moment. It's a little bit warm in here as the sun is shining down on this beautiful Barcelona circuit here in Catalunya. 15 riders, all within the chance of winning this race. Down towards turn number 1 once more. Eddie O'Shea leading the way, but it's now Uriarte in second, with Rosenthaler around the outside, just missing out on third, ahead of Quiles and Yambias, but it's Cruces now into P3. So as we said a couple of laps ago, Cruces is now starting to make his mark on this race, and Uriarte takes a very tight line coming through turn 3, but once again Eddie O'Shea just sweeping round the outside, as cool and calm as you like, into the lead once more. And I must admit, Chris, Eddie O'Shea is looking he's looking good, well on form here.
Yeah, we're trying to give him the commentator's curse just yet.
Yeah, I hope I haven't said anything amiss here.
He seems to prefer that wider line coming through turn 3, and it seems to be paying dividends. It's a risky move, I would say, given that all the other riders seem to prefer the tighter line, but it's working for him every time. Taking that wider line out of the right, sweeping right-hander at turn 3, gives him maybe a little bit better drive coming into 4, and that hands him the advantage, leaving sector 1 and down towards the back straight section in sector 2, which is where we are now. Adrian Cruz is then, you see the number 11 having a little look up the inside of Marcus Uriarte. Cruz looks like he might have timed this to perfection. The pole sitter, we haven't mentioned him too much. He's been mired in this mid-pack battle for victory, but he's timing his charge just right. What does he have for the 2 riders ahead of him? And what does he have for, is that Alvaro? It's Jakob Rosenthaler, who has dived up the inside there, and that's a brilliant move.
Rosenthaler has found himself in the wars so far this season. The others around him will be a little bit wary of the number 78 in third spot as they come across the line with 2 laps remaining. O'Shea from Uriarte, Rosenthaler, Cruces and Rios, your championship leader. 4, 5 abreast into turn 1. Once again, it's Eddie O'Shea leading the way. Max Keeles out a bit wide there. Oh, Rios and Yambias come together in turn 1 with Keeles having to go off circuit there. Now he's going to have to lose a second there. It's Max Keeles if he doesn't want to pick up another penalty, slotting in behind Rios. So he's back in the position he was as he ran off track. So that could spell disaster. With a lap and a quarter to go, 3/4 to go from Max Keeles, as Rosenthaler round the outside of Uriarte. That's brave, that's delightful, and Uriarte gets his elbows out as Yambias late on the brakes takes 3 of them and 1 into turn 4. Yambias, he's come out to play. Keeles is out wide there. So Keeles, after that mistake in turn number 1, is really being beaten up and shuffled back.
Yeah, that turn 1 mistake going wide, you'd imagine that's going to put paid to his hopes of victory or even perhaps a podium, but we've said that once or twice already. He's been through the double long lap penalty twice and made his way back, but maybe he's just a bit short on time with just, what, a lap and a half to go, less than a lap and a half to go. But out front, it's Eddie O'Shea. Marcus Uriarte has a little look up the inside, but is not close enough. And then it is Rosenthaler. Yambias has recovered to push himself into 4th position. Then it's Cruces and Rios on KTM Machinery, Morosi in P7, Dodo Baggio, Max Keeles and Cormac Buchanan make up the top 10 as things stand. But they're all within, what, about 8/10 of one another, 9/10. So it is still far from over here. But amid all the chopping and changing, Morosi there out of the seat, amid all this chopping and changing, Eddie O'Shea has been coolness personified as we enter the last lap. How many laps has he led ahead of the chaos happening behind him?
You've got to feel sorry for him if he doesn't lead at the end of this lap, the last lap, the one that really counts. Eddie O'Shea down towards turn 1, Uriarte round the outside, Cruces up the inside of Rosenthaler, shuffles him out wide. Rios takes advantage of that. Rosenthaler back down to P5, but for now it's still Eddie O'Shea that leads the way, as he has done for most of this race so far, ahead of Uriarte. But watch the different line to take coming out of turn 3. Cruces almost tagging the back of Uriarte. Eddie O'Shea knows about Uriarte's line. Uriarte for the lead. Here comes Rios up the inside into turn 4, into P3. O'Shea back up the inside once again, taking advantage of Uriarte running wide. And here comes Cruces up the inside of his championship rival so far. Shuffles Rios down to 4th for now. And Rosenthaler, your top 5. So it's Eddie O'Shea brilliantly leading the way for now.
Uriarte made his first play for the victory move, and he ran it wide. Eddie O'Shea stays cool under pressure, still leads an absolutely blockbuster race here in the Junior GP class at Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. It's the Brit who leads over the home hero Marcus Uriarte, and Adrian Cruces is in 3rd. Championship leader, the number 54 of Jesus Rios is not out of this one. Oh, Uriarte and Eddie O'Shea has been pumped wide in the final sector. That is devastating for the young Brit.
And Rios, once again, like Mazzano, comes through it all cleanly and leading the way with 2 corners to go. So Cruces punted out wide, Eddie O'Shea and Uriarte, and 1 more corner to go. Will we get Rossi? Will we get a top rack? Down towards the final corner, Cruces looks for it, but no, it's going to be Rios once again coming out of the final corner. Uriarte gets through, and Keeles for second, but it's Rios who takes the win ahead of Uriarte and Cruces, who just holds on for the top 3. Keeles missed out, but once more, Jesus Rios, your championship leader, times it to absolute perfection. The 54, and we've got a shortcut under investigation for Max Keeles. We did say that a couple of laps ago. I believe, Chris, he didn't lose enough time as he came through turn 1 and 2 after running off track. So he's under investigation. He did finish in 4th, but he might drop down the order. But what more can you say about Jesus Rios? The rookie in the class is showing his star is shining bright for the future. The 54 on the KTM MRE talent machine once more has taken victory. 3 out of 4 so far for Rios. And Chris, that was outstanding.
Talk about timing. Jesus Rios was there running in 4th position coming into the final sector. Eddie O'Shea, you just have to feel sorry for him. A brilliant, brilliant race, and he just gets bunted wide going into turn 10, I think it was. But that was the opportunity for Jesus Rios to make it win number 3 this season. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from the championship leader. Now on 75 points. Marcus Uriarte back on the podium. He keeps pace with Rios in the championship race. He's pretty happy with that. Misses out on the victory, just not by much, but it's another strong result. And the pole sitter then, Adrian Cruces, rounds out the podium again, timing it quite well. Max Quiles crossed the line 4th. We'll see if there's anything to come from that investigation post-race. Then it's Rosenthaler, Yambias and Buchanan with Dodo Baggio, Morosi and Carpe. Eddie O'Shea in the end down in P13. Disappointment for the young Brit.
Yeah, big shame there for Eddie O'Shea, who led the race brilliantly throughout most of it. About 3/4 of the way he led in total. And just at the end, he did everything right going down towards turn 10. Covered the inside line, but it was Quiles, the rider we see on, not Quiles, Cruces, the rider that we see on screen now, the number 11, who made a do-or-die effort. You can imagine, closed his eyes a little bit and went from 3rd to 1st and punted it wide. Uriarte, and the rider, unfortunately, on the outside of all of that was Eddie O'Shea. But he will be back for race number 2 to try and make amends for that after leading so brilliantly. But making amends for his 26th position in Estoril after dropping through the field like a stone is Jesus Rios, once more back to winning ways. And you can imagine he will be a big star for the future, as well the riders enjoying him. In Parc Ferme, Marcos Uriarte, that is the 3rd podium of the season so far. So Marcos Uriarte stepping up to the CF Moto Aspar junior team has shown his form, and we have a change of results for Max Quiles, who finished in 4th, so not affecting the podium. So Max Quiles handed a 3-second penalty for cutting through turn 2 and not losing enough time going through the long lap area there. So that drops Max Quiles down to 15th, so only gets 1 solitary point. So everyone that was behind him, so Rosenthaler, Yambias, Buchanan, Baggio, Morosi, Carpe, Danish, Moodley, O'Shea, who was leading, who came across the line in 13th, but will move up to 12th. Ramsdorfer and Ruda all move up 1 position. But the rider and the team we see on screen, the MRE Talent Squad, they won't care 1 jot about that penalty from Max Quiles, because once again, they have been leading it from the front. And once more, 3 out of 4 victories for Jesus Rios. Remember that name. A rookie in Junior GP is taking it by storm. The number 54, we've seen the 54 reign supreme and World Championship level with the likes of Manuel Poggiali, the 125 and 250 world champion in the early 2000s, and of course top rack Razgatioglu. Now here's turn number 10 once again. Cruces up the inside of Uriarte, and Eddie O'Shea hung out to dry, sent off circuit there after leading brilliantly for most of the race, but exiting the final corner. Quiles gets a fantastic run, but unfortunately for him, P4 didn't matter because he was given a 3-second time penalty post-race for cutting the corner at turn 2 and not losing enough time. But once more, Jesus Rios, as we see some slow-mo action here of him coming into pits. Look at that beaming smile. From ear to ear, you can see, well, we couldn't see it behind the helmet, but you can imagine those teeth were on display with the big smile. And Marcos Uriarte, his cousin Brian Uriarte, had a lot of success in European Talent Cup last season, and of course last time out at Le Mans with the Red Bull Rookies taking his first win. It's another Uriarte that is stealing some of the headlines this year in Junior GP. Marcos Uriarte and Adrian Cruces, another podium to add to his collection, and more important, points for the championship. But he would not want to see Jesus Rios, who was 4 points ahead of him coming into this race, take the win. So he's dropped 13 points behind the young Spanish rider. And thankfully, we're going to hear from Jesus Rios now, as he's down with our very own Chris Jordan.
Talk about timing, a brilliant race win. That's 3 from 4. You're still the championship leader. How are you feeling?
Yeah, they're feeling incredible because the riders are very, very fast. But in the last lap, I try to keep push a lot. Well, finish the first position because the last two corners, I think I am very fast, and well, I finish in the first position.
Y por todo lo que escuchan y te ven en español, porfa.
Bueno, ha sido una carrera muy complicada, otros pilotos son muy rápidos y nada, en la última vuelta he intentado buscarme el hueco y en las dos últimas curvas me sentía muy rápido y por eso he tirado primero en las dos últimas curvas y al final he acabado primero, bastante agradecido con mi equipo, con mis patrocinios, que sin ellos no sería posible, y también por mi familia.
Felicidades.
Well, this is how a blockbuster Junior GP race number 1 got underway. Khrushchev from pole position got the whole shot into turn number 1, but at the end of the first lap it would be Max Quiles leading the way, but he would have to serve a double long lap penalty, serving the first one from the lead at the end of lap 1, but he would power back towards the top group before serving his second long lap penalty just behind Eddie O'Shea, who was leading the way brilliantly early on. Rossi from P17 on the grid after being disqualified from Q2 was up to 4th spot, just ahead of Adrian Khrushchev, as the top 15 were all in shot battling for the points and of course the podium positions. Uriarte would look up the inside into turn 4 on many occasions, but Eddie O'Shea would hold his line. With a few laps to go, it was Alvaro Carpe, Rios and of course Max Quiles making his way back through the field, who would find his way towards the front once more. Down towards turn number 1, Quiles up the inside of Uriarte, hanging the Spaniard out to try the local hero, but 3 abreast into turn number 1 once more, but once more Eddie O'Shea brilliantly was leading the way. It was once more a 4-way battle into turn 1 late in the brakes, as Rosenthaler was in the mix now, but he would lose out to Khrushchev and Rios. But as it came down towards turn 10 in the final lap, Eddie O'Shea hung out to dry with Khrushchev and Uriarte up the inside. He would eventually drop back to 12th position, but Rios taking advantage of it to cross the line once again. Jesus Rios reigning supreme in Barcelona, his 3rd victory of the season from 4. Jesus Rios reigning supreme in race number 1 as he came in to celebrate with his team. He will be hoping for a repeat in race number 2 later today. Well, as we get ready for the podium positions, we have a couple of more penalties to tell you about. Fernando Yambias, who crossed the line in 5th, would have been his best result in Junior GP, drops down to 6th after exceeding track limits on the final lap. He equals his best result of the season. Dodo Boggio from 7th into 8th, and of course Hakim Danish from 11th to 12th. But that was just a little bit of an update to bring you as we see the podium celebrations, and Adrian Khrushchev in 3rd, adding to his silverware in Junior GP and more important points for his championship. Another rider adding more important points for his 3rd podium of the season, Marcos Uriarte on the CF Moto Aspar Junior team. But the rider they're all chasing for the glory is Jesus Rios, the young rider from Spain on the MRE Talent Machine. He picks up another victory in the class, and so far it's difficult to stop. And we have the trophies being handed out to the representative of the MRE Talent team. That's another silverware they're adding to the collection now. They're really racking up the trophies so far in 2024. Adrian Khrushchev, another podium to add to his, another trophy to add to his mantle. Happy enough with that is Adrian Khrushchev, but he will feel a little bit disappointed after going for the lead into turn 10, but just missing out. And we have, well, they're not sure who to hand it to, I guess, but we've got there eventually. It's a guy in 2nd there, the one closest to you. Just hand the 2nd place trophy over to Marcos Uriarte, and Marcos points to his team, points to the fans in the grandstands across this pit straight, and that is another one he'll be happy to hand out. But a rider we know who's won in Junior GP before, Colin Veyer, Moto3 race winner and championship contender in 2024, hands out your race winner trophy to Jesus Rios. And Jesus Rios will be listening to the Spanish national anthem and hoping to hear that later on today.
The Spanish national anthem then, and it's a 3 riders. It's a Spanish lockout here in Barcelona for the home heroes. They'll get another chance to get onto the podium later this evening, or this afternoon rather, when Junior GP Race 2 comes up. While we're sure there will be some of their rivals waiting for their chance to get themselves onto the box. Time to pose now for a photo with the trophies, with their helmets, atop the rostrum.
Ha terminado en esta tercera posición el piloto de FIM World, Marcos Uriarte de TF Moto Aspar en esa segunda plaza y el líder.
So Jesus Rios then, that's 3 out of 4 race wins for the young Spaniard. A very impressive start to the season indeed, and what a way to bounce back from his Estoril rather, no point. So, Rios is your winner ahead of Uriarte and Adrian Cruces. Jakob Rossenthaler records a P4 ahead of Kiwi Cormac Buchanan. Then it's Facundo Yambias in 6th. Alessandro Morosi charged from P17 to 7th, with Dodo Baggio and Alvaro Carpe securing top 10 finishes. Rush Mudley is also inside the top 10 ahead of Hakim Danish. Eddie O'Shea is up to 12th. After Quiles' late penalty. Ramersdorfer and Ruda are 13th and 4th before Quiles takes the final point scoring position ahead of Estoril winner Rico Salmela, who will be out to avenge today's performance. Uchuimi is ahead of Sharil, Powerlek and Monignane, all take the checkered flag ahead of Belford. Pomara, Eamon Odaki, Jack Rafat, Poetasan and Angus Grenfell. Then it is Leonardo Abruzzo, Kevin Farkas, Arbi Aditama, Cesare Tiezzi and Eo Uzai ahead of Eduardo Liguri, who never recovered from his long lap penalty. Then Casey O'Gorman at the back of it all. Disaster for the Irish rider, who was meant to start from P2 but ended up starting from pit lane. This is what it does to the championship standings, and Rios extends his advantage by 5 points over Uriarte, who took P2. Then it's Cruces 19 points further behind, with Morosi and Buchanan inside the top 5. Eddie O'Shea is in 6th place, with Rico Salmeller and Jakob Rossenthaler tied on 25 each, 1 point ahead of Casey O'Gorman. Alvaro Carpe is in the top 10. Yambias moves up the standings, as does Quiles with his solitary point. Danny Sharil, Dodo Baggio, Marcus Ruda then following them, Hakim Danish, and then Leo Ramersdorfer from Austria. Guillaume Planck wasn't in action today, but he is 18th in the standings ahead of Rush Mudley, Milan Polak and Eamon Odaki, with Lennox Pomara taking 1 point so far this season.
Well, race number 1 from Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya is confined to the history books, and once more it was your championship leader, Rapid Rios, reigning supreme with a brilliant Barcelona performance. Will he be able to do the same later on today with race number 2 coming up at 2 o'clock local time? Jesus Rios, your winner, but don't go anywhere, as Moto2 race 1 is up next.
After trips to Misano in Italy and Estoril in Portugal, the FIM JuniorGP World Championship now visits another iconic racing destination. Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya has witnessed its fair share of historic motorcycle racing moments, and today it plays host to round 3 of the 2024 JuniorGP Championship, where the stars of the future take to its hallowed turf. 4.7 kilometers in length, 14 turns, and the longest straight on the calendar provide the perfect ingredients for top-class racing, and it is now the turn of the Moto2 class to show what they can do in the northeast of Spain. A very good afternoon to all of you watching along from home, and welcome to the second race of the day, following an absolute cracker in Junior GP earlier this morning. And we won't give away any spoilers, but this is the first of 2 for the Moto2 class here in Barcelona. Xavi Carlos and Unai Oradre took top step honours here in 2023 in the absence of then championship leader and eventual champion Senna Aegis. While in the current campaign we are 3 races into 2024 and we have had 3 different winners in the class. Are we set to see that trend continue in Catalunya? So, sun is beating down here. As you can see, some clouds are out in the sky, but the sun is beating today. It wasn't last time out in Estoril. A wet race was declared amid pretty poor conditions in Estoril, but there was nothing poor about the performance of race winner Mattia Casadei. The Italian launched for pole, but dropped behind Taiga Hada early on, with an Eric Fernandez sloshing into third. It didn't take long for Casadei to power through past the Japanese rider and steal the initiative, as the conditions played their part, with Harrison Voigt, Charles Aubry and Ivo Lopez all failing to see the checkered flag. Debutant Jorge Navarro was on the podium ahead of Hada, while Casadei took the race win. Race 2 again saw Hada take the early lead from second on the grid, but once again he didn't have the pace to go with Casadei, who powered by him on the front straight. Roberto Garcia's incredible first lap saw him go from P15 and into podium contention, though he nearly lost it at turn 6 as he made a move for the lead. Alberto Sura charged hard from deep on the grid as he looked to salvage the point, but ended up in the gravel, while a red flag after a crash between Oradre, Jorge Navarro and Dani Munoz saw the race end early and give Roberto Garcia his first ever win in the class in pretty sensational fashion. Liam, who is joining me here, Liam Hodgins. A brilliant race we've had so far this morning. We're up for another, hopefully, cracker of a Moto2 race, and if it's following a trend of recent races in this class, we should be on the edge of our seats.
We should be indeed. It looks like the Pirelli tires for 2024 have really changed the game so far. It's hard to tell who could be the rider to beat here this year, but so far this weekend you have to say it's been Jorge Navarro on the forward racing machine, who has had a couple of outings so far this year, back in Estoril and of course in the World Championship. A former race winner in the Moto3 class is Jorge Navarro, and there he is on screen on the number 11 forward machine, and also a podium finisher here in Moto2 back in 2019. So Jorge Navarro is a rider that has a lot of pedigree around this Barcelona circuit, and they're all chasing him at the moment. But there's a couple of riders, Chris, that will be chasing hard, and we'll hear from Jorge Navarro.
I am very happy because I think we have been doing a great job with the bike and with my team. And step by step we are finding the way to make the bike work. Also, I have to say today I enjoyed a lot riding, and that's why I am here. So just looking forward tomorrow and try to give my best and try to give the best info to my team to keep improving. For sure, to be in the pole position is the best position to start tomorrow in both races. So just keep calm, keep focused for tomorrow. It's 2 races, so important thing is to make what we know to do, and everything will be fine. I think looking the pace we have today, I think tomorrow I have to try to make my best start and try to make my pace, make the 16 lap in the best pace possible, and let's see the final position at the end of the races.
A 1:48.365 from the Clint Forward Junior Team rider Jorge Navarro sees him start on pole position for the first time in the Moto2 European Championship. I don't know if I can call it blue, but it might be an apt song playing right now because the tunes are absolutely belting out here at Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya.
We're absolutely loving them, aren't
It's
we?
more of a turquoise colour, I think. I'm sure people will correct me there, but Jorge Navarro's Ford machine, well, let's say it's blue, just to get the analogy in there. But yeah, Jorge Navarro, a rider of huge experience, over 100 appearances in the Moto2 class and the World Championship stage, 10 podiums in Moto2, and as you mentioned, a race winner, a two-time race winner in the Moto3 World Championship. Missed the opening round in Misano due to World Supersport commitments, but bounced back and debuted in Estoril. Got a first race in the class, picked up a P2. Crashed out, was involved in that red flag crash in the second race in Estoril. Thankfully, all three riders walked away relatively unscathed from a big collision. But a P6 then starts on pole here. A win here will really get his championship tilt up and running.
Yes, it would indeed. The rider that they're all chasing in a championship right now is Matteo Cassidy, your Moto E reigning world champion and championship leader as well. But a P4, a first place, and a second place is all that he wrote so far in 2024. And Matteo Cassidy will be looking to his left and potentially over his shoulder in the championship sense to Jorge Navarro. These two have got a great pedigree in world championship level, and they really are the class of the field at the moment. But the rider that has finally taken a first race win in the class, Roberto Garcia, only 17 years of age. It has been coming for a long time, Chris, but finally got that one over the line.
Yeah, an absolutely superb performance in that second race in Estoril. 15th on the grid he started, and by the end of the opening lap, it was myself and Elliot York on comms, and about halfway through we noticed, where did Roberto Garcia come from? An absolutely stunning launch from the line for the Spaniard, and he completes a pretty blockbuster front row, joining Matteo Cassidy, a Moto E World Champion, and Jorge Navarro, a veteran of the World Championship stage. And it's pretty powerful front four when you think about it, because you've got Alberto Sura there as well. He started on pole position in Misano, took the win there. Tricky qualifying. We have to remind viewers at home that in Estoril, during qualifying, the heavens truly were open. The conditions were miserable, and Sura suffered a lot there. He started, I think it was P17 on the grid, so far from ideal for the Italian, but he did recover for good points in the first race. Looked on for a good recovery of points in the second race too, but unfortunately crashed out in the penultimate lap before the race was called due to the red flag. Danny Munoz then, stock champion 2023, 18 years of age, rookie in this class, as you can see there. Misano P7, Estoril P9, involved in that late crash in Estoril that saw the red flag wave, and didn't pick up any points, unfortunately, for him. But starting here P5, so best qualifying for him so far this season.
Danny Munoz has been a rider we've seen walk around the paddock this weekend with a spring in his step, smile on his face. He knows he's got the pace to fight for the podium here this weekend. A winner here in Stock European Championship last year, and a rider that's looking very happy is Francesco Mongiardo on the 49 machine, and 8th in the World Championship so far. As you can see, a best finish of 5th, and then a 6th last time out in race number 2. Mongiardo's really come on leaps and bounds so far this year, Chris, and a rider that you can believe maybe the first podium won't be too far away.
Yeah, outside of row 2 for the Italian, and he wasn't that far away from a podium either. You had the pleasure of witnessing the action in Misano. P5 there, he wasn't very far away. I think he was very much involved in that battle until the last lap.
Yeah, he was indeed. He was well and truly in the mix. Really stepped up a gear, has Mongiardo this year. Another rider that we must keep an eye on, jumped up to the class late last year, competed in the last 3 rounds, and already 2 podiums to his name, and then a 7th place in race number 1 in Estoril. Ferrandis really is only 16 years of age, has a big learning curve, but you can already see the talent is there. And well, Ferrandis, we have seen him with a lot of pace throughout the weekend, and unfortunately just dropped into P7 on the grid in the late stages of Q2. But Ferrandis, as we have seen in the races so far, Chris, is a great starter off the line and will be in the leading battle.
Yeah, exactly. Off the line, he's a demon, and he's proven that in some of the races. A double podium at the end, the tail end of last season. As you mentioned, he jumped up late in 2023 to the Moto2
from
class.
European Talent Cup
From the ETC, yeah, and he had a very strong end of season in 2023. I think he picked up the P5 in Aragon. So pretty impressive stuff from Ferrandis, and as you mentioned, just 16 already on the podium twice. We saw Kaito Toba, then another veteran of the World Championship, who is on a new journey in 2024. The Japanese rider spent 7 years in Moto3. We've seen him on the podium plenty of times. And he's moved over to World SSP. He's already picked up some points in the Super Sports category. And now he is also riding in the Moto2 European Championship. Eric Fernandez also just on screen, the number 4. A rookie rider. He was Danny Munoz's chief title rival in 2023.
Marco Tapia fans out there on the circuit as well, the Yamaha Stylo Bike Philippines rider. So Marco Tapia, as we see teammates of Marco, the Harrison Voigt rider, the Australian, who has had a solid start to the season so far, we must say, who had a podium in his first ever Moto2 race, but struggled a little bit throughout the middle part of the season. Only 5 finishes last year. So Harrison Voigt, a rider that's starting to build the confidence back up once again, and with P10 in the grid, that's a good showing from the Australian.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Once again, Liam, Voigt, he's been on the podium as well. I think we commentated on it last year, and Estoril picked up a podium there, but just never got that consistency. So, as you say, he's just trying to build a little bit of form, and he's picked up one DNF already this season, which is disappointing for him, but a good point scoring positions. Mattia Ratto, then another experienced rider in this class, returning for 2024, is on row 4, just outside of Harrison Voigt. And then just outside of Ratto is a 2023 race winner, Unai Oradre, who will launch from P12.
So as the riders get ready for their 16-lap dash for the cash in Moto2 Race 1, this is how it lines up. Jorge Navarro on pole position with a 1:43.355 ahead of championship leader Cassidy and Roberto Garcia, race winner last time out. Sura, your former championship leader, on row 2 ahead of Munoz and Mongiardo. Ferrandis, Toba, and Ferrandis on the outside of row 3. Harrison Voigt leads row 4 ahead of Ratto and Oradre, the race winner from race 2 last year. Roberts on row 5 ahead of Volpe and Johan Jambert, son of Sebastian Jambert. Taiga Hara, podium finisher in the class previous years, and 18th ahead of Lorenzo Felon, Di Vittori and Toth on the outside of row 7. And then it's Inta, Aubry and Lee, the Chinese rider, rounding out your grid for today ahead of race number 1. As the Moto2 riders will be getting set for the start of the warm-up lap any second now. And it will be Jorge Navarro, a former winner here in the Moto3 World Championship, that will lead them away ahead of the warm-up lap. As you saw there, the 54 of Ferrandis going from P7 on the grid, heading row 3 on the Finitwork team machine. So Chris,
Navarro, as we saw there, 0.3 of a second to spare in qualifying, so he has certainly got the pace here. He had an impressive debut outing in Estoril on the podium in his first race. He was nearly with the victory fight as well. He got caught up, I think it was in an Ivo Lopez crash, about the halfway mark when he was on the charge through the pack, and he ended up going a little bit wide. Eventually managed to catch up with Taiga Hara and overtook him and came home in a comfortable second. But if he hadn't been caught up in that incident, you would imagine he would have gone with Cassidy, and we could have had a pretty grandstand finale between the Italian and Spaniard for victory honours. In the end, it went away at Cassidy with Navarro in second, both of them coming home in comfortable position with Taiga Hara in third. I mentioned for the Japanese rider, he had a bit of a miserable practice session which affected his qualifying, a crash in practice, and just never got going then in qualifying, and he starts a little bit further back on the grid in P16, so just keep an eye on the number 23.
I just want to add to Taiga Hara, we've seen Hiroshi Oyama, former 250cc world champion, in his garage this weekend, along with some, what we believe is some Honda bosses. We've seen some big Honda personnel walking around as well so far this weekend, and talking to Taiga Hara and inside the Gas Up racing team machine. So yeah, Taiga Hara, he's got the
What are you suggesting, Liam?
Not suggesting much, to be honest. Just saying that, well, keep an eye on Taiga Hara. We've seen him in Moto2 World Championship last year, and who knows? He seems to be popular with Honda at the moment, so it could be big things for Taiga Hada in the future, in any class.
We've seen plenty of the stars out on show here in Catalunya as well. I think you mentioned you saw Jordi Torres in the paddock yesterday, former Moto E World Champion, and of course, Moto E title rival to Mattia Casadei. Do you think he's here to support Casadei in his Moto2 endeavours?
I think he's here to talk to us, to be honest, Jordi Torres. He loves to chat to people. Does Jordi, a big personality, and he's one of those people you'll probably hear him before you see him. Spanish Elvis.
Spanish Elvis, I was about to say.
Spanish Elvis, yes. A few high notes he'll be hitting there, as the Moto2 bikes will be hitting the high notes for revs up, Chris.
So we're ready to go. The green flag waves at the back. The red flag is gone. The red lights are on. Keep an eye on Jorge Navarro, who gets an early launch from the line. The number 11 is flying out of it, and he is fired into the hole shot. Maybe he just left a little bit early there. Roberto Garcia has dropped into third position, but what a start for Danny Munoz. He has moved into second position. Roberto Garcia into third, with Sura just in fourth ahead of Eric Fernandez. So a strong start from Navarro, ideal for him. But what a start for Danny Munoz, and now he is in prime position to defend second place and potentially take first ever Moto2 podium.
Taiga Hada, we were just talking about him before the start, is already up to second place.
Number 23.
What a start from the young Japanese rider, from 17th. I'll say that again, 17th on the grid, Taiga Hada. We'll just see him coming through shot on the number 23 machine. I was watching him down towards turn number 1. He was skating his way through the pack like a figure skater, very, very smoothly through the pack. But for now, it is Danny Munoz chasing Jorge Navarro.
And while Taiga Hada is going in the right direction, Mattia Casadei has had a horrible start. He is already down in 10th position, coming into the second sector at turn 9 onto the back straight. We might get a replay of what happened to Mattia Casadei, but the current championship leader is now down in 10th position, and Ferrandis has also had a shocking start. He's down in P15.
I was about to mention Ferrandis. He's gone the wrong way as well, from 7th on the grid. He's dropped 8 places so far, just dropped behind Tapia Jambert and Brett Roberts on the opening lap, just ahead of Lorenzo Fallon. So Ferrandis, we're really bigging him up ahead of the start, and he's already gone the wrong way. He's got a big fight on his hands, as does Casadei.
Still early days though, and plenty of opportunities to recover, but it's the ideal opening lap for Jorge Navarro, who launched from pole position, took the hole shot and leads over the line. But has he got a problem now with Danny Munoz? He absolutely does. The 2023 Stock European Champion seizes the initiative and leads for the first time in the Moto2 European Championship. Brilliant stuff from the number 17 aboard Calix Machinery. He deposes, Navarro from the lead. Roberto Garcia still running in third position and is all over the rear tyre of Navarro. But there is your front three. Running in fourth position is Alberto Sura. An opportunity for him to maybe retake the championship lead. I'm sure we'll get the live standings in a moment with all the mathematics. It's never been a strong point of mine, but I'm sure we'll see how it all affects things. But Navarro then will be in championship contention if he holds on to a top 3 finish. Roberto Garcia just a few points behind Casadei. He is certainly now the provisional championship leader as he runs in P3, with Casadei now in P9.
Jorge Navarro is finding that Danny the Menace Munoz is out to play here today, and as we saw, he was in great form last year. And we've got a rider, that looks Ferrandis. Yeah, so does he have a problem? It looks like he's pulled off the track there to the old Formula 1 look.
Luckless run for Fernandez. Every time he does something, he's in a positive position, and I saw it happen in Estoril, challenging for the podium, and he crashed out, I think, of P4, P5 at the time. Managed to rejoin and join P8, but it just seems he's on a bit of a luckless run, the 2023 Stock European Championship runner-up. Now
pushing the bike, trying to get started again.
He's got a problem.
It looks like it may have just died, to be honest, coming through turn number 9. A bit of a punch in the
for
tank.
Fernandez.
Yeah, there. So as with one rider that was challenging for the Stock European Championship last year out of contention, it's the title rival from last year that's leading the way, and not just leading it, pulling away with the fastest lap of the race. 1:43.808, so that's only half a second. Oh, Navarro almost tagging the back of Roberto Garcia, who's taking second from your pole sitter.
Well, I said it was the ideal opening lap for Navarro as he went from P1 to P1 across the opening lap, and Fernandez is also in.
Yeah, must have
in
a
the
problem
pits here. There's been a big problem for him. We noticed him dropped off the line, but as I was saying about Navarro, he went P1 to P1 on the opening lap. But it's been a horrendous second lap for him as he has now dropped down to third position. Munoz and Garcia pouncing on their compatriot, the Spaniard. We have some yellow flags out as
Think it
well
might be
on our
for
timing screens.
Volpi.
It looks like Mattia Volpi is down. Eric Fernandez is out of the race, and Alberto Fernandez is also out of the race as he has dropped into pit lane early on. So it's been an attritional opening couple of laps here in the Moto2 European Championship race in Barcelona.
Something's happened to Harrison Voigt, the young Australian. He is plummeting down the order. He was running just outside the top 10 before the incident. So Harrison Voigt, he's down to 20th, so he might be out of the race or just ran off the track there. So disaster there for Harrison Voigt, who did start from 10th and we thought was starting to rebuild his confidence in terms of form once again after a struggling 2023, a second half of 2023. It looks like he might be down and out of the race as he stopped out on track. Potentially the yellow flags at turn number 4 for Harrison Voigt. There we are again, the number 29, and it looks like he's been a bit winded in that one potentially. It does look like it may be turn 4 for the Australian rider, but thankfully he's up on his feet a little bit gingerly, but walking away nonetheless there, Chris.
Yeah.
As Danny Munoz continues to lead the way, but once again, like a bad rash, Roberto Garcia is all over the back of last year's stock European champion, a 1:43.5. That was 0.3 of a second faster than Danny Munoz on the last lap.
Yeah, a brilliant effort then from Roberto Garcia as he is swarming all over the rear tyre of the number 17 of Gas Up Racing Teams, Daniel Munoz. As I think we've lost another rider. Was it Brett Roberts' name I saw tumbling down the timesheets? We'll bring you an update on that as we get a chance. But out front then it is Munoz, an ideal, a dream start to this opening race here in Barcelona for the 2023 European Stock Champion. He took the lead at the end of the first lap, beginning of the second lap, coming into turn 1, pouncing on Navarro. Just runs it a little bit tight there. But he's got Roberto Garcia swarming all over his rear tyre. Navarro has settled into 3rd position, with Garcia the fastest rider on track. And then it's Alberto Sura who recorded a PB lap as well, a 1:44.1, still a few tenths slower than the lead trio at the moment, but Sura is out to salvage some points here as things stand, because it looks like he just doesn't have the pace to go with the front three. Taiga Hada is up the P5 ahead of Mattia Cassidy. Hada had a brilliant start. Cassidy has recovered somewhat, but he did have a P2 start, so less than ideal, but he is running in 6th place. Unai Oradre in 7th, with Monjardo, Joan Gibmer and Kaito Toba completing the top 10 as things stand.
A shout out to Johan Gimbert, the 7, the French rider, young racer, the son of Endurance World Champion legend Sebastien Gimbert, up to 8th spot from 15th on the grid nonetheless. So Johan Gimbert is showing great form so far, a stalwart in this championship this year, a former champion in the French classes last year as a champion in the French Supersport Championship. In 2023, also competed in the World Supersport. As we've got a bit of a wobble there, rear wobble from Roberto Garcia. It's already lap 4 and already, or lap 5, and already looks like Roberto Garcia is already getting that Pirelli rear, shaking and wobbling, as we did see a lot in Misano. But last time out in Estoril, it was all wheels in line for the 31, but this time not so much.
Yeah, nothing to separate the top 3 as things stand. They all came over the line, recording 1:44.1, and they're pretty much hitting the same time markers through Sector 1 and Sector 2 of this 5th lap here in Barcelona. Munoz then leading. He's no stranger to leading races. As we mentioned, he's gone wide there, but he's no stranger to leading races. The 2023 European Stock Champion. Great battles with Eric Fernandez last season. He has made the step up to the Moto2 class this year, and he's leading for the first time. He's had a solid start to the campaign. Hasn't threatened just yet for the podium honours, but he is certainly doing so here as we look at the number 40, Mattia Cassidy, who's running in 6th place. He is your championship leader, but he won't be if he remains here. As we can see the championship standings, Roberto Garcia will move up into P1 ahead of Cassidy with 7 points between them if things remain as they are. Sura will also close the gap to Cassidy, but lose ground to Garcia with Taiga Hada running in 4th.
Danny Munoz has had a track limits warning flash up on our screen. He's been running off a couple of times, we've noticed so far. So in Sector 3 and Sector 4, Danny Munoz, your race leader, has to be careful because a track limits warning has been issued to the 17 who leads Roberto Garcia, and Jorge Navarro, who last time round was the 2nd fastest rider on track, just behind Danny Munoz, who was the only rider in the 143, so he's probably using some of that track limits to find the 143s as Munoz. Also, Unai Oradri, he's been issued a track limits warning. We're seeing the yellow track limits flashing up on our screen, left, right and centre, so it's for quite a few riders that are running off the track more than once.
Yeah, Munoz the only rider into the 143s, but he's still just got about a 1/10 of a second on that last lap over the chasing duo here. There's certainly a battle brewing in Barcelona for podium honours here. Munoz currently leading, and he's got, what, about a 1/10 of a second to spare over Garcia. Is Garcia going to have a little look up the inside here? No, he's just a bit too far back as they come into turn 10, but he gets close to that rear wheel and pulls a tighter line. Now look, Garcia might just think he might have a bit of pace here to try and fancy leading. He gets that tighter line. Brilliant stuff from Garcia.
Wow, what a move.
And he bunts Danny Munoz out of the way. Roberto Garcia is once again leading a race in the Moto2 class. He's looking to go back-to-back here in Barcelona after his Estoril Race 2 victory. Brilliant stuff from the Spaniard, and now championship leader. What does Munoz have in response as they come over the line? Will he get into the slipstream of the Spaniard, the number 31 on the Fante Cardoso team? 3 abreast as they enter into turn 1. Navarro has a little look up the inside as well, but he drops back. Munoz has no answer as things stand for Garcia, and Garcia is now your comfortable race leader. He's got about a 1/10 of a second to spare, a couple bike lengths to Munoz just behind him. In fact, he's gapped him to about 2/10 with Jorge Navarro out to 3/10. This is what happened. Garcia up the inside, block pass, stands Munoz up. Thank you very much, says Roberto Garcia. I'll take the lead.
He gave Munoz no opportunity to respond, did Garcia. Just like a sixpence, he's able to turn that Fante Cardoso racing machine extremely well. But Jorge Navarro, he's just keeping his powder dry for the moment. He's looking comfortable in third. However, we see Garcia just opening up a small advantage. That's 3 bike lengths in the opening couple of sectors. Garcia a little bit wide. I thought he was about to run in the green there, but managed to get it turned. So Munoz, what does he have in response as Garcia just gets that bike shaking a little bit into the corners and out that we have been seeing in the last couple of laps? The bike is moving at the rear, the bike is moving at the front. However, it doesn't seem to deter the plucky 17-year-old Spaniard on the number 31 machine. What can Jorge Navarro do as he spin it up coming through turn 10? Navarro seems to be happy there, but if he sees Garcia just begin to gap them ever so slightly, then he might need to respond to Munoz. But once again, Munoz through the last couple of corners is building up down towards 14 to go, the downhill section in towards the final corner. Will Munoz be able to get in the slipstream as they come across the line to tick off another lap? There will be 9 laps remaining in this Moto2 race number 1. Powering down home straight, coming out of the slipstream down towards turn number 1. Here comes Munoz, here comes Navarro. Who's the latest of the late breakers? It's Jorge Navarro that slots into second, so he's now seen Garcia has the pace as they were dropped down to the mid 144s. On that last lap there, they were all in the 44s, but it was Navarro actually who was a 1/10 of a second slower than your rider in first and third. Here's the move once again, down towards turn 1. Later in the brakes, Navarro just pops out of the slipstream and cool as you like into second spot.
Yeah, you can see that move was coming for sure. Navarro on Munoz. About half a second separated them coming out of the final corner. As he crossed the line, only 2/10 separated the top 3. So Navarro is now hot on the heels of Roberto Garcia. Roberto Garcia, remember, is your race winner from race 2 in Estoril, and Jorge Navarro was on the podium in the opening race. Navarro is seeking his first ever win in this class in just his 3rd race, as is Danny Munoz. Munoz has 1 more race than Navarro, but Munoz has not been on the podium yet. They're both rookies, but on opposite ends of the spectrum, you would say. Navarro, hugely experienced rider on the number 11, over 100 World Championship appearances throughout his career, 10 podiums in the Moto2 World Championship. He is now in the Moto2 European Championship, and he's chasing down that first win as we've lost a rider there at turn 5. Mattia Ratto is down, which is a shame. He was running well inside the points in P12, but he's out of the race here in this morning. He will get in fact, it's Gianpaolo De Vittori who has gone down.
A bit of a moment with the graphics there. So yeah, we've got 3 abreast coming down towards turn 1 again. Close as you like, they'll be separated by a handkerchief basically. Navarro leading the way later.
Here we go,
in the
then Navarro takes the lead.
Here we go. 2 and 2. Oh, bit of a front end moment, runs a little bit wide. Garcia chops back in front, takes advantage of that small mistake from Navarro. Munoz trying to ride around the outside, so Navarro is really pushing the front there into turn 1, getting that forward. Clint forward, junior team machine moving left, right and centre, but we've got a great scrap for the win here with 7.5 laps remaining, Chris.
Yeah, Garcia just manages to hold off after, retake the lead, I should say, after Navarro's moment coming through there. But you would feel that is not going to be the last move. Danny Munoz then running in third, having led for 3 or 4 laps of this. He's now settled into watching the front two do battle between each other and potentially pounce on any mistakes, as they once again run it quite tight through 7 and 8 there, but Roberto Garcia keeps it clean enough. Just a little bit of an update then, what's happening behind the lead trio. We've got Alberto Sura running in 4th place. He's 3.5 seconds behind the podium places at the moment, with Taiga Hara up to 5th, Mattia Casadei still in 6th, Monjardo, Uradre, Gimber and Toba. It's pretty much as you were from our last update, all inside the top 10. So Garcia leading here. They're coming around the final sector. 4 2 right-handers until we see the line. Once again, this is turn 13 and then turn 14 coming up next. It's not meant to be an overtaking hotspot, but oh my, have we seen some historic moments in these corners, Liam.
Oh, indeed we have. Rossi, Razgatioglu. Will we see any more today? And as we've got 7 laps to go, Munoz, so look at
Here
Navarro.
we go, 3 abreast.
Look, it was just drifting there as it comes past Roberto Garcia. Now can he get stopped this time round? Yes, he can. No front end moments from Jorge Navarro, who is wanting to add a winner's trophy to his winner's trophy he got almost 8 years ago. But Roberto Garcia, they've touched. He looks over his shoulder. Garcia shakes his head, but I think, Garcia, that was more your problem than it was Navarro's, as Navarro's been hung out to dry. He's dropped back into 3rd, but Garcia, as we saw with his move on Munoz, he's having none of it. He's come out to play, and if you want to win, you've got to get your elbows out, as Garcia has sharpened his, and he's going to get feisty and fighting here today.
What a moment coming through turn 3 then, as the battle is no longer brewing, it is in full effect. Watch this from Garcia. Navarro runs it just maybe a little bit wide, but enough to open the door for Garcia. Shaking the head, he says.
Shaking the head, I can't believe that. It's so funny.
I'm not sure. We might get their thoughts afterwards of what happened there, or what was going through their head, but the door was slightly open, you have to say, and Garcia went full send and sent. Munoz now, Garcia's gone wide. Munoz retakes the lead. Has he got him on the cutback? I think he has. He absolutely does as well around turn 10. So Munoz is in 2nd, but now here we go. Munoz again for the lead, coming through the final sector. This time he's going to make it stick. And the number 17 is once again back in the lead. He sees the battle happening in front of him. He says, I want a piece of that. I want to lead. And Navarro is now bunted down to 3rd position behind Garcia, with Danny Munoz leading over the line. But let's see how the slipstream comes into effect. We've seen it play its part over the last couple of laps. Will Navarro get into 2nd position here?
Now, I'm wondering if Garcia has just dropped back one position. After that moment there, he thinks he might get a penalty, a drop back 1 position. So maybe he's taken it upon himself to drop behind Danny Munoz to say to the stewards, look guys, I've dropped back 1 position, don't hand me a penalty. However, poor Jorge Navarro, he's still got Garcia in front of him, so after getting punted out wide, Garcia is sliding that rear tyre through turn 3. Is he coming into maybe some tyre troubles, as Munoz and Navarro are keeping their bikes line astern, but Garcia, it's all over the place now. It's starting to move and shake as Navarro has a little look up the inside and to turn 4, and all of this battling means that Sura is now only 2.3 seconds off the back of this battle for 2nd and 3rd. They've closed down about a second on this battle after the fun and games that happened last lap, as Munoz runs a little bit wide into turn 7.
We've had 3 different winners in 3 different races in Moto2 European Championship 2024. Are we in contention for a new winner. Only one of the front three has won a race this year. That was Estoril Race 2, Roberto Garcia, but Dani Munoz, a rookie, and Jorge Navarro, a wily old veteran of the motorcycle racing circuit, are still to win in this class. So it's all to play for, and this is a very, very open Moto2 season. Roberto Garcia is your provisional championship leader as things stand, with Mattia Casadei running in 6th position. Taiga Hada is 4th in the championship. He's running in 5th, with Alberto Sura 3rd in the championship. He is running in 4th.
Garcia's got tyre troubles now. He was spinning it up to 13 and 14 as it came towards the end of the last lap. He also had a front end bobble into turn 12, and you see from those spins through 13 and 14, Dani Munoz, he's back into the low 144s. Nobody else can hold a candle to Munoz at the moment. He was 0.3 of a second faster than Navarro, almost half a second faster than Garcia. As you see out wide again, he's hanging off that bike to try and stand up sooner, and he's spinning the rear as Munoz is now gapping these two, and he's looking for his first win in Moto2. We've got yellow flags out at turn 1 and 2. We'll keep an eye out on who's dropping down the timing screens, but we know here comes a move from Navarro. He's now seen that Munoz is getting away as the back marker pulls out of the way to the left-hand side of the circuit. But what can Navarro do now that he's into second?
Yeah, you knew that move was coming. As you said, he is having tyre troubles, and Navarro running it onto the green there just ever so slightly. But Navarro is now in 2nd place. I was going to pose the question, how much could Garcia defend this? Because the longer he defended Navarro, the better his chances of remaining on the podium were, because if these tyre troubles continue, Alberto Sura will come into contention, because there are 4 laps to go and a couple of corners as we lose yet another rider in what's been an attritional race. Kaito Toba crashes out of the top 10. Unfortunate for the Japanese rider. He was on for a good point scoring finish, but as you can see, Navarro has already gapped Garcia as he goes sliding through there through the final corners.
Yeah, watch Garcia through here. Another front end wobble from Garcia. He'll spin it up once again. You can see Garcia spinning up, but Navarro, he's pushing on. He's out on the green almost ahead of.
Yeah, so he's half a second slower there than Navarro. Roberto Garcia, 145 flat. The saving grace for Garcia is Alberto Sura recorded a 145.4, so he is still quicker than the rider running in 4th place. But you would wonder if Sura just can get into shot of the Spaniard, he might just push a little bit harder rather than settle for a good point scoring finish. Now it's all about this victory fight though. Dani Munoz holds a 1 second advantage as things stand over the number 11 of Jorge Navarro. Navarro has opened up a gap to Garcia as Garcia struggles for grip. Navarro, you would hope, has a little bit better tyre, but as things stand, it's all about Dani Munoz out front. He's got a 1 second advantage. We'll check it as we come through the next sector of how things are standing on the timing screens. But can Navarro close the gap? Less than 4 laps remaining here in race 1 in Moto2 in Barcelona.
Yeah, Jorge Navarro has, I thought for a second there, maybe
I think our cameraman crashed for a moment.
He had a bit of a front ender there, did our camera guy. So thankfully our top 3 are still in the race for now, but it looks like Navarro isn't making any impression on Munoz at the moment. It looks like Garcia might have just been able to eke back a 10th or 2 in the last couple of sectors.
I tell you what, Munoz has found some serious pace at this stage of the race with 144.2 in the last one. He's 3/10 clear of Navarro over the last lap. He is maintaining that advantage. They've been going toe-to-toe over sectors 1 and sectors 2, but he found time in sector 3, and Munoz is very much on the charge to victory here. Let's see what the times are as they come over the line once again with 3 laps to go. Munoz is your runaway leader nearly at this stage, and he still holds that 1 second advantage, 1.1 second advantage now over Jorge Navarro. So it looks like Munoz, if he can keep this clean and tidy, he is set for a maiden victory in the Moto2 class. As we see Alberto Sura running in 4th, Mattia Casadei finally gets the better of Taiga Hada. Yeah. So Casadei picks up some more points in his championship chase. He is also 5/10 quicker than Alberto Sura, who is on that last lap, so he might just get P4 yet. He has got plenty of time.
Goodness me, Taiga Hada in 6th place. They're having not 1 but 2 big rear end moments coming through turn number 3. So all of these riders are really struggling for tyre wear now. The pace has dropped off about a second and a half. The leaders are a second and a half slower than what they were setting at the start of the race. Mattia Casadei.
Sura's in trouble here, I think.
He really is. Mattia Casadei is the third fastest rider on track after Munoz and Navarro. They're the only two riders that are still in the 144s. The rest are in the low 45s or mid 45s, and Casadei is one of them that's in the low 45s. So Casadei is going to be snatching, you believe, in the next couple of laps, fourth position away from his teammate, as we've got another yellow flag out at turn number 4. So keep an eye out on the rider that's gone down there. Hopefully all is okay. But for now, this is the battle that's on track. It's Sura versus Casadei. Taigahara, after those couple of moments at turn 3, looks like he's settled into a groove now.
This is a matter of when and not if for Mattia Casadei. We've got, what, 2 laps to go once they come across the line here. So they've got a couple corners yet before they're going to come across the line. But this looks like it is going to be done very, very soon. Mattia Casadei about to pick up some more crucial championship
so much more
points.
edge grip.
You'd imagine if he can get close enough, he will do the business into turn 1. While we look at the front trio here, and it is Dani Munoz. This is an exceptional ride from the Spaniard, your 2023 Stock Championship winner, and your Moto2 2024 European Championship rookie, as Edu Montero goes flying into the gravel there. And that's going to be another no-pointer for Montero. So it's Munoz leading out front. He has extended his advantage to almost 1.6 seconds over Navarro, and Roberto Garcia is riding now comfortably in 3rd position. He's got about 4.5 seconds to spare over Alberto Sura, who has got Mattia Casadei swarming all over him. But this is your race leader, Dani Munoz.
It's a masterclass from Munoz at the moment, isn't it, Chris? Because he's the only rider that's still in the mid 144s. Nobody can lay a glove on the 17, your rookie in Moto2 this year, your stock champion from 1 year ago. Is Navarro once again getting very close to that green. Garcia in a safe 3rd, but the battle for 4th is not done and dusted just yet. Casadei into turn 10 will be looking for a move on his teammate Alberto Sura. The Bosco Scuro machine's a little bit out of this. I'm surprised by that. In race number 1 here today, but through the final 3 corners, turn 12, 13 and 14, you can see that Casadei, just behind this group for the final podium, is Garcia. He's having a bit of fun out there now, just spinning the rear coming through the last few corners. He knows he's in a safe 3rd, can't lay a glove on Navarro or Munoz as they come across the line to start the final lap.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Munoz out front. He just has to keep it clean and tidy, and he will be a first-time race winner in the Moto2 European Championship, making it 4 different winners in 4 different races to start off the 2024 campaign. But valuable points on offer for 2 championship contenders here. Teammates on the Team Chiadi Bosco Scuro machines. Will Mattia Casadei get one over on his teammate Alberto Sura? Sura, a race winner in Misano. Casadei, a race winner from pole in Estoril. Well, he is all over him. He's got much better pace. Where is this move going to come, Liam? Here it comes. He's not close enough. Sura shuts the door in front of his Italian teammate. But out front, well, running in 3rd position, this is Roberto Garcia. He won in race 2 in Estoril. He's on for another podium here, and he will become the championship leader outright by the end of this race.
Yeah, great result there from Garcia. Casadei, who's about to lose his championship lead, climbing all over the back of Sura. But Sura's put up a valiant effort to hold off his teammate for now. There's going to be a one last chance for Casadei down towards turn 10, unless you can get a run down to the final corner, turn 14. But for now, there's no such issues for Dani Munoz, who rounds the last few corners, and he'll be on course for his first victory in Moto2.
2 corners left then, 1 right-hander here. This is coming around turn 13. He's only got turn 14 left. Keep it clean and tidy, and he will be your runaway race leader in race 1 in the Moto2 European Championship. On screen now is Jorge Navarro. He started on pole. He takes a podium, his 2nd podium in the class. Roberto Garcia cruises home 3rd position, but an absolute masterclass from Munoz, and Alberto Sura holds off Casadei. A shake of the head from Casadei. He loses in this battle for 4th. He loses his championship lead, but he will have an opportunity later on to retake that lead from the front row.
Outstanding effort there from Danny Munoz. He's only his 4th race in the class. He gets congratulated there by Taiga Hara, his teammate. The Gas Up Racing team 1 and 6th here today in race 1 in Catalunya. But Danny Munoz, he was a masterclass of Catalunya 1 year ago in the Stock European Championship on his way to the championship. But today, once more, he reigns supreme in Barcelona.
Yeah, absolutely sensational stuff then from the reigning 2023 Stock champion, Stock European champion, Danny Munoz, a race time 27 minutes 55 seconds. He is your runaway winner here, nearly 2-second advantage over Jorge Navarro in the end. Navarro started on pole position. We thought maybe this was his opportunity to take a maiden win in this class, but instead it went away to Munoz. Munoz, an absolutely sensational start from the line. We'll catch a replay of that shortly as we look at, well, Roberto Garcia was on screen and wheelies in the background behind Navarro. Navarro back on the podium, his 2nd podium of the campaign. Remember, he missed the Misano race due to World Supersport commitments. Joined in Estoril, took a podium on debut, then a P6 finish in the 2nd race, and now he's back on the podium ahead of Roberto Garcia. Garcia won that 2nd race in Estoril from 15th on the grid. A pretty sensational ride then, and a not half bad ride here either today. So you're 30, let me speak again, the number 31 is your championship leader. If my maths is correct, we'll get standings, of course, at the end of the broadcast and confirm it all to you. But by my maths, I think he has now become the championship leader, particularly with Mattia Cassidy coming in P5, Roberto Sura holding off the Moto E World Champion and his Italian teammate just on the line. Number 17, though, it belongs to him this race. Absolutely sensational effort from Munoz to cruise home. A superb start from the line for the Spaniard. Started 5th and immediately got himself up into P2, following in behind Navarro. By the end of the 1st lap then is when he struck for the lead. And he didn't actually hold on to it for the race, but he maintained pace with Garcia, with Navarro. All 3 riders led at certain points, but he struck a little bit later on in the race for the winning move, and then pretty much gapped Navarro and Garcia with relative ease. So they pull up into Parc Ferme. We'll be hearing from Munoz quite shortly once he gets away from the celebrations and takes the team photos. He'll be chatting to our man on the ground, Liam Hodgins, who is now running over to Parc Ferme from our commentary booth with haste, I would hope, and he will get set up and we'll hear from then race winner. So this is the move, one of the big moves of the day. Garcia firing it up the inside at turn 3 on Navarro, who was the race leader. Garcia then went wide just a few corners later. That's when Danny Munoz struck to take the initiative, and he seized the lead and never looked back, opening up a 2-second gap over his more experienced counterparts of Jorge Navarro and Roberto Garcia. A beat of the chest as Danny Munoz becomes the 4th different winner in 4 different races in the Moto2 class. Hugs all around then in the Gas Up Racing team, just down at Parc Ferme. Congratulations to Danny Munoz on his maiden win in the class. Jorge Navarro back on the podium, Clint Ford Racing Factory, the Clint Ford Junior team, in fact, has a quick debrief with the team. And then we will shortly see Roberto Garcia, as you can see at the top left of your picture, just getting some hugs from the team members. Garcia, remember, a race winner in this class. He's back on the podium and is now, I believe, your championship leader. We just have a quick little listen in as he debriefs the team in Spanish. So I'm sure many of our Spanish fans will hear what he said, more so than us guys up in the commentary booth, who probably need a few Spanish lessons if we're being honest. So as you can see, Dani Munoz there in the middle. He's making his way over now for the interview. We will hear from him very shortly. He's just lining up with Liam Hodgins, who will get a quick chat with our race winner here in Barcelona.
Well, Dani Munoz, you are first-time Moto2 race winner. It looked a little bit difficult out there with tyres, but you kept yours in perfect condition. Just tell us about the race.
Well, the race was incredible, my first victory in this category. In the first lap, I tried to push a little, but in the middle of the race, I tried to don't use all the tire. And in the last lap, when Navarro and Roberto fight, I passed him, and I tried to push and take a distance. I'm very happy for the weekend, for the race. Thank you for all the team that they do a very good work. Thank you for my team, my sponsor, and my family. Thank you.
And once again, en español.
Ha sido una carrera increíble, mi primera victoria en Moto2. Las primeras vueltas hemos intentado tirar, hemos sacado distancia, hemos creado un grupito de 3. Después, en mitad de la carrera, he conservado un poquito los neumáticos que han sufrido bastante. Y al final, cuando se han peleado Navarro y Roberto, pues he aprovechado y he intentado sacar mi ritmo. La última vuelta lleva un poco justo, pero lo suficiente para sacar la distancia de un segundo. Así que nada, muy contento y más a la siguiente. Gracias al equipo que ha hecho un gran trabajo, a los sponsors y a la familia.
Felicidades, Dani, and best of luck for race 2.
Thank you.
We will see Munoz in action in race 2. Can he go back to back? Because this is how he became a first-time winner in the Moto2 class in the European Championship. A sensational start from P5 saw him shoot up into second position, but it was Jorge Navarro who took the whole shot from pole position. Roberto Garcia slotted into third position, and that was how the trio was formed as they ran away from the rest of the pack. Alberto Sura running in fourth place there. We lost Eric Fernandez early on. It looked like some technical problems for the 2023 Stock Championship runner-up. Garcia then made his move past Navarro on the front straight, but Navarro had a little look up the inside as Garcia wobbled, but the Spaniard managed to hold on ahead of Navarro as we lost another rider. Dani Munoz became your race leader, but Garcia fired it up the inside and bunted the Spanish rookie out of the way to take the race lead and seize the initiative. 3 abreast almost coming into turn 1 as Navarro then relegated Munoz to third position and jumped into second position himself. Before we lost another rider, Di Vittori, and the victory battle continued out front as Navarro then took the lead. Garcia demoted in third position, but then Garcia getting up close and personal with Navarro. His lead didn't last long as Munoz struck with the winning overtake, as Navarro then got the better of Garcia, with Garcia struggling for tyre wear. Navarro crossing the line in second position, Garcia running home in a comfortable third position. The battle for fourth went all the way to the wire. Alberto Sura was comfortably running in P4 for the majority of the race, but Mattia Cassidy hunted him down over the final laps as Dani Munoz ran away with victory with an almost 2-second advantage. Navarro came home in second position with Garcia third, and the battle for fourth between the teammates of the Team Chiatti Bosco Oscuro side saw Alberto Sura just about hold off Mattia Cassidy, but race 1 all belongs to one rider, and that is Dani Munoz. So time for the podium celebrations once again here in Barcelona. It's a home hero lockout of the podium. 3 Spanish riders atop on the rostrum and their home country. So first out is Roberto Garcia. Another podium for him as his title tilt builds momentum quite nicely. Jorge Navarro then a second podium in 3 races for the Spaniard as he enters the championship picture. Race 2, he will start from pole position and he will look to build even more momentum as he begins a championship charge. But race 1 all belongs to this rider here, Dani Munoz. your 2023 European Stock Champion, and now a Moto2 European Championship race winner. Mr. Jean-Marc Desnoyers out to present the first of the trophies to the team manager from Gas Up Racing Team. Next up then will be Roberto Garcia, starting to build a nice little trophy cabinet for himself is Garcia. A lift of the trophy, a point to the team, and a celebratory smile, shall we say. Jorge Navarro then picks up his second trophy in the class. Mr. Josep Luis Santamaria presenting a World Championship veteran with his second European Championship trophy of 2024. And then it's Ayumu Sasaki. We saw Colin Vire earlier in the Junior GP present the winner with his trophy, and now Ayumu Sasaki has the same honor, presenting Danny Munoz with his first ever Moto2 European Championship winning trophy. And now a moment all three can enjoy. It's the Spanish national anthem.
The podium Prosecco will be sprayed as the top three celebrate the podium for race number 1. An all-Spanish podium for the second time today. And we won't be giving away too many of the results from Junior GP if you want to go back and watch that another time. The podium Prosecco for...
Spoilers, Hadjo. Spoilers.
I love a little bit of a spoiler, I do. And, well, I haven't given away who they were, but as long as they were the top 3. So, here is your classification. Danny Munoz on top with his first ever race win in Moto2, the 4th different winner of the season, ahead of Jorge Navarro, who's now starting to build up a nice championship challenge ahead of Roberto Garcia, who came into tyre troubles late on in the race, ahead of Alberto Sura and Mattia Cassidy. The Bosco Scuros in 4th and 5th. Taiga Hara in 6th, ahead of Francesco Mongiardo, Unai Oradri and Johan Gimbert picking up the top 9. Marco Tapia, the top 10, ahead of Mattia Ratto, Lorenzo Fillon, Brett Roberts and Maxwell Toth, and then Shannon Inter rounding out your points paying positions. Charles Aubry and Jinlin Li, the Chinese rider, just missing out on your points paying positions. The runners and riders that failed to finish: Eduardo Montero, Keito Toba, Gianpaolo De Vittori, Harrison Voigt, Alberto Fernandez, Matteo Volpi and Eric Fernandez, who missed out on what was already a good race before some troubles early on. But here is your championship standings. Roberto Garcia leads the way on 71 points, 2 ahead of Mattia Cassidy and Alberto Sura. So the top 2 are pulling clear at the top. Jorge Navarro within a race win position, 23 points back ahead of Taiga Hara. Danny Munoz, your race winner, in 6th ahead of Alberto Fernandez, Francesco Mongiardo and Eric Fernandez rounding out your top 9. Unai Oradri, who's having a difficult start to the season, in 10th ahead of Johan Gimbert. Mattia Ratto, Lorenzo Fillon, Harrison Voigt and Brett Roberts running your top 15, with Marco Tapia and Ivo Lopez on 6 points in 17th. In 18th spot you have Mattia Volpi, Kaito Tsoba in 19th, another retirement from race 1 here today, ahead of Hoshuik running your top 20, Maxwell Toth in 21st, Montero 22nd and Shannon Inter. You're rounding out your points paying positions.
So race 1 in Barcelona belongs to one rider and one rider only, and that is Danny Munoz, who secures his maiden victory in the class. Can he do it again in race 2? Make sure you join us later on to find out.
From Estoril to Barcelona, the European Talent Cup touches down on the great Catalan city with first time and double winner last time out Carlos Cano coming into round 3 of the championship, leading proceedings by 5 points over Marco Morelli. The Spaniard and Argentinian have shown themselves to be the class of the field so far in 2024, but Morelli took the upper hand in qualifying with his second pole position of the season. Situated 32 kilometers outside the city of Barcelona, the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya is a true test of rider and machine as both work in perfect harmony to extract the absolute maximum on the road to glory as we gear up for European Talent Cup. Well, we've had 2 bumper races so far here at Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya, Junior GP and Moto 2, but European Talent Cup with sole race is up next, with myself, Liam Hodgins, and Chris Jordan taking you through proceedings here today at the magnificent circuit here on the outskirts of Barcelona, just outside Montmeló. The weather has played havoc so far this weekend on Friday and Saturday, with riders struggling at times to find their way through, with dry setup being an absolute must. But for Marco Morelli, it has been a perfect weekend so far after he struggled, so to speak, last time out in Estoril. So as we come into round 3, 5 points separate the top 2, and this is how it all happened back in Estoril. Marco Morelli, who was your championship leader at the time, went from the mid-pack of the grid, but it was Carlos Cano who was the race 1 winner from the day after some riders went further down, but the top 2 started off into the distance with Cano leading Morelli, but as they battled further back, it would be Carlos Cano that would take his first victory as a rookie in the class. Could he back it up in race number 2? As lights went out, the conditions were a lot drier for that one, but the clouds were lurking in the background. It was battles galore throughout the pack as the 10 and the 36 got their elbows out down the home straight, and it was Peroni that went for the lead as Morelli crashed out after contact with another rider, but it came across the line. It was Carlos Cano that took victory once more, back-to-back delight in Estoril, and he became your new championship leader coming in to Catalunya. So victory galore for Carlos Cano after a disastrous Misano, after he picked up a penalty for both races, but double delight in Estoril. However, the Union Championship leader has another penalty coming into this race, which we will touch upon a little bit. However, his championship rival, Marco Morelli, on the 97 MLAV racing machine, the number 97, who has been rider in many ways to speak so far this year, Chris, as we can see him on screen, the rider to beat as he goes from his second pole position of the season.
Yeah, what an absolute talent the young MLAV rider is, hailing from Argentina. And this is how he won pole position.
Feel good, no? Always a pole position is so good. Yeah, I feel very well with the bike. And yeah, I did the lap by alone, so yeah, I'm happy. I had a good pace, so maybe tomorrow I will try. And yeah, try to break the group like in Misano. In Estoril it was not possible, but here I feel good, so maybe I try this another time. And yeah, maybe the group, it's gonna be hard if it's a group, no, because David Gonzalez is strong. I think Perron is strong, Pugliese. Yeah, the front group always 4-5 people, 4 riders is very good, and his quality are so good, no? But yeah, like I say, no, try to break the race, and yeah, it's 1 o'clock, so maybe hot.
The race does start at 1 o'clock local time, and Chris, you've just been out there. It is starting to become very warm out there ahead of this 14-lap European Talent Cup race ahead.
The tunes are blaring, the sun is beating down, it's quite toasty out there. We can only be in Barcelona. And well, yeah, it's perfect condition for racing. It is quite warm out there too after a little sojourn through, and you also sojourned through your way to Parc Fermé in the last race. Let's see how they handle the conditions Marco Morelli has shown he can handle the heat plenty of times. He's already got a win this season. That came in Misano race 2. He hasn't been off the he hasn't been off the podium yet in a race he has finished.
Yeah, Marco Morelli there. You can see Macaulay Webb holding the umbrella for the Argentinian there. Macaulay Webb leading the MLAV team, the team manager for that. And they're a very close-knit team. We did see on Friday evening, Chris, on their Instagram page, that there was a nice little moment between Marco Morelli, Eddie O'Shea and Evan Belford feeding each other strawberries. So they all got on very well down in the MLAV team, which is obviously very good to see. And, well, David Gonzalez, second spot. Podiums in Misano, unfortunately, crashing out in Estoril. Was out on track watching him in Q2 yesterday, and I must admit, coming through, just like Marco Morelli, turns 12, 13 and 14, was just able to eke out a gap ahead of the riders that were chasing him. Helped his teammate, though, who we're about to see, Gabriele Tessini on the AC Racing team, up into the front row, the number 4. So he's on the outside of row 1. And the Italian rider we can see on screen, his best qualifying of the season.
Yeah, Tessini, one of those riders to benefit from a raft of penalties handed out after qualifying yesterday. Initially, I think we had Valentin Perone, Carlos Cano, Gonzalo Perez on the front row, but they have all been sanctioned for multiple offences and now will start at the back of the grid among some other riders. But just touching on Gonzalez, he's a very talented rider. You saw the best of him commentating. He picked up a P2 and P3 in Misano. Estoril didn't go his way. He actually started towards the back of the grid, P28, after a really wet qualifying where the conditions didn't suit him. He came through Q1, of course, here this weekend and is now up onto the front row. So he is certainly one to watch, as is the rider on screen. That's Giulio Pugliese, a race winner in the opening round in race 1 in Misano. Hasn't managed to find that form just yet. He crashed out in race 2 in Misano, did remount for a P17, while in Estoril in the wet he picked up a P10 and a P6 in the dry. Jesus Torres was a rider to shine, though, in the wet in Estoril.
Yeah, Jesus Torres, stalwart of the class so far. As we can see, picked up a podium last time out in Estoril. He's gone better and better so far this season. 10th, 7th, 6th, and then second place last time out in Estoril. So watch out for Jesus Torres, and the rider that we just saw there, Jesus Torres, and his teammate Pau Alsina on the Team Estrella Galicia 00 machines. As I've said so many times in this broadcast so far, the last couple of Q2 sessions I was out at turn 10 watching the sessions, and after the session was over, Torres and Alsina came down towards turn 10 and they were both gesticulating to each other, really annoyed at each other. I guess one might have gotten in the way of the other, and both were so focused on each other they completely missed turn 10 and ran off into the gravel trap. So thankfully both were okay, but some hot-headedness down in Team Estrella Galicia there.
Yeah, Kernan Tines, then the Venezuelan rider on our screens just a moment ago. He's P12 in the championship, a rookie in this class, but we have seen him battling at the front plenty of times. A P5 in Misano race 2. He was running with the top guys, but tailed off a little bit as Zanni and Peroni relegated him late on.
Carlos Cano, P25 on the grid after being given a penalty for slow riding through 3 sectors. Back of the grid start for Cano, as you can see there. Came from the back of the grid in Misano, both races to finish 6th, but when he starts in the front, he's hard to beat, Chris. A new protege of Emilio Alzamora, we just saw him on the grid as well. And Carlos Cano, expect to see fireworks from him in this race.
Yeah, he's a hugely talented young rider. He did the double in Estoril, starting on the front row. And as you mentioned, he came from the back of the grid in Misano for a double P6. He's got to do it the hard way again, but I would not bet against him picking up some good points. Neither would I bet against Valentin Perone. He's got Red Bull Rookies experience. He was part of a Red Bull Rookies Argentinian 1-2 with Marco Morelli. And as you can see, he was on the podium in the dry in Estoril. He's a very talented rider. Initially had qualified P2, but one of those riders to be sanctioned and starts at the back of the grid alongside the likes of Cano, Perez, Zanni, Marianos Nicolas, all of them, and De Costa and Olivares, so plenty of riders receiving penalties.
I'm pretty sure if you didn't get a penalty, you were one of the very few yesterday. Here's Suri Ikegami, the 15-year-old Japanese rider. You've been commentating on him last year,
yeah,
Chris, with
Ikegami
the Asia Talent Cup.
Of
Big
ATC fame is correct. talented rider for sure, the 15-year-old. He's a rookie in the class. A DNF in Misano plus a P12 finish on debut, so pretty good outing. Estoril was pretty good for him too, P15 in race 1, but then in race 2, out of nowhere on the final 2 laps, entered into podium contention. It was a large group of riders. It was myself and Elliot York on commentary duties, and we were taken aback because the Japanese rider Ikegami appeared from absolutely nowhere, coming from the back of the grid to be, I think he led the race or was in P2 at one point. Amid the excitement, I can't quite remember exactly. But in the end, he finished P4. A superb ride from Ikegami. Came from absolutely nowhere to just miss out on a podium.
Yeah, Ikegami, another one of the fast Japanese riders coming through the Asia Talent Cup system on the road to MotoGP, as was Edu Gutierrez in the middle of the third row. Pau Alsina on the other Estrella Galicia 00 team. As I said a few minutes ago, came into a bit of war between himself and his teammate Jesus Torres at the end of Q2. So hopefully the team sat them both down, cooled their heads, and there'll be no issue here today as Pau Alsina goes from the outside of row 3 in 9th position. Well, the fans are out in their droves here. It's a very busy day here, Chris, in Barcelona. There's been a lot of excitement around Junior GP, I must admit, for all 3 of the opening rounds, but we've got a bumper crowd in the grandstands and, of course, in the paddock. I was out yesterday and you could see a lot of fans around the entire circuit. So it's great to see that the fans have come out in their droves here this weekend to see the likes of Marco Morelli, David Gonzalez, obviously Carlos Cano, and Agostinelli, the Vietnamese rider with a very Italian name.
Yeah, stars of the future without a doubt on show here today. A couple of years down the line, do not be surprised when you see quite a few of these names line up in the Moto3, Moto2, and perhaps even the MotoGP classes. But your grid today for the sole European Talent Cup race sees Marco Morelli start on pole position ahead of David Gonzalez and Gabriel Tessini. Then it is Pugliese, Torres and Tinez, Ikegami, Gutierrez and Alsina on row 3. Luca Agostinelli heads up row 4 ahead of Longarala and Cayet, with Fernandez, Pantialakis and Bellon on row 5. Bertola, Gabarini and San Juan are on the 6th one. Boxberger, Rostani and Daniel Jr. are on the 7th row. Before we get into some big names on row 8 and 9, Bujosa, podium finisher in Estoril, is alongside Miroslavov and Perrone. Cano, Perez, Zani are on this penultimate row with Nicolis, Olivares and Da Costa. You're at the back of the grid for this race here in Barcelona.
It's saying something when you've got 6 riders behind the 2 that came through the last chance race earlier on today, Bujosa and Miroslavov as well. So as the riders make their way down towards turn number 1 on the start of the warm-up lap, we've got a 30 rider strong field for this one, the European Talent Cup, one of the first steps on the road to MotoGP. And of course, not the first step, because we've got a great talent system all the way through, which includes the mini GP series. And for any of the Brits out there, the young Ethan Sparks won race number 1 in Austria earlier on this weekend. So expect to see names like Ethan Sparks and of course a lot of those other riders coming through the mini GP into European Talent Cup later on down the line. The riders go through turn 4. Down towards turn 5, we see the beautiful setting of the rolling hills of Montmello in the background. Air temperature 20 degrees Celsius, track temperature up to a whopping 38 degrees Celsius. That's almost 20, Chris, more than what we started this morning.
Yeah, it's hot out there, Liam.
It really is.
I won't wrap it up or sugarcoat it anyway. It is hot on track out there. And we've seen, without giving too much away, how those track temperatures have affected tyres in previous races we've had today in Moto2 and Junior GP. We'll see how they get on here with the Pirellis in as this class will continue to adapt, of course, with them. So we'll see how that 38-degree mark on track affects the tyre temperatures.
Yeah, we saw a lot of tyre problems come into effect in Moto2. Not so much Junior GP, but in Misano we did see it play a factor in European Talent Cup. There is the championship standings. Morelli 5 points behind Carlos Cano. They both go from 1st and 25th on the grid, with Morelli taking the upper hand so far. So it's a very close championship battle between the top 2 so far. And the riders slowly make their way around the final couple of corners on the warm-up lap. Just remember, this is the European Talent Cup's sole race of the day. We had 2 races in Misano, 2 races in Estoril. We've had 3 different winners so far this season. Pugliese, race number 1, Misano. Your rider on screen, Marco Morelli, race 2, Misano. And of course, the doubler, Carlos Cano, last time out. But he will be starting from the back of the grid. And, well, he has a big fight back to come from 25th on the grid to victory battle. But if anyone could do it, you better believe Carlos Cano will be the rider to do that. Green flag waving in the background. The red flag pulls off to the left of the screen. The red lights will come on any second now. The revs will be rising. It looks like we're holding them for a while there, but now we've got the red lights, revs rising, and out the lights go. A bit of a slow stop. We've got yellow flags in the background. Hopefully all the riders can miss the stall. Oh, we've got a rider down. We've got a couple down, and unfortunately they're double waved yellows. Hopefully the 2 riders have collided are okay, but for now it looks like it will be the 4 of Tessini taking the lead ahead of Marco Morelli. Morelli around the outside retakes the lead, and Gonzalez trying to take advantage of that as well. But hopefully, Chris, as we just saw there, the were waved yells for a rider installed in the background, and hopefully both are okay. That's a 72.
It looks like it's Da Costa and Gabarini,
yeah,
who have gone down there. We'll get a replay of what happened. But back out front, thankfully it looks like they are okay. Disaster for their race start. But back out front then, it is Marco Morelli who has taken the whole shot out of turn 1. Started on pole, he still holds the lead. David Gonzalez started P2, he remains in P2. Gabriel Tessini started P3, remains in P3.
I want to stop you there just for now, Chris. Carlos Cano already in 10th spot after the first couple of sectors there. I just saw him come into shot into turn 10. So Carlos Cano, not 10th, he's 6th now. So Carlos Cano is already up 19 positions from 25th on the grid. The number 73 will just 71 we'll just see in the background there, and coming into shot 5th position for the Spanish Championship leader, just detached a little bit from Pugliese in 4th, but from 25th on the grid, the 72 Artbox Racing Team rider, your championship leader, Morelli, who's the closest championship rival to the Spaniard, is already leading and already got that gap up to about 7/10 of a second, as Pugliese, your winner from Misano, already making his way through to the podium spot, tapping his seat there to tell the number 4 of Tessini to follow him. But here we are, replay of the start. And thankfully,
we see a stalled start, and
my
it's a
goodness
collision.
me. Yeah, it looked like it was Gabarini that stalled in the start, and Da Costa had nowhere to go. As here we go once more. Just look at the back to the right. There you go. Oh, clipped by, looks like Marianis Nicolas, who was starting at the back of the grid as well. Clipped initially was Gabarini by Nicolas, and then Da Costa had nowhere to go, so stormed into the side of him. But thankfully, since we're seeing those replays, we can only imagine, Chris, that both riders were able to walk away from that one.
Yeah, as the action continues here, thankfully it looks like both riders are relatively unscathed from what could have been a nasty incident, but thankfully the majority of riders also avoided Gabarini at the start. Now back out front, Morelli still leads. Gonzalez is still in 2nd, but Giulio Pugliese has made his move in 3rd position. And look out, who is just behind the Italian? Why, it's Carlos Cano, starting from the back of the grid. It doesn't matter to the number 71. He is straight into the victory fight. And a couple of the other riders from the back of the grid, the likes of Valentin Perrone, are up there. He's in 7th. Zani has moved up into point scoring positions. I'm just having a scan through. Pujosa started at the back of the grid as well, but coming through the last chance race this morning, the podium finisher in Estoril, he's currently running in 17th. So progress made for some of these riders who were handed penalties, and big names who started at the back.
One of the riders we expected to see in this fight for the podium was Jesus Torres. He's had a disaster of an opening couple of laps. He's gone from 5th on the grid down to 25th on the grid. He's behind his teammate Marianis Nicolas, who started from the back of the grid after a penalty. So not sure what happened there to Jesus Torres on the 22 Team Estrella Galicia 0-0 machine, but he's well out of contention now. One of the big players we assumed would be in this race, but the biggest player of the lot, Marco Morelli, storming into the lead already as he comes across the line to click off lap number 2, a 1.2 second advantage over David Gonzalez. Giulio Pugliese on the 31, just holding touch with Gonzalez right now. Carlos Cano 7/10 further back from Pugliese. Cano actually being shuffled all the way back down to 7th. So Ikegami, Peroni and Ticini are now in front of Carlos Cano, who has become a bit of a master from riding from the back of the grid. But now he's dropping back ever so slightly.
And at the front of the grid, a 1:51.479 from Marco Morelli is the fastest lap of the race to date. And that is half a second more than David Gonzalez. He's opened up a near 1 second gap to his closest rival on track. Nobody else came close. Well, Valentin Peroni was a 1:51.5. Apart from that, everyone else is in the high 151s and 152s.
Oh, bit of a bobble there for Ticini as he made a move on Cano. So Cano there was almost in the dirt along with Ticini, but thankfully Ticini on AC Racing Team machine, the number 4, was able to hold it. And Carlos Cano, it looks like in the initial burst of speed that he had, can't hold the momentum just yet and is slowly dropping back as Ikegami and Peroni now start to gap him. But it looks like the top 3 have opened up a bit of a gap. Morelli is clear of this at the moment, and Gonzalez and Pugliese, they're the ones battling it out so far for the last podium positions. They are second ahead of this battle for 4th, which includes Ikegami, Peroni, Cano and Ticini, who almost had a bit of a coming together at turn number 5. Just behind them, Pau Alsina, Gutierrez and Longarella. As Longarella on the 45, rounding out the top 10. Jesus Torres, who we just mentioned, had dropped all the way back down to 25th. He's already made improvements and he's into 18th position. So Torres there must have had a bit of a moment on lap 1 or 2, and he's now starting to fight back as we watch Peroni making a move on Ikegami.
Yeah, keep an eye on the number 73 coming into turn 1. He has actually just dropped behind the number 34 of Ikegami. Ikegami defending well the slipstream. The Argentinian looked like he had the run coming into turn 1 on the Japanese rider.
Just looking at timing
there
screens.
It is.
There we go. And just looking at timing screens there, Pugliese has now made his way into 2nd. He was a 1/10 of a second faster than your race leader. Ooh. As Peroni is telling the riders behind him. That's usually like a red rag to a bull when you tell that to another rider. Instead of wanting to help each other get to the front, you usually just try and duff the other rider up into the next corner.
For a moment I thought he was out of the seat. I thought it was a leg up there, hence my exaggerated reaction to what he was doing. But I
saw what happened there. You were looking at time monitor, you came back to the screen, so easily done. We've all been there and done that. But is Ikegami that currently leads that battle for now. Peroni and Cano part of it. But what can Pugliese do? Your race winner from Misano back, well, a month ago already. Gonzalez. So it's the top 3 from that race, and the top 3 in race and the only race here in Catalunya. Morelli leading the way, 1.5 seconds ahead of Pugliese and Gonzalez as we watch the riders peel into turn 10. These two have got a bit of a gap over Cano, Peroni, Ikegami and Ticini, and it looks like they're gapping them even more as the lap continues. A couple of tenths faster in sectors 1, 2 and 3 so far.
Coming around the final corners of this lap then, lap 4, it is still Marco Morelli who holds the outright advantage at nearly 1.5 seconds. Giulio Pugliese running in behind 1.7 seconds now, but he's got David Gonzalez all over his rear wheel. Will we see Gonzalez get into the slipstream here and get the run into turn 1 to take P2 off the hands of the Italian? We see him now come out to the right-hand side of Pugliese. It looks like he does have the run to the line. Will he make the block pass into turn 1? He absolutely will. Pugliese slots into P3 as Gonzalez snatches P2 away from the Italian. Carlos Cano then is in 4th position. As well, it's all changed there as they come through. As the timing screen's jumping everywhere. It seems Peroni now has the advantage, number 73, in that battle for 4th. Previous championship leader Carlos Cano is in 5th, ahead of Sergio Ikegami. There we have confirmation with the number 4 of Gabriel Ticini, who started on the front row in P3. He has slipped down to P7, but is still on for a strong point-scoring finish.
I was thinking that maybe Pugliese and Gonzalez were starting to reel Marco Morelli in, but Morelli in a previous lap did respond to a 1:51.72, tenths faster than your riders in second and third position. But it's this battle here that we're keeping a close eye on, and it's Peroni that leads the way so far ahead of Kano, Ikegami and Tassini. Tassini has shown very well so far. Qualified third, well, starting third after a couple of penalties for the other riders, but nonetheless was up there using Gonzalez, his teammate, the rider in second, as a bit of a tow, a bit of a marker in qualifying yesterday, but still had to ride the thing to get it up into third spot, and he's well and truly in the mix for fourth position in this race so far. But for now, the gap from Morelli to Gonzalez is up to 2 seconds. Morelli, through this section of the circuit yesterday, was like a knife through butter, smooth as you like through this section of the track, and that's where he was really gaining the 2 or 3 tenths that he needed to solidify his pole position. And for now, he's doing it once again, as once more he's even faster on this lap. A 151.6. He's the only rider in the 51s, as the rest have dropped down to the low 52s on that previous lap. As we see a move potentially by Ikegami from 6th down towards turn 1, chopping across the front of Peroni and Kano. Ikegami now leads the battle for 4th.
Yeah, Morelli in a world of his own here in Barcelona. He's got a huge advantage, 2.2 seconds over Gonzalez and Pugliese, while it is now Ikegami who holds the advantage in the battle for 4th, but not for long. Kano fires it up the inside of Peroni, but he won't make it stick. Ikegami does manage to still just about hold on. Yeah, and Kano does get the better of Peroni. Both of these riders, remember, started at the back of the grid, and now they're battling for 4th position. And just a reminder that Kano is your championship leader, but a P4 here. He's currently running a P5, but if he is to get the P4 finish and Morelli is to win, it won't be enough to defend his championship lead, leaving this round here in Catalunya.
Another rider that got back of the grid start was Pablo Oliveras. You can see him just coming into the back of screen behind this battle for 4th and 8th position on the Mira Racing Finitwork Team CEO. He's come from the back of the grid as well, and he's well and truly well inside the top 10 with his teammate Leonardo Zani,
who also
just behind him, who also started at the back of the grid as well. So I had to double check that one there. We've got a yellow flag at turn 4, so one of the riders further back has gone down. Not quite sure who that could be.
Brujosa looks
could
like
be Brujosa.
It is Brujosa,
yeah, it's Brujosa.
yeah.
So the rider that came through the last chance race earlier on today, he's had a nightmare of a weekend as Brujosa, so just ran off
wide.
So yeah, maybe a technical problem there with Brujosa. Just drop it and make your way home, make your way off to Portimao in a few weeks' time, down to the beach. Well, looks like he's going through the beach in the gravel trap there, does it?
It looks like he may have actually rejoined coming out of turn 4, and on our track map he has stopped at turn 6, so maybe another incident just a couple of corners later. But we're focused on the front of the pack here. It is Morelli running away with it. Gonzalez now holds second. Ooh.
That was very close.
As Tassini tries a little move up the inside. He's been running just behind this battle for 4th in 7th place. It looked like he was trying to time his move there, and that was on Ikegami. I think he nearly ran into the back end of. Kano is running in 4th place ahead of Valentin Peroni. The two of them are going tit for tat so far. And here comes another tit, is it? No, it's going to be Peroni.
Tit for tat, the battle for 4th. I love that one, Chris. It really did amuse me. Great say. But yes, the battle for 4th is really keeping the timing screens and our monitors lit up here, because the battle for 2nd is just staying stationary at the moment between Gonzalez and Pugliese. But these 4 here are chopping and changing left, right and centre up the inside, which means that the battle further back have been able to just hold the gap to about 2 seconds. So maybe Pablo Olivares and Zani with Ferrandis and also Longarella might be able to just start closing in. Look a little bit closer that time around as we go under the new bridge towards turn number 10. But for now, the battle for 4th is led by Kano, Peroni, Ikegami and Tassini. And I think this battle here, Chris, I might be wrong, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it as we come across the line. Might be just starting to reel in the battle for 2nd between Gonzalez and Pugliese. The last time round, actually, Kano was 0.3 of a second faster than the 2 riders just in front with Morelli. He's gone, he's out of here, he's already getting the t-shirt for the win, getting the trophy. He's already 3.4 seconds, 3.6 seconds, 3.8 seconds. It was changing as it came across the line up the road from Gonzalez. Come across the line now, and once more, 0.4 of a second, Kano, Peroni, Ikegami and Tassini were faster than Gonzalez and Pugliese. So this battle for the podium isn't over yet, as Tassini now leads the charge from P4.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Tassini. He takes a 3-1 there. Maybe not the smartest move, if we're saying, because as you rightly spotted, they were reeling in that second group, the battle for the podium, and Cano was doing a mighty fine job leading that group. So the last thing they want is to be chopping and changing and losing time as Gonzalez and Pugliese try to break away. It looks like Gonzalez and Pugliese in that battle for the podium have settled, but as you can see here, bike next to Tassini is now fancying leading this pack ahead of Cano, and they are really getting the hooks into the two ahead of them here.
Tassini on a bit of a wobbler there on the curves on the green there, so he has to watch out. As Cano got the run after that mistake from Tassini. If I was the 3 riders behind, yes, I was about to say
it is. And then Tassini gives it as well.
It's like Tassini thinks, oh, well, if you want to do that, I'll get the rest to follow me. Laying astern as they come through turn at number 9. Cano knows he's got the pace, and if you'd be really smart to sit in behind Cano, because he was the rider leading the charge towards Gonzalez and Pugliese, but Tassini's having none of it. He's the one that thinks that he has the pace to close on the riders. And a bit of a moment there, that was 2 moments there for Cano on the entrance and on the exit. It looks like he might be getting a little bit frustrated with Tassini here, because he can see the 2 riders coming back to them, but only when he's leading the pack. So for now, it's Tassini from Cano, from Peroni and Ikegami. So Peroni and Ikegami, they're being clever about this. They're just letting the other 2 in front of them battle it out and close up to the 2 just in front. Come across the lane once more. And on that lap there, Marco Morelli, I don't know what he's playing at. He was in the 152s that last lap. So that was the first time he's dropped into the 52s, but still 6/10 faster than the riders behind. And the battling going on between Cano and Tassini made them drop into the 153s, but thankfully for them, Pugliese and Gonzalez were almost in the 153s as well, so they're closing in just ever so slightly, and they're almost on the back of them now.
Yeah.
Turn 3, Carlos Cano, Peroni, Ikegami and Tassini, they're there. They're with Pugliese and Gonzalez.
Yeah, Tassini, the fastest rider on track on that last lap, and as you can see, they are now right on the back of Gonzalez and Pugliese. Morelli may be in a world of his own, but this podium battle is far from over. Pugliese and Gonzalez, I don't think they're going to see what's coming here, because you've got Carlos Cano, a train led by Carlos Cano, Valentin Peroni also on it, Gabriel Tassini and Seiyu Ikegami, all chasing down the podium duo ahead of them, and Cano is leading the charge. It looks a matter of when and not if before the Spaniard and the riders following him catch the 2 ahead of him.
Well, the race for the win might be getting sealed and delivered by Marco Morelli, but the race for the final podium positions is not over and done with yet. Pugliese still in that comfortable second for now, but he's got Gonzalez that's trying to hold back the charging 4 of Cano, Peroni and Tassini, and Ikegami further back. It's still Olivares that leads the group just behind, ahead of Perez. Perez has come through from 13th, he's up to 9th now, so he's had a great last couple of laps. And Pau Alsina rounding out the top 10 of Zani, Ferrandez, Longarella, Tinez at the Venezuelan. Torres, who's had a difficult race so far, he's found himself back in the points. He's in 15th for now. As they tick off another lap, 5 laps to go on that last lap there. Marco Morelli leads away almost 4 seconds ahead of the rest, but here comes the freight train of Pugliese, Gonzalez, Cano, Peroni. Look, was that a mudguard? That looks like the front mudguard has just come off one of the bikes in the battle for second.
Pugliese's machine.
You could be right there, Chris. I'm not sure who it came off, but yeah, one of the front mudguards. It's not Pugliese.
Gonzalez, perhaps.
Could have been Gonzalez.
Yeah, the guys have them here. We'll catch a replay of that when we get an opportunity.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks like
Cano's
Gonzalez.
just going to run a little bit wide there. Is Peroni going to make the move through on him? He's got the inside line. Here comes a block pass. No, Cano gets cut across in front of the Argentine and holds on to P4 for the moment, as we see Morelli nearly out of the picture ahead of P2, P3, P4, P5, P6 and P7, as these Pugliese and Gonzalez are going to have a whole lot of company coming their way soon. They've actually opened up a little bit more of a gap, but it seems that Cano just has the pace. He's set the fastest, or he was the fastest rider on track, a low 152 flat.
Here we go again.
Where is this mud guard going to come from?
You can see it was
It's a back rear guard, I think, coming from Gonzalez's machine.
here we go again, the slow-mo. I think it was the front guard there, Chris. If you just watch, you can see it already coming loose just behind Pugliese, the 31, the number 11 of Gonzalez. As it goes into braking, it's already come off, so you can see it there. So I don't think that will deter him too much. He probably wouldn't even notice it's gone. It was just a little bit of a, well, maybe a Mario Kart style, throwing a red shell backwards just to deter the riders behind. I was about to say, before that happened, it looked like Ikegami was starting to drop off the back of Peroni and Kano. However, it looks like Ikegami does have the pace, and it's Tassini that's dropping back, and he's might incur the wrath of the stewards very shortly because he's just been given a track limit warning, I believe. It's flashed up on a screen there.
Yeah, track limit's going in his way, so he's got to keep it clean and tidy. Peroni and Kano then shoulder to shoulder as they come into turn 1 down the front straight. Looks like Kano is going to hold on to the advantage here. Peroni has a look up the inside stair. He's not going to try that on the outside, is he? He isn't, and in fact he actually loses a place to Peroni as a result. So Kano, can he manage to get another fantastic result from the back of the grid? Last time he started at back of the grid was P28, I believe, in Misano. He picked up a double P6. Only one European Talent Cup race here today. He's on for at least a P4 if he can maintain this, but he wants something better. He sees Gonzalez and Pugliese battling ahead of him, and he fancies his chances of an amazing podium. As we look at the championship standings, he will lose the championship lead, so it's about points as well as Morelli runs away with victory here today. But Kano was the championship leader coming into this one. He will be 7 points behind. If he were to pick up a podium place, he would reduce that gap significantly.
Yeah, it's all about trying to pick up as many points as possible for Carlos Cano, just to try and solidify the good points haul that he's had so far in the last few races. And at the moment, it looks like he can get close to Pugliese and Gonzalez, but since Pugliese got to the front of that group, he's just been able to hold pace. He's back into the 151s, the low 52s the last couple of laps, and it looks like he's starting to drag Gonzalez along with him.
Yeah, we had a rider out in the seat there. They've managed to keep it upright, sunny side up, as they say. So Kano, yeah, he's just dropped off a little bit of the pace here as Gonzalez and Pugliese just show a little bit more on the pace. So what have we got left? Just coming up onto 3 laps to go round the final corner. We'll only do that a few more times. 3 laps to go. Morelli is in a world of his own. His lead has reduced, but he's still 3.5 seconds clear ahead of Pugliese and Gonzalez. They are going shoulder to shoulder into turn 1. As we see, Kano still leads P4. Peroni just cannot make a move stick, with Ikegami once again biding his time at the back of this battle for P4. Tassini then has been dropped by the 3 riders ahead of him. It looks like he will come home in a comfortable 7th place, with Leonardo, Zani, Oliveros and Paualcina currently completing the top 10. Here we go, Peroni up the inside of Kano. He takes P4 off the hand of the former championship leader, well, current championship leader, until the checkered flag comes out. The hand comes back to say, drop in behind. Kano is having absolutely none of it. Makes a move up the inside once again, and it will be Kano who leads this battle for P4.
Yeah, they're going to have to stop worrying about each other and say, follow my leader, basically, because the other two are starting to get away now. So Pugliese and Gonzalez, as I said a couple of laps ago, they've dropped back into the 151s. And then that time round, Gonzalez set his personal best lap of the race, a 151.945. So he's just closed back up to the back of Pugliese.
In fact, he's the only rider in the 151s.
He was indeed, yeah. The other riders were all in the 52s. One of the riders outside the top 10, 53. Peroni up the inside of Kano. Kano runs a bit deep, a bit close for comfort there. And Kano chops off the front of Peroni. So Kano's wanting Peroni to follow him, but if he's going to make mistakes like that and miss apexes, nobody's going to be able to catch the 2 just in front. As you can see now, that gap is up to about 7-8 tenths of a second, maybe a little bit more, as they come down towards turn 14, ticking off another lap. Marco Morelli, your race leader, he'll be taking the lead of the championship if it stays as is. Over the line to come, 2 more laps to go. The lead back up to 3.3 seconds ahead of Pugliese and Gonzalez, and that time round, yeah, 8 tenths of a second between Gonzalez and Kano, and that's just because Kano is making a couple of mistakes on that last lap there, so he will be looking to try and get the hooks into the back of Gonzalez and reel himself along with Peroni and Ikegami up to the podium battle. But it looks like for now, Pugliese is the one starting to struggle a little bit. He was back in the 152s there. He lowered the pace of Gonzalez as well, and considering all that was happening on the last lap with Kano, he was only 10th of a second slower than the 2 riders just in front. So if they can have a clean lap this time round, Kano will be on the back of them with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, coming around turn 5 now, it's Pugliese who leads Gonzalez in the battle for P2, and Cano who leads Peroni and Ikegami in the battle for P4. We've got about a lap and a half to go now, just over. It looks like Gonzalez and Pugliese might just have enough left in the tank to ensure they don't fall into any trouble. Cano has been trying and trying and trying. We thought it was a matter of time before he actually caught them, but he got very close, a couple bike lengths behind leading that group, but all this chopping and changing between them has seen that gap and advantage open up again. So as we're going to see a move here, Ikegami up to the inside of Peroni. Peroni runs that one wide. He left the door open for the Japanese rider. Less than ideal for the Argentine. Ikegami then, he might see P4, another P4 on the cards for him.
Chasing his first podium is Ikegami, a rider that's really come to the fore in European Talent Cup so far this year of Asia Talent Cup fame. And this gap between third and fourth, it has come down. It's about half a second the last split. So as we approach the final lap, your race leader Marco Morelli on the number 97 M-Lab racing machine, he is looking for his second race win of the season, and barring any mistake on this final lap, he will do so. Gonzalez chops out of the slipstream of Pugliese, but for now Pugliese just holds it. Ikegami, Peroni looking up the inside of Cano. Cano still holds it. Bit of a bobble up the inside for Carlos Cano, but it's only 3 or 4 bike lengths between Gonzalez and Cano for now. They're with them. The battle for second and third is not just a 2-wheeler, it's a 12-wheeler now, so a 4-wheeler from a 12. So it's Pugliese, Cano, and also Gonzalez in the middle of those two. Cano looking for a podium. He's looking to solidify his points and try and hold on to the back, or hold on to his championship lead. If he can finish second, him and Morelli will go into Portimao in a few weeks' time equal on points. Gonzalez up the inside of Pugliese, almost sets up the Italian, but for now it's Gonzalez.
It's a 5-way scrap then for the podium. Morelli has got it covered. Gonzalez currently leads Pugliese in the podium places, but here comes Carlos Cano, Ikegami and Valentin Peroni. All riders of considerable skill and talent, with half a lap to go, just over, and Cano has made his move.
Cano has done it. He's in third. He will only be 4 points behind Morelli if it stays like this, but he wants more. He wants second. He's around the outside, late in the brakes. Here comes Peroni. Oh my goodness, and they all go to me. Oh no! Peroni tagged Cano. Cano is over the handlebars. He is out. Disaster for your championship leader. It's going to be Morelli taking the championship lead, but who's going to finish on the podium? Peroni. He is the one that started all of that. He is out. Ikegami chasing his first podium. Pugliese chasing another one. Gonzalez wants a third podium of the season. Up the inside, not quite done. Morelli, he's going to come across the line. Ikegami carries the speed around the inside. He's done it. Morelli from Gonzalez, from Pugliese, and Ikegami just missing out on a career first podium. But my goodness me, what a dramatic finale to the European Talent Cup, as Marco Morelli was untouched out front. He was majestic, he was marvellous, he was Marco Morelli.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff from the Argentinian, who's back on the top step, but what a dramatic final lap in that podium battle. Oh, drama by the bucket load in Barcelona. Carlos Cano had made his move after hunting down the pack for the entire race from the back of the grid, made his move for P3, wanted P2. Valentin Peroni made his move. It all just got too busy, and Cano crashes out at turn 10-11. Here we see the replay. 71 on the outside. It was Peroni then who just tagged the back of him as he tried to go up the inside. I don't think this is the last we're going to hear of that for Peroni. He went up the inside, tagged the back of Cano I should say, and now the championship leader coming into this race has picked up no points, has lost the championship lead to Marco Morelli. What a stunning race from the number 97.
Such a disaster there for Carlos Cano. Just the slightest of touches from Valentin Peroni. And Marco Morelli points to the camera. Hey, I see you there. I've done it. Second victory of the season for Marco Morelli, who does retake the championship lead on the number 97 M-Lab racing machine. A bit of a stopping there, well, a slow slide in towards the marshals. He goes as they celebrate. He's a very popular rider around the paddock, is Marco Morelli, and he's a very popular rider in the M-Lab racing team. You've got to remember, his career was almost over 1 year ago. He was only called up to the M-Lab team and a replacement for Casey O'Gorman, who was out of the team and then moved on to pastures new, and Marco Morelli. MLAV needed a rider that would take them to the front, be at the front, and he has once again, as the Argentine flag waves for Marco Morelli. He's got a bit of a fan base already, does the young Argentine rider, and as I said, he's a very popular guy around the paddock, and everyone will be extremely happy for him. And once more, he retakes the championship lead from a luckless Carlos Cano, who crashed out on the final lap at the very same corner that we see Marco Morelli celebrating with the Argentine flag. And fly high it does, and we can imagine we'll be seeing much more of that throughout the season. Gonzalez just took second ahead of Pugliese on the run to the line by only 0.02 of a second. Gonzalez and Pugliese, another two title contenders, just a little bit further back in terms of the standings, but they are well and truly in the mix. Pugliese, a race winner back in Misano, and Gonzalez picking up his third podium of the season after what was, well, we can't sugarcoat this, a disastrous Estoril with no points scored, but here in Barcelona is back on the podium. Ikegami equals his best result in fourth ahead of Valentin Peroni. We might see a penalty come his way after that clash with Carlos Cano on the final lap. Gabriel Ticini, great ride for the AC Racing Team rider, and sixth on the number 4 ahead of Leonardo Zani, Pau Alsina. Jesus Torres on the final lap went from 15th up to 9th after a disastrous start for him. He was all the way back, mired back in 25th in the opening couple of laps, and the Estrella Galicia 0-0 rider finishing just behind his teammate of Pau Alsina. Those two came to a bit of blows in Q2 yesterday after checking flag, and hopefully not coming to any blows in the race here today, as we see celebrations are already beginning down in Parc Ferme for Marco Morelli, the MLAV Racing Team rider, and it's another great victory for them, a very popular team. And he'll be chatting to our man down on the ground very shortly after he gets weighed, first of all, by the officials. But here's the opening corner. Marco Morelli tears round the outside at turn 1 ahead of Gabriel Ticini. We must remember, got the whole shot, a fantastic start from third on the grid. He came across the line to record another victory in the European Talent Cup numero uno for MLAV Racing. And the team that is headed by Macaulay Webb, the team manager, all the way through the team mechanics, the technicians, and of course Jeff, who's in charge of the hospitality unit, the truckie as well, who sets it up every weekend for MotoGP and some of the Junior GP events, and has been given us some very delicious Italian coffee this weekend as well. So very hospitable team, a very popular team as well. And MLAV have a new star on their hands in the form of Marco Morelli. You can see Eddie O'Shea running over to congratulate the team as well. A big result there for David Gonzalez. Another podium for him in the AC Racing Team, another popular team down there. They always, no matter whether they finish first, second or third, there's always a big party down in the AC Racing Team. And you know, as soon as they win a race, there's going to be a party for the ages all the way into Sunday evening. You can imagine the first win for Gonzalez is not too far away. Giulio Pugliese, a good day at the office for the CF Moto Aspar Junior Team rider. Another third position, another important podium and points for the young Italian rider on the number 31. But it's Marco Morelli posing for pictures with the P1 board. And after that is done, we'll be hearing his thoughts on the race, his dominant display here in Barcelona with our very own Chris Jordan, who I think he's heading over to chat to just about now. So in a few moments' time, we'll be hearing how easy it was, or maybe not so easy it was, for Marco Morelli out front during the European Talent Cup. But a very convincing race win for number 97. So after the picture being taken with Marco Morelli, you've got Gonzalez and Pugliese. They'll be posing for their pictures as well, as we're about to hear from your race winner here in Barcelona, European Talent Cup. He's down with Chris.
Marco, it was a Morelli masterclass as you become the championship leader and you're back on the top step. How are you feeling after that race?
Yeah, I feel amazing. I think all the weekend we had a good work with the team. I feel super good with this team, and yeah, the race was difficult, no, because it was hot, and at the final of the race it was a little bit more windy, so this is difficult to stay on the track, difficult to go alone, because one race alone is difficult. All the time you with your pace, nobody else, and yeah, super good, no? I think, yeah, I'm happy the bike goes so good, and what I say, the team is amazing. I feel so good with them, and yeah, keep it rolling, try to do my own thing, no? And that's it. Thank you for all the support, all the teams, no, my team and all my sponsors, my family, and yeah, good, thank you.
Y ahora en español, porfa.
Bien, la verdad que fue una carrera complicada, ¿no? Porque hacía calor. Al principio estaba bien, rompí un poco el grupo, bueno, me escapé, pero luego al final fue difícil de manejar porque incrementó un poco el viento y era más complicado de hacer las dos últimas curvas, por ejemplo, porque venía de cara y te tocaba la parte interior de la moto, te echaba un poco para afuera. Pero bueno, al final estoy contento. Durante todo el fin de semana hicimos un gran trabajo y creo que esto es fruto de ello, ¿no? Así que muchas gracias a todos, a toda la gente que me apoya. Y nada, súper contento. Gracias.
Gracias y felicidades.
Well, he said it was difficult, but he made it look really easy. Marco Morelli went for pole position as we had a couple of riders coming together on the start. Thankfully, both looked like they were able to walk away from that one. But the whole shot went to Tassini into turn one, with Morelli chopping around the outside, and Gonzalez moved up to second early on. But it was Carlos Cano who stole the headlines in the opening couple of laps as he charged through from the back of the grid and was in sixth position early on. Pugliese, he would take over the orders in second to lead the charge, but Gonzalez once more took over at the front of the second group. Cano, Peroni, Ikegami and Tassini were battling for fourth, down to seventh. And during the midway point, running wide was Carlos Cano. There was a bit of fun and games between this four as they were trying to help each other catch the battle for second and third, as Morelli was off and running into the distance. Tassini made another move up the inside on Cano, but it wouldn't be long-lived as Cano was back again and immediately would tell Tassini to follow him, and Tassini would do the same to the two riders behind. With a few laps remaining, this battle for fourth was really heating up. However, it would be Gonzalez who would lose some bodywork, the front mudguard coming off the number 11 machine, the AC Racing team. But in the closing couple of laps, it was Cano, Peroni and Ikegami that were leading the charge back to second and third. Marco Morelli was starting to ease up the pace in the final couple of laps, but on the last lap, it was Gonzalez who would take over second position ahead of Pugliese, and up towards turn 9, Cano pulled this audacious and brave move into turn 3, but it was Peroni who got it all wrong and threw Carlos Cano into the stratosphere, and down came the championship leader, and he would slip down to 20 points behind Marco Morelli, who would take the victory here today in European Talent Cup, and Gonzalez just snatching second on the line from Pugliese, and Ikegami just missing out on a career first podium. But once more, it was Magic Marco who reigned supreme in Barcelona. Well, we've got three different nationalities on the podium for this one, an Argentine, a Spaniard and an Italian for your podium in the European Talent Cup, and the MLAV Racing team representative up to pick the team's trophy ahead of this one. Pugliese, brilliant points for his championship charge here today. Another podium for the Italian rider, the CF Moto Asper Junior Team rider. Gonzalez, big celebrations from Gonzalez, the AC Racing Team rider. Another second position, backing that up from Mazzano, his third podium of the season. However, they're all chasing the 97, the MLAV Racing rider, Marco Morelli, who stands atop the podium once more, as we will hear the Argentine national anthem in a few moments after we have the trophies handed out to the top 3, and the MLAV Racing team representative, Mr. Josep Luis Santamaria, will be handing out the trophy to MLAV Racing. Another winner's trophy for that team to take back to base. And plenty more they'll be hoping in Junior GP, the next race up in a few moments' time. Jacob Rulstein, the Moto3 World Championship rider. He's here on hand to hand over the third place trophy to Giulio Pugliese, CF Motor Racing rider. Another one to add to his collection. A big smile from him as well. And another Moto3 World Championship rider, Joel Esteban. He's been a previous winner in this class as well last year, rookie in Moto3, handing over a trophy to Gonzalez. But for now, it's going to be a race winner by Joan-Marc Desnoues, the Vice President of FIM Europe, who hands over the winner's trophy to Marco Morelli, his second of the season, and it won't be his last, as we hear the Argentine national anthem ring out over Barcelona.
Para Marco Morelli, en honor al vencedor, vamos a escuchar el himno de Argentina.
Well, they came into this season with no plan B, and it looks like plan A is working to a T, as it was another Morelli masterclass here at the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya, as the top 3 pose for pictures. Well, you can imagine we'll be seeing plenty of those top 3 on the podium for many rounds to come, as we have done so many times this season. They will be back in action at the next round in Portimao in just over a month's time, as Gonzalez can't get up to the podium. He's a little bit shorter than the other two, so it's a big step up for the little Gonzalez, but they are still only young, so I'm sure they've got a growth spurt on hand as the rose water gets sprayed over the teams and the fans down in Parc Ferme. It's a very warm day here today in Barcelona. After rain throughout most of the weekend, it's dry and sunny, and the heat is beating down on us. And it looked like they were needing a bit of a refreshment after that one. 14 laps of European Talent Cup action. It doesn't get much more harder than that one. Big swig of water from your race winner, Morelli, as they get ready to celebrate long into the evening. So, this is how it all looked for your European Talent Cup here in Barcelona. Marco Morelli took the honours ahead of David Gonzalez and Pugliese, rounding out your podium ahead of Ikegami, Valentin Peroni and Gabriel Tessini in your top 3. Leonardo Zani and Pau Alsina in 7th and 8th ahead of Jesus Torres, who had a bit of a disastrous race but came through to pick up 7 important points. Pablo Olivares in 10th, he came from the back of the grid also ahead of Gonzalo Perez. Beñat Fernandez in 12th ahead of Tinez Longarella and Marianos Nicolas, who picked up a sole point after he started, as many riders did, from the back of the grid as well. Benjamin Kielet, the French rider, in 18th ahead of Edu Gutierrez. Luca Agostinelli, the Vietnamese rider, in 20th. Enzo Bellon. And then further down we have Remy San Juan, Miroslavov and Evan Boxberger rounding out your top 25. And then Ross Dagnini in 26th. And your runners and riders that didn't finish, Carlos Cano, your previous championship leader, was one of them. He missed out on important points in that one after tangling with Valentin Peroni. So this is how it looks in the championship. Marco Morelli with 90 points leads away 20, a big buffer over Carlos Cano and Giulio Pugliese, and a further 12 points back ahead of Valentin Peroni, equal in points with Pugliese, David Gonzalez, Jesus Torres, Leonardo Zani, Ikegami, important points for him in the last couple of races. He's moved up to 8th ahead of Gabriel Tessini and Pau Alsina, rounding out your top 10 on 27. Pujosa had a disastrous weekend coming through the last chance race earlier on today, and 11th ahead of Perez. Agostinelli Martinez and Longarella running out their top 15 ahead of Benyat Fernandez and Benjamin Keelet. Marianis Nicolas, who picked up a point today, he's in 18th ahead of Pantalekas, Da Costa, Olivares, Sessler, Tamburini and Christian Daniel, with Remy San Juan in 25th. And then Edu Gonzalez in 26th ahead of Eduardo Bertola on 1 point. So 27 riders have scored so far in 2024. But no one has scored any more than your MLab racing rider, Marco Morelli. He reigns supreme once more. It was Magic Marco once again in European Talent Cup. They will be back in action in a few weeks' time in Portimao. But don't go anywhere, because we've got a bumper blockbuster Barcelona Race 2 for Junior GP. It's up next.
After trips to Misano in Italy and Estoril in Portugal, the FIM JuniorGP World Championship now visits another iconic circuit on the motorsports calendar. Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya has certainly witnessed its fair share of history, and it's time to make a little bit more on this hallowed turf in the northeast of Spain. 4.7 kilometers in length, 14 turns, and the longest straight on the Junior GP calendar provide the perfect ingredients for top class racing. And it is now the turn of the Junior GP class to come out for the second race of the day. A very good afternoon to you all who are tuning in. This is time, it is now time I should say, for the second Junior GP race of the day. We were treated to an absolutely spectacular one earlier in the morning, and as you can see, perfect conditions for racing lie ahead in the Junior GP class. 15 laps of fun then will begin very shortly. We've already crowned one race winner today, and we will see if another one can appear. So as you can see, we had a fair share of drama already in the class, but this is how race one unfolded. Adrian Cruz has started on pole position with Eddie O'Shea rounding out the front row, but we're missing Casey O'Gorman, who suffered problems on the warm-up lap and started from pit lane, but it was Max Quiles who took the whole shot. However, Quiles had to serve a double long lap penalty, which cost him. Eddie O'Shea led for large parts of the race, and he set the pace out front as Quiles tucked in behind and came in for another long lap penalty, with Jesus Rios and Marcos Uriarte then benefiting to get themselves into the podium places. Alessandro Morosi started deep on the grid also and managed to push himself up this pecking order. So then O'Shea, the number 8 of the MLab team, was once again in control of the race. Uriarte was just behind him, with the likes of Alvaro Carpe, Jesus Rios among others, Morosi, all battling for honours. You could throw a blanket over the top riders in the class, and it was a chaotic race with chopping and changing of positions among the top 15. But amid it all, Eddie O'Shea remained cool, calm and collected as he continued to lead time after time. Marcus Uriarte making a move for second place as Jakob Rossenthaler on Licky Moly Machinery went down to 4th. Rossenthaler recovered for 3rd, but you can see here Cruces diving up the inside to take P3. The pole sitter timing his run in the race right. Cruces was busy making moves, getting up the inside of Uriarte, and it proved very costly for Eddie O'Shea, the race leader, who was bunted wide. But it was Jesus Rios who struck after that confusion on the last lap for his 3rd victory of the campaign, and to once again become to be the championship leader on 75 points and extend his championship advantage. Big celebrations down in Parc Ferme after a brilliant race from Rios. And a special moment for Rios too, as he was handed his winning trophy by none other than Moto3's Colin Vire, one of the main protagonists in the Moto3 World Championship. As you can see there, it's quite a balmy day, quite toasty, 21 degrees in the air, but look at that, a sweltering 41 degrees track temperature. And we have seen that come into play in the Moto2 class, particularly early in the race as tyre wear and tyre degradation came into effect. So Adrian Cruces then will start from pole position. A reminder, if you aren't watching the first race, that he is starting on pole after Alessandro Morosi, who was actually the quickest rider in qualifying but was disqualified after the session due to a technical infringement, meaning Cruces starts on pole, Casey O'Gorman moves up to second position, the number 67, and then Eddie O'Shea is promoted onto the front row. Cruces then, as you can see from the season so far, he is up to third in the championship. He's picked up 2 podiums, one in Misano, one in Catalunya, with strong point scoring finishes in Misano and Estoril, seeing him really enter and build some good championship momentum. Do not sleep on Cruces' name.
There's someone that knows good taste in music, Nirvana t-shirts, rocking the grandstands for some of these fans here today. And rocking the grandstands, got a little bit of Queen playing out over the PA system as well. I must admit, the person in charge of the music this weekend has been on fire.
They always are.
They always
Every
are.
time we come to Barcelona.
A bit of Guns N' Roses, a bit
O'Gorman then, the Irish tricolour. I'm not biased, Liam, but I would love to see him on the top step. However, starting P2, you can see his result there, P32. What happened to Casey O'Gorman in race 1 was he had to start from pit lane, having botched the start, having an issue, a technical issue at the warm-up lap.
If there's one
Now,
thing
I feel bad actually talking now.
No, not at all. I mean, you can show your patriotism. It's okay.
With Queen in the
With Queen,
background.
I know. I feel we should be a little bit
Bohemian
quiet.
Rhapsody.
However, we've got to keep the people at home informed. And they've stopped it anyway, so they're giving us a bit of kudos. So Eddie O'Shea, a bit unlucky in the first race.
It's hard not to feel sorry for him because he put in a really, really classy ride at the front of the pack, and he led for the vast majority of laps. But you see that P12 actually, he came after Max Quiles was demoted a few positions after a 3-second penalty. But yeah, really, really. I was going to say upsetting, but hard done by, I would say.
And you have to say, it's a shame because it must have been his most convincing ride so far in Junior GP. He looked comfortable at the front, he looked happy to be there, and he showed he has great coolness and racecraft while leading the race. So it's a shame for Eddie, but we can imagine he's going to bounce back just as Eddie, as Casey O'Gorman will as well. And another rider that's going to bounce back, considering he doesn't have a double long lap penalty to serve this race, is Max Quiles. As you mentioned, he was given a 3-second penalty after cutting the chicane with a couple of laps at the end, and he dropped him back from 4th to P15, so he is out to make amends from race 1.
Yeah, you can see P15 popping up on the screen there for his placement, but it doesn't tell half the story of his race earlier this morning. The double long lap penalty, as Liam has mentioned, came into play. It saw him go from P1 to P12 the first time he entered, and then it saw him go P4, I think, to P15, if memory serves me correct, the second time, and just less than a couple of laps later, I would say, he was right back in that victory fight until on the penultimate lap he took that shortcut and didn't drop enough places. A strong outing for Jakob Rossenthaler then in race 1. The Austrian was very much in the thick of the action, but just missed out on the podium. He of course does have a podium to his name coming in the season opener Estoril in 2023.
Yeah, Rossenthaler showed great speed throughout most of this year, to be fair to the young Austrian, and he'll be looking to step onto that podium for the first time this year. A rider that will be hoping to make amends is his teammate on the outside of row 2, Rico Salmela. We're not sure, but he was leading the race early on and dropped all the way back to 16th. And once he was out of the group for top 15, he just really couldn't reel himself back in. So once you're out of that group, you really lose the toe. You really lose the train get away from you. And Salmela just couldn't hold pace with the rest of them. So he'll be looking to come out all guns blazing in race 2.
Yeah, he very much dropped like a stone over the opening laps and fell out of contention. Missed out on the points, did the flying Finn after a stunning victory in Estoril last time out in the north of Portugal. However, I'm sure him and his team would have been busy at work across the lunch break rectifying the issues they suffered. Cormac Buchanan then starting from 7th, back-to-back P3s in Misano and Estoril, 5th in this morning's race. Another strong ride from the Kiwi, who has really stepped up a level this year.
He really has. He's been super impressive as Cormac Buchanan. 3 top 5s in the last 4 races.
They're enjoying the tunes.
They actually are. I mean, as are we. We're almost ready to get out of this commentary box and go have a bit of a rock, a bit of a rave almost. But yes, Cormac Buchanan, 3 top 5s in the last 3 races. Could have been 4 if he did crash out of race 1. However, the one with the biggest smile and the sun gleaming off those braces is Jesus Rios. The only anomaly there is Estoril, and I'm sure his championship rivals will be thankful for that race in Estoril, considering he's been unstoppable so far. He picked his moment perfectly in race 1 earlier on today to take advantage of Adrian Cruces going a little bit deep into turn 10 and punting out wide Uriarte and Eddie O'Shea. So he's one of those riders, the greats always know how to pick the strategy well.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a swagger about him, as you can see there, the smile, the wink to camera. And he had it in Parc Ferme, well deserved, after timing his run to the line beautifully in race 1. Marcus Uriarte, another rider who has timed it to perfection on a couple of occasions this season, secured P2 as part of that podium battle all the way through this morning. Secured P2 in a chaotic race, back-to-back P2s, 3rd podium of the campaign, P2 in the championship. Things are going well for Uriarte.
They really are indeed. He's been a little bit overshadowed in the Uriarte family because of his cousin Brian, who has been a serial race winner in European Talent Cup and last event in Red Bull Rookies. But he's started to make a name for himself, and he's no stranger to Junior GP and some success in the past as well, picking up some podiums in Red Bull Rookies and CV Moto3, as it was known back in 2021. A rider that you've got to feel a little bit sorry for is Fernando Yambias. He picked up his best ever result in race 1, but with a track limits infringement on the final lap, he dropped from 5th to 6th, so he's equalled his best results in Junior GP. However, the Uruguayan rider is showing good form in 2023, and he was riding up the front and not looking out of place, so expect more from the 94 on board the Team Estrella Galicia 00. But one rider that struggled a little bit was Hakim Danish.
Yeah, he had a strong outing, I would say. Well, a decent outing in Estoril Misano, picking up the points. Didn't get fully going, but it is he is on the learning curve, and he's continuing his education here in the Junior GP class.
Yes, he's a very aggressive rider, but a rider that likes to get his elbows out, but he's usually quite clean as well as Hakim Danish. Now, as the riders prepare for race number 2, here is the grid. It's Cruces from O'Gorman. O'Gorman will be hoping to get a start ahead of the warm-up lap. And then outside of row 1 is Eddie O'Shea. Max Keela is ahead of row 2. He won't have to serve any long lap penalties this race, ahead of Rosenthaler and Salmela. Cormac Buchanan heads row 3, ahead of Fernando Yambias on the outside. Well, Yambias heads at row 4. Hakim Danish and Alvaro Carpe on the outside of row 4. Daniel Shawil, Powerlike and Liguori on row 5 ahead of Abruzzo. Adi Tama, he started at the back of the grid in the previous race, but he's back into 17th ahead of Marossi. Ruda, Moodley, watch out for Moodley from row 7, charging through the field. And Boggio, who picked up 7th in race number 1, watch out for him as well, ahead of Evan Belford, Angus Grenfell and Odaki on row number 8. Farkas, Uchimi and Fueta-san running at row 10, ahead of Tieti. And of course, Yuzi on the last one. It was the graphics disappeared before I could get the last name. I just had to go back to my sheet of paper from race 1, so got there eventually.
You could say there was nothing easy about that.
Oh, goodness me, he's cracking the jokes already.
My apologies. So off we go on the warm-up lap then. Adrian Cruces launching from pole position. No hiccups this time for Casey O'Gorman, which is good to see. He slots in. Keep an eye on the number 67. Massively talented rider. But just... he's had a bit of a divorce from Lady Luck, shall we say, in recent races. Warm-up didn't quite go so well for him, had to start from pit lane. Estoril, he was challenging for the lead on the penultimate lap, and he just crashed out in the damp conditions. So it'll be interesting to see what the number 67 can do. Of course, it is a field packed with absolute talent. We've got Max Keeles, Eddie O'Shea, Rosenthaler, Sal Mella, a very multinational field to this Junior GP grid as well, which is wonderful to see. But then on the 3rd row, you've the Spaniards, top 2 in the championship, Rios, Uriarte, Cormac Buchanan from New Zealand, all capable of pulling off a brilliant result here. As we look at the championship standings, it is Rios who leads with 3 wins. Uriarte's 3 podiums and strong point scoring finish sees him in 2nd place, chasing Rios.
I was going to say, just to pick up on your point there, Chris, it's a very international grid, and it's great to see because the road to MotoGP is all about this now, trying to find the best talent from not just here in Europe, but all over the world. And it seems to be that those talent programs, your Asia Talent Cups, your Northern Talent Cups, your British Talent Cups, are now really starting to find their feet and bringing through those young riders that will go on. Oh, a bit of contact there. Was that looks like Evan Belford, or was it maybe Eddie O'Shea? Well, I have to look for that one again.
No,
no, Eddie O'Shea's there, so maybe.
Anyways,
Belford's
down towards the end of proceedings.
Well, keep it calm, guys. I mean, the race hasn't even started yet, and they're already trying to knock each other off into the gravel trap. So, well, if it's this heated already, we've got 15 laps of this, Chris. I don't know how we're going to make it to the end.
Junior GP never fails to disappoint, and I'd be surprised if they started today. We're almost ready to go then here for the 2nd race of the weekend. We see Alvaro Carpe, Rico Salmela, Casey O'Gorman, all talented riders, all podium finishers, all in respective class. Of course, O'Gorman still waiting for his main podium in this class. But the green flag waves at the back of the grid, which means the red flag is about to leave. We're about to see the red lights turn on in the top left of our screen, and we will be underway very shortly. Adrian Cruz has launching from pole position. He gets a good launch, as does O'Gorman, as does O'Shea, but so does Max Quiles. Quiles charging through from the 2nd row. It looks like O'Gorman is going to lead into turn 1. No, indeed, it's going to be Quiles. A brilliant start with Eddie O'Shea then up the inside, slotting into P2. O'Gorman in the 3rd, Jesus Rios. Great start from the 3rd row to get him straight into P4. And this is a blockbuster race already. Adrian Cruz is going the wrong way. He's gone down to 5th from pole position. Cormac Buchanan is actually ahead of Cruces. They get a little bit close for comfort there. That's Russ and Tyler and Cruces. So it is Max Quiles who gets the dream start ahead of Eddie O'Shea and Casey O'Gorman leading.
Yeah, Rico Salmela has disastrous days. Still just going as bad. He's down to 13th from 9th. Oh, we've got a crasher in the background there. Bike on the track. Not quite sure who that was. The bike is pirouetting as it goes down the track. We've got some way to go there, Sunshine, to get that bike back. So hopefully he'll be able to get that back. I think that might have been, it was Uchimi. Yeah, it was Uchimi. So a shame there for the MT Junior team, and the other MT Junior team rider of Yuzu is just ahead of, or just right at the back at the moment. So disaster there for the MT Junior team, but no disaster so far for Max Quiles. Your team, Estrella Galicia 00 rider, ahead of the British talent team, MLAV Racing of Eddie O'Shea and Jesus Rios. Your race winner today so far, and already your championship leader by quite some margin, is in 3rd ahead of Casey O'Gorman. Thankfully, the Irishman has been able to get away this time round, as we see Uchimi walking away. Yeah, a bit of frustration there. Bit of frustration for the young Japanese rider.
Other days for Uchimi. Unfortunately, today, not his day in race 2, but Max Quiles then is out in front. Eddie O'Shea adopts a different line coming open front straight as Jesus Rios files in behind the race leader. Let's see, now they go width for width. Casey O'Gorman pulls out as well and gets in front of Rios. Eddie O'Shea steals the lead. Brilliant stuff from the young Brit. Watch Cruces coming up the inside here, the number 11. He's into 4th position, and all of a sudden, it is all changed. Jesus Rios has been demoted a couple of positions. Max Quiles is now in 2nd behind Eddie O'Shea. Adrian Cruz up to 4th behind Casey O'Gorman. Russell Thaler ahead of Rios and Buchanan. Facundo Yambias as well, keep an eye on him, the number 94 there. 3 Team Estrella Galicia bikes leading in this pack already. Max Quiles is leading the charge. If you're getting confused for them, just look for the flag. The Spanish flag is in the front of the 28. The number 67 has the Irish flag, while the number 96 has the Uruguayan flag. A very international feel.
It was like clockwork down the front straight, wasn't it, Chris, with Eddie O'Shea just pulling off to the left of the circuit. And as he was bragging about to us yesterday in the MLAV hospitality, he's very good at tucking under the bubble and getting that straight line speed, so he doesn't need a draft to get past to the riders in front. He can do it all by himself. However, he doesn't quite get the drive out of turn 3 like Max Quiles does, and Max Quiles already happy to lead from the front with his teammate Casey O'Gorman in 3rd. Here comes Rosenthaler once again. Larry on the brakes, sideways does Rosenthaler go, but slots into 2nd. There'll be some gasps of air seeing Rosenthaler backing it in, as he has come together with a few riders so far this year, but keeping it cool, clean. You're right there. Oh, there we go. RB Adesanya, disaster. His return to Junior GP this weekend has not gone the way he wants. A winner here 1 year ago.
He won this corresponding race last season.
Yeah. Such a shame for RB Adesanya. Bit of an injury to start off the season. It was his first round back, but the Indonesian rider, he'll be back to fight another day. There's talent there, and his speed there, and his speed, of course, on that M-Lab bike with Eddie O'Shea once more pulling out of the slipstream. Casey O'Gorman next to him. It's the O'Shea's next to each other. O'Shea and O'Gorman. Who's later on the brakes? It's Eddie O'Shea from Casey O'Gorman. Your Brit, the Englishman, leads the Irishman into turn 1 and 2 with Rosenthaler slotting into third. Cruces, Yambias, and Keeles is all the way back to 7th.
Yeah, it can change in the blink of an eye. Just ask Eddie O'Shea, and Eddie O'Shea now is being challenged for the lead. Casey O'Gorman's got the inside line as they approach into turn 4, and O'Gorman makes it stick. Will he get out in the lead? He's in the lead now. It looks like O'Shea doesn't have an answer for the Irishman, and brilliant stuff. Real role reversal of fortunes for O'Gorman, who had a horrible race 1, let's put it bluntly, because he had a pit lane start and never had the pace to keep going. We've lost Dodo Baggio, who recorded, I think, a top 10 finish in race 1. Very strong ride from the Italian rookie, but not to be in race 2. So out front, it's O'Gorman over O'Shea. I can claim them both as Irish. They both have Irish surnames. Rosenthaler then, nothing Irish about that. He's in P3 ahead of Cruces, Yambias and Max Keeles. Your race 1 winner and championship leader is on the number 54 bike, as you can see on the left-hand side, but he is running behind in 7th, as we see the lead change hands once again, and O'Shea runs a wider line, and Rosenthaler does take 2nd position, but it is O'Shea who takes the lead, with O'Gorman now demoted to P3.
You've got to hold your breath when you see Rosenthaler dive for the apex in turn 10, because you're not sure if he's in complete control or a little bit leery, but I've got to give him the benefit of the doubt. So far, so good for the young Austrian. He has been in complete control, making me eat my words completely. As you can see, a gaggle of Australia Galicia Team 00 bikes, part of that. Yambias, Keeles and O'Gorman in 3rd. Down the front straight we go. We saw this from race 1 when Eddie O'Shea leads across the line. Down the front straight, nobody can lay a glove on him. As we see again, Cruces diving out of the slipstream. He cuts off Yambias. Yambias around the outside. O'Gorman, Keeles, and I think that might be, is it Uriarte or Morossi? It's Uriarte. Morossi's a few bikes further back, but Uriarte, he's come to play now. There's rider 2nd in the championship. He doesn't want Rios to pull any more points back, as Cruces has to just put his knee out a little bit so he doesn't tag the back of O'Shea. O'Gorman slots in the 4th. Keeles up to 5th, but it's Yambias, the Uruguayan rider. He's shown great form here today. He's in 2nd now.
Yeah, Yambias with a fantastic line coming through 3 to take a couple of riders in one go. And now he's taken the lead off the hands of Eddie O'Shea. Brilliant stuff from the Uruguayan. Does O'Shea have a response? They go side by side, coming down into the kink at left before a hard-braking left-hander at 7. They'll shift it right again. It's Yambias who will lead through this section, coming on towards the back straight. Before we get onto the back straight, we have to take the right-hander here at turn 9. Cruces as well is into the slipstream here of O'Shea. Does he have an opportunity to get later onto the brakes here? As they really spread out across track. This is the top 14, I believe, and it's Salmela at the back of them, only about a second, 1.4 seconds between them. So you can throw a blanket over them, but it is O'Shea who does hold the lead ahead of Yambias, with Adrian Cruces having now been relegated to 4th position with one of the Australia Galicia machines. It's Max Keeles, of course, who is now in P3. Keeles is never far from the action, is he, Liam?
He never is, indeed. He's about to give us some more action in the final corner. Doesn't make it stick up the inside of Yambias, but Yambias does hold station for now. And I think it was Marcos Ruda, I was watching him in the background into La Caixa corner, turn 10, who had a really unorthodox line. Thought he might have been heading to the car park route, but he was able to stay stationary. Top 15 again, all in your shot, and it's going to be Keeles that takes lead, with O'Shea trying to find a way around the outside. Cruces slots in there, and it's Yambias O'Gorman as well who slots in just behind, but it's Uriarte up to 4th as well. So you could throw a blanket over all 15 of these riders. They came across lane, Chris. Can you believe this? 1 second covering the top, well, 14 it is, not 15, but 14. Anyway, look at that. It's crazy here. Junior GP action at its absolute best.
Yeah, Keeles adopts a wider line there, but he still holds the lead over O'Shea, so it looks like it's going to be a proper ding-dong battle between these two. And of course, keep an eye on the number 89. We haven't mentioned him so much, but he is a 3-time podium finisher in 2024, Marcus Uriarte. He knows his way around these types of podium battles and how to keep himself in contention. He hasn't vied for the lead just yet, but he is running in P3, just ahead of Yambias, who has Cruces and O'Gorman for company. So, chop a block in the early stages. This one, we're about a third of the way through as the number 19 of Morosi runs onto the green a little back. It looks like a little bit of a gap. May just open up now.
O'Gorman, a bit of a shake on the head there. I thought he might have just clobbered the back of Cruces, but he amazingly got that one stopped there going into turn 10.
Yeah, well, O'Gorman still very much in contention here. I was just saying, a little bit of a gap has opened up between Rossenthaler and Morosi. You would see Morosi ran wider. There's now about 0.6 of a second between them. It's not a whole lot, but it's the first signs of a gap we have seen. So, will we see that gap extend, or will that chasing pack now come back into contention as we go down the front straight? It's O'Shea about to challenge Keeles for the lead, and we've got Uriarte in there too, just ready to pounce on any potential mistake between the front two. Yambias has pulled out to the far left, but it is O'Shea now who leads this race. Who will slot into second behind the Brit? It's Keeles, with Yambias making his move for third place. Uriarte relegation down in position, just ahead of Rossenthaler.
That was very interesting. O'Shea led coming across the line, so you know O'Shea doesn't just have the speed down the straight, but he's also got the drive out of the final corner. That could be very, very important for the final lap, but the drive out turn 3 at Keeles, and he just manages to hook that up as Yambias comes to the front as well, follows his teammate through into second spot. So Yambias, he's really sharpened up his elbows here today. He's been hanging his teammate O'Gorman into dry and a few others on the previous lap. And for now, Uriarte round the outside. Will he make that one stick? That's very bombastic and very brave as well, but he does lose a couple of positions there to Rosenthaler and O'Shea. Rios, he's back in the mix now. It looks like maybe this top 7 or 8 have opened up a bit of a gap now over the chasing pack, back down to maybe Morosi and Cormac Buchanan. But however, Morosi from P18 on the grid, he's already up to 9, so he's another rider, former podium finisher. He is one to watch throughout the remaining 9.5 laps to go as they come down towards Lakasha corner. And it's O'Shea that goes for the move on Yambias. Clearly, as you like, as O'Gorman sets up Uriarte for 5th as well. Rosenthaler takes advantage of Yambias being hung out to dry by O'Shea, but for now, it's Keeles. He doesn't know any of this is going on behind him. He's still leading the way, as cool as you like.
Trouble brewing for the number 28 though, out at the front of the pack. He's got track limit warning with 10 laps still to go, or just over 9 laps as we come over to complete the 6th lap of the day. So he's got to keep it squeaky clean, or long lap penalties coming his way. Eddie O'Shea, once again, well observed in the previous lap lane, but he's done it again, getting out in front. So
he's brilliant.
Keep an eye on that coming out of final corner, dash for the line. So Uriarte adopts the inside line. Keeles now takes the inside line, but has been dropped back to 5th place. O'Gorman up the 4th, Uriarte in 3rd, but Rossenthaler running in 2nd place. Eddie O'Shea though, this is what we saw in race 1. Very comfortable leading out front. It hasn't been as comfortable this race with lots of chopping and changing. Come around turn 3, you see O'Shea run a little bit wider on that line, while other riders prefer the inside line. It worked a lot in race 1, not quite this time round, as Rossenthaler now adopts the lead and holds on to it coming through turn 4, heading into 5. Big overtaking opportunities here. Will we see anything? It looks like he was just eyeing up a little bit of a move inside Uriarte, but nothing going for the Irish riders. Rossenthaler now leads over O'Shea, Uriarte in 3rd, and Yambias might be looking for a move on O'Gorman. It's chock-a-block action and chopping and changing at every corner.
It's really impressive riding from all of these riders. They may be young, some of them may be less inexperienced than others, but it's all been clean so far throughout not just this race, but in race number 1 earlier on today. I hope that's not famous last words on my part. I'll be made to eat them later, but it's all been very cool, calm and collected, very clean so far, with different various lines going into turn 10. That was O'Gorman and Yambias up the inside of Uriarte. Yambias right the outside of Uriarte. You're not supposed to do that there, but he's managed to find a way around, and it made it look nice and simple as Eddie O'Shea once again leads the way. He's happy to do that from the front, just like race number 1. Eddie O'Shea, who did crash out here 1 year ago in race number 2, was part of a multi-rider crash in the early stages. So far, so good for the young Brit. Number 8 leads across the line. Warning from Max Keeles. The team are making sure that he knows that he doesn't exceed any more track limits, because that would just take him out of contention completely after what has been so far a brilliant ride by the reigning European Talent Cup champion. As he chops up the inside of Uriarte. Uriarte's having none of that. Threads eye of the needle, chops around the outside of your champion from European Talent Cup 1 year ago.
Eddie O'Shea, then your race leader so far. Yambias has moved into second position as we keep an eye on Keeles. See if he goes over track limits, but there won't be anything there. No green. O'Gorman now has moved back into second position ahead of his Estrella Galicia teammate. 3 Team Estrella Galicia 00 junior team members here. 67, 94, 28. O'Gorman, and 2 of them going shoulder to shoulder as Yambias takes P2 off the hand of O'Gorman with Keeles in P5.
Just want to point out to you, Chris, the fastest rider on track last time round by considerable margin was Alessandro Morossi on the CF Moto Aspar Junior Team machine. He's in 7th. You'll just see him there behind Keeles. And another track limits warning for Jesus Rios, your championship leader. Now, Jesus Rios, he can't be running off track anymore, just like Keeles. They've got one hand tied behind their back now because they could have a penalty coming their way as Rosenthal takes 2 for 1 into La Caixa. 2 of the Estrella Galicias. Thank you very much. I'll take that. And goodbye and good night as they all chase Eddie O'Shea for now.
Yeah, it is perfect for O'Shea. If they keep chopping and changing behind him, might just open up a little bit of space, and O'Shea will be more than happy to lead this race without a doubt. So we've got Rosenthal running second. Keeles now up. It's a trio of Estrella Galicia machines led by O'Gorman, then it's Yambias, and then it is Keeles. All of them more than eager to get on with this. All of them more than eager to secure a podium this year, and even their first win in the class. Hugely talented riders. Eddie O'Shea still waiting for that win also, as is Rosenthaler, so we could have a debut victor here today, Liam, but some of the more experienced riders are just lurking in the background.
Yeah, the previous 3 winners of this class, well, the only 3 winners in the class so far, Adrian Cruces, Rico Samela and Jesus Rios, they're not a part of this battle yet, so we could have any of the top 7 or 8 so far taking their first win. As we see Jesus Rios, oh, he almost tagged the back of Morossi, he almost tagged the back of the number 19 CF Moto rider for 7th and 8th position there. That got a little bit close to that one there, as Jesus Rios is having it not his own way so far, as he's got a track limits warning hanging over him at the moment, as does the 48 of Lennox from Mara, who's mired down the pack in 22nd on the MTA junior team. So Lennox from Mara, he'll have to watch out for that, but he's outside the points for the moment. However, for now, the track limits warnings haven't come the way of O'Shea, Yambias, Rosenthaler, O'Gorman, Uriarte and Morossi. The top 6 out of the top 7 are all keeping it squeaky clean at the moment. But Max Keeles there, he's coming back to the fore, as is Rosenthal, but Max Keeles up the inside. All the Estrella Galicia machines are all ganging up on Eddie O'Shea at the moment, but O'Shea hanging it round the outside, but Keeles chops the front off O'Shea into turn 11. Oh, it's Rios getting very close there to, I believe that was Carpi, Jesus Rios and Carpi leaning on each other through turn 11. So I said a few laps ago, Chris, it was all a little bit clean in this one, but they're now starting to rough each other up a little bit.
Yeah, very much elbows out and going wheel to wheel in combat here in Barcelona. So we complete another lap, 6 to go. This time it is Max Keeles who leads over the line, but look at Eddie O'Shea. We've seen it once, we've seen it twice. I don't know how many times we've seen it, but he adopts that wider line coming down left. It doesn't quite work for him this time. He gets bunched up, although he is still running P2. He's got the inside line coming through to, turn 2. But Keeles does hold on, and O'Shea does slot into second position. And there's Marcus Uriarte slotting into third position at the indeed, actually, it's not Uriarte, it's Morossi from 18th on the grid, charging through. He was initially on pole position, but we remind you, disqualified then post-session of Q2, started deeper on the grid, and he's beginning his podium charge in earnest here. Rosenthaler, well, the Estrella Galicias, aside from Keeles, have been demoted as an Aspar machine. The CF Moto Aspar and Licky Mollys begin to come through as well now on lap 10. But Keeles is out in the lead ahead of O'Shea. O'Shea has got some problems though with Morossi. Morossi has got some good pace here as well in Catalunya.
Yeah, another track limits warning that's just flashed up for us. The 20 of Fuetasan on the Honda Racing Thailand. He's back in 20th position, so and 22nd. So him and Linus Famara running together on track. Both got track limits warning, but for now it seems to be Marossi up the inside of Rosenthaler. He's gone for the Rosenthaler line, so he's Rosenthaler for turn 10 at Lakasha corner, and Marossi from P18, as Chris just said, already back into third position. Further back, the top 14 covered by 1.4 seconds. That goes all the way back to your race winner back in Estoril, Rico Salmela, who is holding pace with the top 13 this time. Oh, it's Eddie O'Shea. He goes for the Rossi and Toprak line there. He did say to us yesterday he was here for the World Superbikes watching Toprak Razgati. Marossi's on the green across the start-finish line. They come, and Marossi almost had a big one there. If he was running on the green for on the grass for too long there, that could have been a big moment there. It looks like it might have just held back Eddie O'Shea. Now he's getting mired in the pack with riders going to his right, to his left, up the inside, over the top. Eddie O'Shea mired back down into south, but it's Max Keeles that now leads the way from Uriarte, O'Gorman and Cormac Buchanan. He was fifth earlier on today. He's finished in the top 5 in the last 3 races. He's come to add to that, add to more silverware and potentially take his first win in Junior GP.
Yeah, it is all action here in the second race of the day in the afternoon here in Barcelona. Keeles is putting on a bit of a masterclass as things go, a Maximo masterclass. Uriarte has a little look up the inside. Uriarte as well, he's running P2, whereas Jesus Rios, the championship leader, is running down in P13. So this would significantly close the gap for Uriarte. Indeed, it might even make him championship leader if my maths is correct. Liam, I'll let you double check my figures later on. But for the moment, it is Keeles, Uriarte, Casey O'Gorman still very much in the thick of the action here. Cormac Buchanan, the Kiwi, back-to-back podiums in Misano and Estoril. He's looking for a third of the campaign.
Yeah, chopping and changing left, right and centre. I was looking at the lap times there, and Adrian Cruces set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, but I don't think that counts to much in this one, as Jesus Rios is off the back of this one. He's been mired all the way to the back of the field. Now, so your championship leader, he is at the back on the 54 with 4 and a bit laps remaining. He really has to pull his finger out if he wants to try and win this one again. And was that Keeles on the green? I think that was Max Keeles on the green, as Rosenthal's been hung out to dry on the exit of turn 14. So we have to keep an eye on that. It looked like Max Keeles might have just ran on the green through turn 13 into the final corner.
So looking at the lap times, it was Cormac Buchanan who's the fastest rider in this top group. Second time round on this as they come across a 1:49.7 sees Uriarte storm into the lead. And he is once again, it's Uriarte who's the fastest rider. And Alvaro Carpe, it's his transponder, is playing some games on our timing screens, but we'll keep an eye on the action here. So it's Uriarte over Keeles, O'Gorman still running in third place, but keep an eye on the Kiwi Buchanan. He is out for a personal best result in this class. He's got 2 P3s to his name. He was pipped to a P2 by Uriarte in Estoril. He's looking for a little bit of vengeance perhaps on the Spaniard who is second in the championship. Casey O'Gorman also out to avenge some unlucky runs, shall we say, having suffered a problem in race 1 here, forcing him to start from pit lane. A late crash in Estoril denied him a maiden podium. He's very much in contention here, but it's Uriarte and Keeles now who are leading this group. All, I would say, the top 10 are perhaps in with a chance of the win, with 3.5 laps to go here. Down the back straight we come. Will we see a move come inside turn 10? Who's going to take the inside line of Uriarte? Is it going to be O'Gorman? Ooh, a little bit of a wobble. He does have the inside line. He gets up into second. Will he take P1 off the hands of Uriarte? He most certainly does, as Max Keeles helps out his teammate and bunts the number 89 wide. It is Casey O'Gorman who leads here now in Barcelona.
2 for the price of 1 for O'Gorman there. It looked like he's rear wheel was skipping and jumping on the way down to Lakasha corner, but Marossi, or Uriarte I should say, ran a little bit deep into the corner, and O'Gorman took full advantage of that. As we tick off another lap, look at that, they're all within 1 second almost from O'Gorman, from Keeles all the way down to Rico Salmela at the back. Where's Rios? He has moved his way back into 11th. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 abreast, and it's Rosenthaler could take it, but maybe it's Uriarte, but no, it's Keeles that still holds it for now, as Carpe has moved up the order. O'Gorman and O'Shea almost coming together with Alvaro Carpe on the 83 and 8. Those two have just held up the riders behind them and let the top 5 get away ever so slightly.
Crucially, coming over that line. Casey O'Gorman, he has slotted into second, but he crucially led over the line. Remember, it is a long straight, but it's a short enough run to the line. We've been noticing Eddie O'Shea holding on to the lead and getting, or even taking the lead before hitting the checkered flag at the finish line. This time around, Keeles couldn't quite get there ahead of O'Gorman. So that it might all just come down to this final corner, slipstream, and how much it will come into effect, because Keeles, O'Gorman, Uriarte, Morosi now in contention. Alvaro Carpe, where have you come from? We haven't mentioned a whole lot of you. You're now running in P5. He's Moda Buchanan and O'Shea outside the podium places. Cruces is inside the top 10, as is Yambia and the championship leader, Jesus Rios. All of these riders are still very much in with a chance of victory here. Running all the way back to, at the back of this group, it's Hakim Danish in P13.
Oh, I think there was a couple of riders down.
Rios who's gone down.
And Yambias. And I think maybe, was that Ruda that went down as well? Just saw at the corner of the screen there, a couple of riders clipping each other, and Yambias looks a little bit down and out. Hopefully he will be okay. And that's such a shame there for Yambias, who was showing his most convincing weekend so far in Junior GP. I think that might have just held up the likes of
Yambias and Rosenthaler, who have gone
you're
down.
right,
Rosenthaler, massive shame for him. He was very much in the thick of the action here. But back out front then, it's Max Keeles, who still leads with 2 laps to go. We're on the penultimate lap of race 2 here in the Junior GP World Championship. It's all to play for. Anyone can win, including Alvaro Carpe, who makes a massive lunge up the inside to take the lead. Casey O'Gorman then slots into second position. Looked like he might have taken the lead. Indeed, it is Carpe on the Laglice racing machine. It's Morosi in third, ahead of Uriarte, while we have Eddie O'Shea lurking as well, just in the background. Any of these riders could win. Any of these riders could be on the podium.
Oh my word, Keeles, he came from second to second. Keeles let off the brakes, and a miraculous ride and a miraculous overtaking attempt. Took about 4 of them all at once. He's sideways into Carpe, punting Carpe to the car park route. It's getting a little bit rough and tumble now with a lap and a half to go. But Keeles, who was almost out on the dirt exiting turn number 2, he's back in the lead of the race from his teammate Casey O'Gorman, and it looks like Yambias there is getting stretchered away. So that's such a shame for the Uruguayan. Here we go again. We just see out the left-hand corner of the shot, you'll see Rosenthaler coming in like a train.
Collision between
he lost
a nasty flip up of the bike of Yambias. Hopefully he's taken away in the stretcher. Hopefully that is precautionary. He does look like he's moving around in the gravel, but hopefully it is precautionary above all else. Then it is Max Keeles who's still leading out front ahead of O'Gorman. Alvaro Carpe has very much entered contention here. He leads the CF Moto Aspar Machines and Morosi and Uriarte as things stand. We've got what? 1 lap and 3 corners remaining, I think 2 corners as we enter the final corner for the penultimate time. Next time we come around here, it will decide who is going to win this race in Junior GP. It looks like we might just be on for a debut winner. It could be Max Keeles, it could be Casey O'Gorman, it could be Uriarte,
oh, O'Gorman on the grass. O'Gorman on the grass down towards turn number 1, and he's taking the lead. What an overtake. No, it's Uriarte, Carpe, and Morosi. Eddie O'Shea, Keeles, he's been marked back down to sector 7th overtake after crossing the line in the lead. Keeles is all the way back in the pack, and he's out wide. We saw this 1 lap ago and towards turn 4. He gets the run out of 3, and he overtook 4 riders in 1. However, this time round it looks like he's out of contention as Uriarte and Morosi, your Aspar Junior team riders, they are leading the way for now. They're both on for the first win of the season, and it's Carpe who's looking for his first win, the highest placed rider from last year to return this year in Junior GP. It's O'Gorman sideways. What a move there by O'Gorman. He went in sideways but managed to get it to the apex of the corner, and contact there with Carpe and O'Gorman, and almost O'Shea as well. So Carpe, here comes Keeles up the outside into 7, and he's not making that stick. Buchanan round the outside of Keeles, and O'Gorman, he's the big loser in that one. He's back to 8th.
Half a lap to go down the back straight. We are on for CF Moto Aspar 1-2, Uriarte over Morosi, then it is Alvaro Carpe. But there are plenty of fireworks left in this one yet, and here comes the first of them, Eddie O'Shea up the inside, and Eddie O'Shea is down. Oh, again at turn 10. It's disappointment, massive collision.
It's all gone, it's all chaos in the background.
We'll focus on what's happening out front as we enter the final 2 corners. Uriarte over Morosi. It's Carpe in third. O'Shea has gone down, but we've got, who is it, the 28 of Max Keeles on for P4. It's going to be Uriarte who'll take a first win here. We've seen Morosi's going to be pip up to the line. It's all on the line.
It's Carpe!
It's only a split second between them. Carpe out of nowhere on the far left side takes the win. Morosi is claimed to be on the green, says Liam Hodgins. We've got Uriarte in third, but Morosi's on the podium. Max Quiles comes fourth, ahead of Buchanan and Cruces and Danish. We've lost a number of riders at turn 10. Let's take a look shortly at what happened, but it's sensational from Alvaro Carpe, Liam.
Oh my goodness me, Alvaro Carpe. We've barely spoke to you or mentioned you at all this year, but Carpe, who finished third in the championship last year with 4 podiums, he was so unlucky to miss out on any race victory. He takes his first race victory in Junior GP, and I must admit, he's one of the most popular riders in the paddock. He was always beaming from ear to ear with a podium, a big stand-up wheelie. Alvaro Carpe is now a Junior GP race winner, and look how overjoyed he is. Can you hear me now? He says, yes we can. Everyone is screaming your name. Alvaro Carpe, race winner, ahead of Morosi and Uriarte, but I believe maybe Morosi ran on the green a little bit going through turn 13. I could be wrong, Chris. However, we're going to have to keep an eye on that one.
We'll certainly get a replay shortly, but there's absolutely no doubt about the race winner, Alvaro Carpe. Sensational stuff here in Catalunya. We're about to breathe, I think, because we need to take a breath. It says Alessandro Morosi has crashed. He hasn't crashed. He's there, the number 19. He's currently P2. We will double check if he was on the green. I didn't spot it myself, but he is back on the podium, and it's a sensational performance from the Italian. Started where? P18 on the grid from race 2. He had initially qualified on pole position, as we mentioned, but then got disqualified from Q2 for a technical infraction, so therefore had to start at the back of the Q2 riders. Marcus Uriarte, when will that win come for him this season? He's been so close on multiple occasions, but another podium, a 4th of the season, sees him now. I'll have to double check everything, because I think Jesus Rios might have been caught up in that last lap crash, and according to my timing screens it looks like he was. So it looks like Uriarte will be the new championship leader as we leave Catalunya. So a big talking point then on that last lap. Let's take a look and just see how things unfolded. Eddie O'Shea is still part of the race here. He was making his move upside eventual race winner Alvaro Carpe, but then hit the deck. Disappointment for the Brit. He crashed out and again scores no points, and then multiple riders here, Yambias and Gorman involved for sure. Disappointment. Looks like Rico Salmela, Marcus Ruda and Eddie O'Shea. Look how close this is. Look how close this is. It looks like it's between Morosi and Uriarte, but then out of nowhere on the far left hand side of the circuit, Alvaro Carpe. It's a photo finish. It's incredible stuff. Only what, 2/100ths of a second. 2/100ths of a second between Carpe and Morosi, and less than 5/100ths of a second between the podium trio. Junior GP at its very best. Big celebrations down in Parc Ferme. That's Uriarte, who is being launched up in the air by his team as he assumes what I believe is the championship lead, just following Rios's DNF. So he was caught up in that accident at the end of the race. As dramatic end, Eddie O'Shea crashed out on his own. So it looks like Rios, Ruda, Salmela, Yambias were all caught up in that. I believe I saw Casey O'Gorman go down, but it looks like he has actually finished in the points, P14. He must have just gone wide and rejoined. As the riders have rolled into Parc Ferme, they're just doing their technical checks to make sure everything is okay. You can see Alvaro Carpe at the top. The little run over now, he nearly falls over. His first mistake of the day, a little tumble in Parc Ferme, but now he is lifted on the shoulders of the STV Laglise team. Brilliant stuff then. A first win for Carpe in the class. As Liam mentioned, he has on numerous occasions been on the podium in 2023. 3. He picked up a couple of wins in the ETC class in 2021 as well. He's been on the podium in Junior GP. He's been on the podium and won a Rookies Cup race. And now he can say he has won a Junior GP race. Race 2 in Catalunya. Brilliant stuff from the Spaniard. Yeah, very much euphoric celebrations as he whips off the helmet. Huge congratulations. Let's take a little listen in. Morosi then, big hugs all around. A little bit of a debrief with the team. I think they were just discussing how the race was won by just fine margins. A photo finish needed to separate the top 2 and almost the top 3. Junior GP at its very best, without a doubt. We'll be hearing from our race winner very shortly as we have a look at Marcus Uriarte. 4th podium of the campaign, another P3. P2 earlier in the day, P3 in the afternoon. A solid day's work from the CF Moto Aspar rider. So Alvaro Carpe now will be shortly guided towards Liam, as you can see in the top right of the screen. He'll come over to have a quick chat with us and Liam in English and Spanish. So an absolutely sensational race then. Junior GP living up to the billing. We said we didn't expect to be disappointed. Junior GP usually provides a thriller, but that was surely on another level. Alvaro Carpe, the first time race winner in the class. He's got plenty of podiums, but now he's finally going to enjoy the view from the top step of the rostrum, and he is down with Liam Hodgins.
Alvaro Carpe, what an incredible ride. You timed that to absolute perfection. You've waited a while, but it came off in the end. You're a race winner in Junior GP. Just tell us about it.
Well, the only thing I can say that I'm very happy for my team because they did a very good job during the weekend. But well, the race was too difficult with all the riders. Well, was overtaking really aggressive. But well, finally I won because I get a good exit of the final corner, and well, also in the corner 7. I was really fast with my mates, but well, the only thing I can say thanks to my team. They did an impressive job, and well, to my family, to all my friends. That's all.
Congratulations, Alvaro. Once again for us en español.
Well, sí, bueno, ha sido una carrera difícil, lo que venía diciendo, pero he podido batallar con todo. Todos estaban haciendo un trabajo muy bueno, adelantando muy agresivo, y bueno, finalmente por la buena salida de la última curva he podido adelantar a los 2 pilotos de Aspar, y bueno, estoy muy contento de mi equipo, que están haciendo un trabajo impresionante, y de toda mi familia y de mis amigos, y para mis abuelos que me están viendo desde casa. ¡Vamos!
Felicidades, gracias.
Thank you. ¡Vamos!
So this is how Alvaro Carpe became a Junior GP race winner. It's Adrian Cruces who started on pole, with Casey O'Gorman getting a great launch from the line. But Max Quiles took the whole shot ahead of Eddie O'Shea, with O'Gorman slotting into 3rd position. O'Shea then had a little look up the inside as Facundo Yambias made a charge through the pack to retake 2nd place from the Uruguayan, while then the likes of Marcus Uriarte, Alessandro Morosi, Cormac Buchanan, among others, really came to play. The top 14 at one point separated by just 1 second, and as Alvaro Carpe said, it was a very aggressive race, and we can see here it was shoulders and elbows out at all times. But then Uriarte sees the initiative out front, but still couldn't hold on to the lead for long, as O'Gorman made a play for 2nd place, also made a play for the lead, but it was Quiles then who took the initiative shortly after, the Spaniard leading O'Gorman, Uriarte, Morosi. The crash then between the 94 of Yambias and Jacob Rossenthaler ended their races, while out front, Uriarte maintained the lead, with Alvaro Carpe then coming into the 4. Casey O'Gorman moved into 3rd place at the expense of the Spaniard, while it was a CF Moto Aspar 1-2 out front, with Uriarte and Morosi leading Casey O'Gorman out of the seat then. Uriarte still led here as Eddie O'Shea made a play for 3rd place, but he slipped out of contention and compounded a miserable day from a day that promised much for the Brit. It was 2 DNFs for him, or 2 no-pointers I should say. Back out front, the CF Moto Aspar 1-2 was still on, and the chase for the line looked like it was between Morosi and Uriarte, but on the left-hand side, Alvaro Carpe snuck over the line by just 0.02 of a second to take his first ever win in the class, ahead of Morosi and Uriarte. Time for the podium ceremony then, as the STV La Gliese team manager comes out to receive the team's award, and will be introduced to the riders one by one, starting from P3. First out is the new championship leader, Marcus Uriarte. Back-to-back podiums then for the CF Moto Aspar rider as he goes top of the championship standings. A great afternoon for the Aspar team, CF Moto Aspar team. They have both riders on the podium. Morosi recovering from a P18 start to take 2nd, just missing out on victory to this rider, Alvaro Carpe, who takes his first win in the class. The circuit's managing director then hands out the team's trophy to the team manager of Alvaro Carpe. The first of 2 trophies then going the way of the Aspar, CF Moto Aspar team, and the second of the day for Marcus Uriarte. He's fast running out of space in his trophy cabinet. 4th podium of the campaign. Mr. Jean-Marc Desnous then handing out Alessandro Morosi his 2nd place trophy. While Moto 3 Licky Moly star Colin Vire, and a race winner too in Moto 3 World Championship, hands one to the Junior GP race winner here in Barcelona. Time for the Spanish national anthem. An absolutely belting race in Barcelona sees the Prosecco now sprayed by the 2 CF Moto Aspar riders. No Prosecco for Alvaro Carpe. He's got the fizzy water, but he's got the game as well. First time race winner in Junior GP, a sensational performance from the Spaniard, who is now right in championship contention, you would imagine. But Carpe takes the win ahead of Morosi and Uriarte, with Max Quiles 4th, Buchanan 5th, Cruces, Danish, Rammersdorfer and Rush Mudley all picking up good point scoring positions. And then also inside the top 10 is Evan Belford of MLAV Racing. Leonardo Brusso, Pawlic, Danny Shariel, Eamon O'Daki and Casey O'Gorman round out the point scoring positions. Casey O'Gorman was actually demoted 1 place. He came across the line at 14th, but exceeded track limits on the last lap. Mononyane and Puetasan then just miss out, as do Famara, Grenfell, Ligori, Tieti, Farkas, and Uezu are the rest of your finishers. No checkered flag for race 2. Eddie O'Shea crashing out in a solitary crash on the last lap. Marcos Ruda also not seeing the checkered flag, as Jesus Rios, Rico Salmela, both getting caught up in that late drama. Facundo Yambias and Rossenthaler collided with one another and also did not see the checkered flag, nor did Bojo, Aditama or Uchiyumu. So Marcos Uriarte is your championship leader. He's got 7 points to spare over Jesus Rios. Morosi moves up into 3rd position with Cruces dropping to 4th. Buchanan is in 5th. Alvaro Carpe fires himself into 6th. Eddie O'Shea, Max Quiles and Rico Salmela then trailing the Spaniard. Casey O'Gorman tied on 25 points with Jacob Rossenthaler. Hakim Danish, Danish Ariel, Leo Rammersdorfer following then. Yambias failed to pick up any points once again. He's 15th in the championship ahead of Rush Mudley with Dodo Baggio in 17th. Marcus Ruda, Guillaume Plonk also have, well, Plonk wasn't in action today. Ruda failed to pick up points due to his late crash. Powlett picked up points, he's in 20th. Evan Belford's also top 10 finish sees him move to 21st on 6 points. Bruto, Odaki and Famara, the rest of your point scorers in 2024. Marcus Uriarte then is your new championship leader in the Junior GP category as we leave round 3. However, race 2 honours belong to the number 83. A sensational performance, a captivating performance from Carpe, you could say, and he is now a Junior GP race winner.
Known for stunning location, iconic battles throughout the ages and the sound of motorsports echoing through the grandstands, there's not many more sweeter settings for a race than a Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. With 8 rights and 6 lefts, each of the 14 corners offer up a unique and rewarding challenge for rider and machine. For 32 years, the hills of Montmello have been graced with the singing choir of both cars and bikes, and where icons have been born and names etched into history. Who will write their name in the Barcelona sand and go on to write their own history as Moto2 takes centre stage here in Barcelona over the next 16 laps. Well, the sun is still shining across Barcelona, even though some of the clouds are trying the hardest to rain on our parade. But for now, ahead of Moto2, race number 2, it's myself, Liam Hodgins, and Chris Jordan taking you through the action here today as Moto2 prepares for one more blockbuster battle here in Barcelona. Can it be the returning Danny Munoz to the, I was getting distracted there by Chris just breaking his headphones, so I hope you're all there and good now, Chris, with that one. Almost a disaster there to start off Moto2 proceedings. But Danny Munoz, your rider, on a charge at the moment after, well, his dominant performance, as we're going to see here in race number 1 earlier on today. So he got the whole shot from P4 in the grid, but it was Jorge Navarro on the number 11 forward machine that took the whole shot to turn number 1, followed by Munoz, Garcia, and of course Alberto Sura. But at the end of the opening couple of laps, Munoz took the advantage and swept into lead at turn number 1 with Garcia hot in pursuit. The 4 of Eric Fernandez, he would run into some technical troubles and he was out for the time, or for race number 1 action, as Garcia powered past Jorge Navarro in the opening couple of laps, but it would be Navarro that had a small look up the inside but couldn't make it stick. As Harrison Voigt, he crashed out at turn at number 4, thankfully able to walk away, but it was the top 3 that were able to get away. But this move by Garcia sat up Munoz, a bit of furiosity coming from Munoz afterwards with that one. But through abreast into turn number 1, it was Navarro that slotted Munoz down into 3rd, so it looked like for the time being it would be Danny Munoz that'd be out of the fight with the top 2 pulling away. The 30 there of De Frattori, he crashed out at turn 5, but once more it would be the forward racing machine of Navarro taking the lead. After a mistake the previous lap, he was able to hold it this time round, but this move here from Garcia almost took himself and Navarro out of proceedings as a team looked on. Munoz, he swept through at turn 11 to take the lead, cutting a tight line. As further back, it would be Navarro that took the final podium spot ahead of Garcia, as the Bosco Scuros further behind of Cassidy and Sura fought out. Turn 5 claiming another rider in the proceedings of race 1. And the Bosco Scuros, after a tough start for Cassidy, he fought his way up to 5th, just behind his teammate of Alberto Sura, but no one could lay a glove on Danny Munoz. It was a masterclass from Munoz in race number 1 to take his first Moto2 race win and the 4th different race winner of the year, ahead of Jorge Navarro and Roberto Garcia, your new championship leader. Can anyone stop from Munoz from doing the double in Barcelona? Well, there you have it, Danny Munoz. He is a race winner in Moto2 and only his 4th race in the class. The stock European champion from 1 year ago. He's really asserted his authority on Moto2 here this year. Jorge Navarro and Roberto Garcia, they are another 2 riders to watch out for in race number 2. Those 3 all led away. Bosco Scuro 4-5, and Cassidy and Sura, they really have to find another gear if they want to challenge for the win or even the podium here today, Chris.
Yeah, finally with you now. We had the yellow flags in the office here in the commentary booth, so apologies about that as my headpiece began to have some technical difficulties. It was in the gravel trap, but yeah, Jorge Navarro then on pole position, out for a little bit of vengeance, would you say, Liam? We bigged him up a lot in the previous race. He did come home in P2, but he was shown a clean pair of heels by the rookie in the class, Danny Munoz.
Yeah, look at that stare off into the distance, as you say there, Chris. Jorge Navarro, a previous winner here in Moto3 World Championship and podium in Moto2 back in 2019. He knows his way around the circuit, does Jorge Navarro, but I don't think he would have seen Danny Munoz come out of nowhere, as we hear some, well, more of the tunes, and I'm delighted to say that is a bit of Bon Jovi, and It's My Life playing, so it's, well, Mattia Cassidy's life and his championship at the moment. I had to try and throw in some sort of cringe-worthy quote there. It wasn't my best one, but with a bit of Bon Jovi playing in the background, who will be able to rock here in Barcelona? Will it be Cassidy or will it be Sura? Can those two in the Bosco Scuros make any impression on the top 3, or will it be, again, Danny Munoz?
Yeah, Mattia Cassidy had a bit of a howler getting off the line in race 1. Managed to recover. He was running down in P10, managed to recover to pick up a P5, but was denied 2 crucial championship points by his teammate Alberto Sura for P4, because he is now 2 points behind in the championship lead to this rider, Roberto Garcia. I love it when it all comes together and segues nicely. Love shown from Roberto Garcia. Another sensational performance for him. He was really riding on the ragged edge as his tires wore out about 3/4 of the way through, meaning he had to give up the ghost in his victory hunt, but settled for a comfortable P3. He now takes the championship lead and will be looking to maintain that. He's, what, 3 podiums in 2024? I wouldn't bet against him picking up another. He's really hit a strong run of form. Alberto Sura here then, race winner in the opening race, which you call, Liam, but he hasn't been on the podium since.
No, it's been a tough run of form recently for Alberto Sura. I mean, back in Estoril, it looked like he had, I say he struggled a bit with qualifying down the field. And Alberto Sura, he'll be hoping to make it his day today and try and at least get on the podium again once more. But he's going to have to maybe displace 1 of 3 or 4 riders, including Danny Munoz, your race winner from race number 1 here today. Look at that, 7th and 9th, a DNF, not too much of a fault of himself in Estoril. But in Catalunya here today, he has been the man to beat, and he will be the one that they will all try and stop. He's got the target on his back now, Chris, so Danny Munoz, can he be the first repeat winner of 2024?
Yeah, as you say, a repeat winner we have not seen in 2024. Danny Munoz, the 4th in 4 races. He'll be looking to do the double, but will we see 5 and 5? Well, you know, you've got Jorge Navarro running at the front. I wouldn't bet against it. Danny Munoz, though, the key to his race last time out aside from exceptional pace, once he got out front, was a good start. He went from P5 to P2 by the opening corner. As we look at Monjardo, who closes out row 2.
Yeah, Monjardo has shown good pace so far this year, as we spoke about in race number 1. Stepped up a gear so far. He's had 3 top 10s in the opening 4 races. It was only the anomaly of 12th position in race 1 back in Estoril that was the anomaly in that one so far here today, as the PA around about the circuit is continuing on with these incredible tunes here today. Unfortunately, not someone has had an incredible day so far as Ferrandis. He must have had a technical trouble. We saw him pulling into the pitch after he went from P7 on the grid all the way outside the points towards 20th position. So Ferrandis, he'll be hoping for a much easier time of things in race number 2 here today.
Yeah, double podium finisher in 2024 is the 16-year-old of the FIM Network team. He's proven he is a big talent. He is very young. He only joined this class at the tail end of last season, or maybe halfway through, and then at the tail end of the season was showing some very, very good form. A couple of top 5s or top 6s, if I'm not mistaken, and he's already bettered that for 3 races in with a double podium. 4 races in with 2 podiums, and now we're on to his 5th race, where he'll be looking to get himself back into the podium.
We just saw Kaito Toba there on the promo racing machine. Now they have won 3 out of the last 5 races as a team here in Moto 2, with the likes of Senna Aegis and Xavi Cardalus 1 year ago. A bit of a disaster for Toba in race number 1. It looked like it was maybe some technical gremlins that made him pull off the circuit down towards turn at number 1. So he'll be looking for a much better ride of things in race 2 here today, as we see Ferrandis. It looks like Eric Ferrandis is maybe getting some of that gunk out of his nose. He's shaving some weight off before the start of the race. He'll be hoping for a much easier and smoother time of things after race number 1, where he pulled off the track exiting turn number 9, and out of the race he went. Thankfully no crash, so yeah, maybe just a big problem for him. Another rider that was a DNF in race 1 was Harrison Voigt. Bit of a disaster for Harrison, who was starting to build his confidence back up over the start of the year. 2 top 10 finishes, including a 7th position back in Estoril. He crashed out of the race early on from the lower reaches of the points into turn number 4. So Harrison Voigt going from P10 on the grid. He'll be hoping for a nice clean run and maybe some points here today.
Yeah, we were only bigging him up at the beginning of the last race, and of course the commentator's curse struck. Managed to get it out eventually, and Voigt will be just looking for another strong point scoring finish here. Mattia Ratto then 12th in the championship, and as you can see, a top 5 in Estoril, by far and away his best result. Hasn't been in the top 10 asides.
Well, Mattia Ratto, I was going to say before his crash in race number 1 earlier today, his only non-point score, DNF, we can maybe call it did not start, back in Misano, because he crashed out on the warm-up lap, and that was the first time he scored no points in a Moto 2 race since Valencia 2022. So it's a bit of a shame there for Mattia Ratto, who has been showing great form in the last couple of years. However, it's not been an easy, smooth sail of things so far in 2024. Thumbs up from Brett Roberts, the number 22 from South Africa, the 24-year-old. He picked up a couple of points in race 1 today to add to his 3 points, or 4 points I should say, from race 1 in Misano.
Yeah, good to see another international mix on the grid here. Plenty of countries represented. I haven't done a full count of how many nationalities are represented, but I'll bring that to you next time. So, your grid for the second Moto2 European Championship race here in Barcelona sees Jorge Navarro start on pole position ahead of Mateo Casadei and Roberto Garcia. Alberto Sura leads Dani Munoz and Monjardo on row 2, while it's Ferrandis, Toba and Fernandez on row 3. Then it's Harrison Voigt, Mattia Ratto and 2023 Barcelona race winner Unai Oradre on the 4th, with Brett Roberts, Mattia Volpi and Joan Gimbert on the 5th. Ada, Tapia and Montero then are in the next row back, while completing the grid is Lorenzo Fallon, Di Vittori, Maxwell Toth, Shannon Inter, Charles Abri and Jin Lead.
So the Moto2 riders get ready for their warm-up lap ahead of race number 2, and as you can see from the background, the heat haze. It's very warm out there today. It was a very cold morning when they had race number 1. However, the heat has really risen through the tarmac. be giving these riders a hard time of things, as we saw in race number 1, with some riders falling into some tyre problems, and one of them being Roberto Garcia, who finished third on the podium. When I was down doing the interviews at Parc Ferme, we had the Clint Forward Junior team and of course also the Gas Up Racing team mechanics taking pictures of Roberto Garcia's tyre, and you had the Fante Cardoso Racing team mechanics of Roberto Garcia trying to usher away the other team. But it was all fun and games down at Parc Ferme. I'm sure they would have tried to see if Roberto Garcia's tyres were in a much worse wear, but from my own eyes, Chris, they didn't look too bad compared to Munoz's and Navarro's. But I'm no tyre technician.
Can't trust your eyes, Liam.
No, I
never
can.
could.
I mean, I'm losing them at the tender age of 32. I'm starting to lose my eyesight.
So all set then for another belting race of action here in Barcelona. Moto2 race 1 certainly lived up to expectation. We're certainly hoping that the second race of the afternoon will do so too. As you can see there, scorching temperatures. We saw tyre degradation really come into effect in race 1 in terms of Roberto Garcia's victory challenge. He still came home in P3, but with hotter track temperatures than earlier, will we see us come into effect once again as they come through the third sector, entering into the final sector. This is turn 10. Wonderful overtaking opportunity here, and perhaps maybe the last one. If it comes to a last lap dash, expect turn 10 to be a popular spot to maneuver into the lead. A couple of riders running it a little bit wider as they cruise around the final corners of the final sector.
Yeah, as you're talking about turn 10 there, Chris, we've seen a couple of times already today. It's going to be a do-or-die effort into the final couple of corners. If you can make it, stick at turn 10, you're sure on for a best place scenario of you taking the race win. So as we enter race 2, here is the championship standings as they look ahead of this upcoming race. Garcia leads the championship ahead of Cassidy by 2 points, with Alberto Sura in third. Your early championship leader was Alberto Sura, but he's dropped all the way back to third after some tough races at Estoril, and a fourth place here today at race 1. It's good to see the fans have still stuck around for the start of this race, as we will be getting race 2 underway in a moment. The green flag waves in the background. The red flag pulls off to the left-hand side. The red lights will come on any second now. There they are. Revs are rising. Moto2, race 2 in Barcelona underway. Navarro once again with the whole shot, but Munoz from row 2 already got the launch off the line, screaming down towards turn number 1. It's going to be Munoz on the inside, Roberto Garcia in the middle, later on the brakes, Sura around the outside. He's lost into second potential, and Navarro runs wide. He's dropping back to third, fourth. Almost fifth spot. There was a bit of bumping and boring further back. Casadei's off the track, along with a couple of others as well. So disaster there for Mattia Cassidy, but not disaster for his teammate Alberto Sura, the 67, who leads the way ahead of Munoz. A bit of Alira braking, almost tagging the back of the Bosco Scuro does Munoz. So already these riders are trying to get to the front as quickly as possible, as we've seen Navarro and Munoz almost tagging the back of other riders, but Munoz retakes second position ahead of Garcia. But for now, the Bosco Scuro of Alberto Sura leads away from Munoz, Garcia, Navarro and Eric Fernandez. He wants a piece of the action here today as Garcia makes a charge into second, into turn 7. You don't see that too often, but that was a clean as you like overtake from Roberto Garcia, Chris.
Yeah, Mattia Cassidy, though, another howler of a start from the line. What is going on with the Team Chiatti Bosco Scuro rider, who was the championship leader coming into this one? Now it's turning into a Sunday salvage job. Not for Alberto Sura on the other side of the box, though, who is charging towards the lead with Garcia in second, and Danny Munoz once again in podium contention.
My word.
As we have Jorge Navarro and Eric Fernandez going there, and Fernandez was out of the seat. We have a rider down. It's one of the Cardoso machines. We'll bring you an update on that when I know who it is. Sorry.
I think it's Mongiardo.
It could be Mongiardo, yeah. We're looking through the timing screens to see which rider had gone down. No name was tumbling. So, as it is, coming over for lap 1, Jorge Navarro had the dream start in race 1, led over the line. He's down in 4th position. It's the dream start for the number 67 of Alberto Sura, who is back on top in the Moto2 class as a wider ran it wide going into turn 1 there.
Just before that happened there, Chris, I was going to bring your attention to the number 8 of Marco Tapia from disaster starting the grid. He was mired in the pack in race 1. He's already up to 8th spot. So the number 8 in 8th, Marco Tapia on the Yamaha Stylo bike, Philippines machine, as we're watching Francesco Mongiardo trying to get that bike restarted again. Valiant effort there, but will we see a move for the lead? No, we'll see a change for second as once again, just like last lap, Munoz back up the inside. It was that a bit of a shake of the head from Garcia, but as we saw last lap, Garcia late on the brakes, he sets up Munoz, both running deep into the corner. That's going to light up the eyes of Navarro, who runs across the green ever so slightly there, but that's going to be music to the ears of Alberto Sura, who has no idea what's going on behind him, as the yellow flags wave, but a bit of a wobble coming out of turn 9 down towards Lacasha. So the yellow flag is still waving for the crash of Mongiardo. 1 lap ago, so no overtaking, as Eric Fernandez has a bit of a wobble into turn 10. Fernandez, he's made a much better start this time round, but we believe his bad start in race 1 might have been down to a technical issue rather than an issue himself. He's just ahead of last year's race 2 winner, Unai Oradri.
So in race 1, we saw a trio of riders break away. Now we've got a front 5. Sura and Eric Fernandez have very much joined the party, as Garcia, Munoz and Navarro were the runaway trio in race 1. Not so much this time around, and just keep an eye of the riders just behind lurking. It's Oradre and Fernandez. Fernandez, a double podium finisher this year. Oradre, a race winner here in 2023. So it is Sura leading. We've got Garcia in second. Munoz has slipped into third, just ahead of Navarro. But it's Eric Fernandez who is the fastest rider on track. A 1:44.2 sees him the fastest rider. We set the fastest lap of the race so far. He's got 2/10 and 3/10 in his pocket over the riders ahead of him.
We don't want to be spinning it up too much through turn 3 already. Fernandez is spinning it up ever so slightly. He's just behind Munoz. He's going for the move on Navarro, sideways into turn 5. It's as you were as the exit turn 5, but Garcia's climbing all over the back of the Bosco Scuro of Alberto Sura, is leading this race brilliantly for the time being as they flash past our curb cap. Great shot that as they enter turn 7 and exit turn 7 as quick as you like. But for now, we've got a 5-way rider battle for the win. A 10-wheeler at the front with Sura and Fernandez, who's on the back of it, joining the party of the top 3 from race 1. Munoz to the inside, Fernandez to the inside of Navarro, almost tagging the back of the Clint Forward Junior Team machine. And this is just opening the eyes up of Oradri. Oradri, we've not spoken about him at all this year. He won race 2 here 1 year ago. He looks like in the early stages of this race, he could be closing the gap to the top 5 so far. So keep an eye out for Oradri. And we've got, that was one of the lights flashing away. Just caught that out of the corner of my eye there. Wasn't quite sure if that was a yellow flag or if it was maybe a slippery surface flag, but we'll have to keep an eye out on that one through turns at 13 and 14.
So then, entering into turn 1 as they come across the line, once again it's Sura who leads. It looked like Munoz might try a little move up the inside, but now he might have to contend with Roberto Garcia, who looked like he wanted one up the inside. But it's as you were as we cross the line. Sura still leading, but failing to shake off the challenge of Munoz and Garcia. We've got yellow flags waving at turns 1 and 2. We'll let you know who went down there as soon as we know. So it's Jorge Navarro in 4th, and Eric Fernandez still just cannot get past the veteran rider. Remember, Navarro's got over 100 appearances on the World Championship stage, 10 Moto2 World Championship appearances. It's Brett Roberts who has gone down. So Fernandez certainly has his hands full with trying to get past Navarro. He just slides down at turns 1 and 2 there, just seemed to have lost the front and went pretty early on him as he took a wider line and into the gravel, and never a pleasant feeling, Liam, is it?
No, not at all. I mean, he's gone through the tumble dryer route there, but I thought since he was hopping away that maybe he got his leg caught underneath the bike, but didn't see anything there. So it's a shame to see Brett Roberts out of this race as we have a change for the lead. Munoz has gone from 3rd to 1st in the blink of an eye, and Jorge Navarro, it's all changed here because he's dropped back to 5th. Fernandez is now in 4th here. So the 2 riders that came from stock last year, Danny Munoz and Eric Fernandez, are showing their chops in race 2. We already know what Danny Munoz can do since he won race number 1. And we've got a rider flashing up as retired. That is Harrison Voigt. He's pulled into the pits at the end of the previous lap, and already Roberto Garcia on the Fantic Cadence racing machine. Oh, Sura on a wobbler out on the curbs there. And Chris, I think you saw that one. I was looking at timing monitor.
Yeah,
there.
he ran that one wide and was out of the seat. He's lost 2 positions. He has gone behind Garcia, he's gone behind Fernandez, he's gone behind Navarro, and your race leader 1 lap ago is now running where? In 5th place. So Eric Fernandez is onto the podium. Eric Fernandez has displayed plenty of potential in this class so far this year. He hasn't had luck on his side though. It's looking a little bit better this time around. He leads Jorge Navarro at the moment. He's clearly got better pace than the Clint Ford Racing rider. Sura, he's got Unai Oradre now all over his rear wheel. Sura's got to recover, get his head right after. Look at this here. He pulls it wide coming out of the last corner. A wobble going in, another wobble for good measure. Rejoins the race then just behind Navarro from P2 to P5 in the blink of an eye. But back out front, it's Danny Munoz who leads Garcia.
With one Bosco Scuro going backwards in the hands of Sura, one is going forward in the hands of Mattia Cassidy. He was the fastest rider on track last lap. He's in 9th position.
Change for the lead. Garcia capitalizes on Munoz's mistake there. Munoz had a wheel in the air. Sorry to cut across you, Liam.
It's all right. But it looks like Fernandez, he's in the mix here. He's not going for second. He's going for the lead. Fernandez.
We've seen this battle before, haven't we? It's Stock 2023 all over again. Fernandez dives up the inside at turn 10 of Danny Munoz, the race 1 winner. Fernandez, he's drawing inspiration, surely, from Munoz's victory today. Could we have a double rookie winners, both from the stock class in 2023 here in Barcelona today?
That's what the stock class is all about, breeding young talent for Moto2. We saw it on, he's on the green as Fernandez. He's showing that he's got the speed, he's showing he's got the talent, but Munoz, these two were side by side last year. I was watching from the grandstands while you and Tristan were commentating, but Garcia's having none of it. He's around the outside of both of them, and he's putting the stock riders have just moved up to the class this year, back in their place. You think you guys have got it? I've got a little bit more, says Garcia, the 17-year-old, the championship leader. He's back at the front ahead of Munoz and Fernandez, but Fernandez and Munoz are really lighting up this race in race number 2. Fernandez, he saw Munoz take victory in race 1. He wants a piece of that, just to let people know that he's not the forgotten man from the stock graduates last year. We've got a few more riders chopping and changing further back there, but it's all eyes on the front as Cassidy, he's now a part of this. Fernandez, he's in 8th, top 8. It's a 60-wheeler at the front for victory here with 11 laps to go. This is brilliant Moto2 European action stuff, Chris, and it's only lap 5. Plenty more of it to go.
Yeah, long way to go in this race, and those riders will know it. What, 10 laps remaining, 9.5 or so, or 10.5 I should say, but it's Garcia who's out front. Last time we saw Garcia in the lead in Estoril, he very much bolted out front. Race 1, Fernandez runs a sliding in a speedway style in turn 10. Looked like Navarro might have had the door open, but Fernandez slams it shut. But Garcia, he's used to being out in front in the Moto2 class now. So it's a matter of pace. We'll see what they record coming over the line. There's about 2 tenths between.
Oh, someone's down.
Someone's down. It's not the lead group. It's down at 12. It's nobody from the lead group. We'll let you know who it is when we know. But Garcia now about the lead coming over the line. He's got a just under 2 tenths advantage over the coming in the last sector. What is his time out? It's reduced. 0.05 of a second. Here comes Danny Munoz now. He eyes up and move into turn 1. Will he get close enough? He's happy to settle in second, while Navarro has actually moved into 3rd position at the expense of Eric Fernandez.
I think the rider we might have heard go through the gravel trap at turn 12 might have been, I was going to say Kaito Toba, but it looks like he might still be going. He was dropping down the timing board initially, and yes, that looks like it's a Kaito Toba. So disaster there for the Japanese ex-Moto3 winner. And here we go, this is what happened here. So we heard it coming into, oh, it looked like, was he on the curb momentarily? It looked like he was maybe on the curb going into turn 12, which is a really strange line. However, thankfully it looks like he is up and okay. The air fencing doing its job by stopping rider and bike from going any further. So we know Kaito Toba's got the pace, he just needs to stop making so many mistakes. But he'll be back to fight another day, and fighting at the front still continues with Garcia and Munoz. But Navarro, he's now starting to show, he's starting to cut towards the back of Danny Munoz. Maybe Fernandez, he's dropping back ever so slightly. Sura, he has kept his powder dry, but Oradre, last year's race 2 winner, he is now looking to move forward. But look who's lurking in the background on the green, Bosco Scuro, the 40, who came into this round as championship leader, only 2 points behind Garcia. There he is on screen, Mattia Cassidy, after a terrible start, running off at turn 1, rejoining back down in the lower regions of the points, or even just towards the lower regions of the tens. He's back, he's fighting, and he's in 7th spot right now. And this was what the championship will look like if Cassidy cannot make any further progress and Garcia wins. 18 points will be heading towards Portimao in a few weeks' time.
You're calling the Bosco Oscuro green?
It is Bosco Oscuro green. I don't know what you're getting. I mean, I'm slightly colourblind.
Luminous yellow, but...
A little bit yellow, but mostly
here
green.
we see Navarro's made a move for lead while we're squabbling over the colour of a Bosco Oscuro. A turquoise machine has now moved into the lead.
At least I can tell which one that is. That is turquoise, like the Foggy Patronus in the early 2000s. Lovely looking bike. Here we go, a slow-mo replay, 2 for 1, as clean as you like. We've been seeing that all weekend from Jorge Navarro. And he's so confident on the brakes into turn number 1 on the Clint Forward Junior team machine. And for now, he leads away ahead of Garcia and Munoz. He's now starting to show he wants to move to the front because he knows that Navarro has the pace to leap away from them if he really should dare.
A familiar sight then as Navarro leads Garcia and Munoz. This is a carbon copy of what we saw in race 1. This trio of riders broke away from the pack, but this time around, and they have opened up a little bit of a gap, but Alberto Sura is very much part of the conversation, as is Unai Oradre, who has disposed of Eric Fernandez, and now he's about to dispose of the debatably green Bosco Oscuro machine of Alberto Sura.
The very green Bosco Oscuro, but we'll have this discussion after the race is done outside Chris. But for now, Unai Oradre, he does like this circuit, doesn't he, Oradre? Race winner here last year, as we've already said. And he's now chasing after the top 3 here, now just starting to gap this battle for second. That's about a second and a quarter maybe as they come across the line. We'll watch as they come over to tick off another lap. 8 laps to go. You can cover the top 3 with a black kit, but for that time round, it was Oradre who was setting the same pace as the leaders in front, but Munoz now sweeps to the front, potentially no. He takes second from Garcia once more. It's Jorge Navarro, your race winner here in Moto3 in 2016, continues to lead away on the forward machine. Great ride from Navarro so far as the 2 behind squabble it out, but just remember, like race number 1, it was this moment of the race we started to see Garcia spin the rear ever so slightly through turn 3 and turns 13 and 14. For this time round, he's keeping all wheels in check so far.
Yeah, the front 3 are breaking away. Navarro did actually have about 3/10 in his pocket over the other 2 riders in podium places, while Oradre is very much keeping pace with the podium trio. He's probably noticed that Navarro, Munoz and Garcia have all opened up that gap, and he wanted to get on with it. He wanted to get by Sura and Fernandez as quick as possible so he doesn't lose sight of the riders in front of him. So we're coming through sector 3 now, coming around the right-hander, that is turn 9, onto the back straight. Let's just check the sector times of Oradre. He's got about a 10th over the riders in front of him. He's keeping pace with Navarro out front. So Oradre is looking to do his best to close the gap as Garcia slides out far there. So Navarro just sets a best sector 3 of the race, but Oradre couldn't keep pace with him that time. He's only keeping pace with the podium, the other 2 on the podium. So Navarro really is heating up the action here.
Danny Munoz is an absolute demon through the last 3 corners of the track. He really leaps away from Roberto Garcia and up to the back of Jorge Navarro and gets into the slipstream of the forward machine as they power down the straight once again. And Danny Munoz comes out of the slipstream. Oradre, it looks like he has closed in ever so slightly. Munoz sweeps through it, not quite. Navarro cuts the nose off the 17 Gas Up Racing Team machine and keeps the lead, but Unai Oradre that time round was 0.4 of a second faster than Garcia just in front and set the same time as Navarro, but only a 10th slower than Danny Munoz. So is Garcia now starting to run into tire troubles like he did in race number 1? If he is, that spells disaster for him because the other 4 riders behind are a lot closer than they were in race 1. Look at that, Oradre is looking a lot closer to Garcia this time round.
Yeah, a reminder then that Munoz won race 1, Roberto Garcia won race 2 in Estoril, Oradre a race winner in Catalonia last year, Sura a race winner in Misano this year, but Jorge Navarro, your race leader, still to win in this class. The experienced and wily old veteran is doing a fantastic job out front, setting a wonderful pace. However, last time around, Munoz did set the fastest lap, last time around, Munoz was the fastest rider on track. So he is not letting Navarro get away with this at all. Garcia then, he has just lost a little bit of space to the front too. While Oradre, we just had a look at some of the times. Garcia has actually responded in sector 3 to open up a bit of a gap over Oradre once again. So coming around into the final corner, Navarro will lead Munoz. We've seen him get into the slipstream more than once here and make move at turn 1. Will he be close enough to do it on Navarro this time? If he is close enough, then it spells then it allows Garcia and Oradre to come back into contention.
Garcia was on the green coming out of the final corner. Don't pay attention to the
Here we go.
monitor.
Here we go.
Navarro losing the lead to Danny Munoz. Then we've got Navarro there tumbling down our order. So I'm guessing it's a transponder issue for your rider in second, the number 11 of Jorge Navarro, because Danny Munoz leads from Navarro. Garcia, he had a massive moment coming out of the final corner and he dropped a few bike lengths even further back. He's now into the clutches of Unai Oradjo in the number 10 machine, Alberto Sura and Eric Fernandez. Cassidy, he won't be able to, he looks like he should be able to close to the back of this. He's all over, but maybe it's, oh, Munoz out wide. I was just about to say Cassidy, he looks like he's losing a bit of form to the riders just in front as Munoz made that mistake into turn number 4 ahead of Jorge Navarro. So Navarro, he is having transponder issues because we've got him down in 17th at the moment, but we know he's well and truly in this fight for the win.
So Munoz then recovers from going wide there at turn 5 and comfortably leading here. We've got Navarro just hanging on, as you say, ignore the timing screens because that is Jorge Navarro, the number 11, running in second place. He's already picked up a couple of P2s in 2024, but he wants the big one as we see the overtake for the race lead on the number 17. Dives up the inside of Navarro, brilliantly executed. He's been lining that move up on a couple of occasions, and Munoz, the rookie, finally makes it stick.
Yeah, clean as you like is as clean as a whistle from Danny Munoz. Jorge Navarro, now we're going to see what Jorge Navarro is made of. This happened in race number 1. Munoz got to the front. Navarro tried to go with him, but unfortunately Munoz couldn't quite hold it. As we see a change for third, almost Garcia later on the brakes, but he's coming under considerable pressure now from Oradre, and Sura and Fernandez are just off the back of that with Cassidy lurking into the background as well.
Yeah, Oradre has finally caught Garcia, so it looks like a matter of time with 5 laps to go. It's a matter of time before Oradre can get himself into the top 3 here. Eric Fernandez isn't quite out of it yet. He's actually lapped quicker than, or Sura actually lapped quicker. Excuse me, it is Eric Fernandez who's lapping quicker than Oradre, and he's bringing Sura with him. But Oradre looks like he's going to get the hooks now into Garcia. Back out front, it's Danny Munoz who leads over Jorge Navarro. They come around into the finals, indeed into the 3rd sector and through the kink at 9, and will come down the back straight. Navarro will not be close enough to make a move, but what about Oradre on Garcia? Is he going to opt for an inside line here? He pulls out of the slipstream. Oradre, he's not quite close enough. So, interesting battle brewing in Barcelona for P3.
Garcia just gets that bike kicked sideways to try and stop it on the entry into turn 10. It's incredible riding from the young Spanish rider. The 17-year-old, however, he's got a plethora of riders all over the back of him now with Oradre and Fernandez. It looks like Fernandez is now starting to drop the Bosco Scuro riders. So the Bosco Scuro riders, who so far this season have taken 2 wins out of the opening 4 races. They're really struggling for pace here in Catalunya, as we might see a change for third. Powering down the straight, we're seeing the leaders for now, Munoz and Navarro, but further back, we'll keep an eye out on that. It's a flash into camera shot just behind these two, but Oradre was shaping up a move and hasn't made a stick. Garcia still holding it for now. He's incredibly strong in the brakes as Roberto Garcia on the 31 Fantic Cardoso racing machine, but this is just allowing Fernandez ever so slightly on the FAL 55T race, or TAY racing machine, just to catch up to them on the number 4 bike. He's chasing his first podium of the season is Eric Fernandez, who's climbing all over the back of Oradre, who's now doing the same to Garcia, with Cassidy now in front of Sura. So we've missed that one. Cassidy is now the leading Bosco Scuro machine in 6th spot, so he's now trying to claw his way back after a tough start and maybe do some damage limitation on his championship charges. However, Chris, he's starting to see his championship rival Garcia coming back to him.
Yeah, a little bit of revenge there for Cassidy. Remember, Sura denied him the P4 finish, I think it was, in race 1 and saw him lose the championship lead. But another disastrous start for Cassidy means he will most certainly be well behind in the championship lead. Roberto Garcia running in third place will pick up even more points over Cassidy and Sura. Danny Munoz, though, has very much entered into championship contention, as is Jorge Navarro, who's going to do back-to-back P2s. A long lap penalty then coming the way of Eric Fernandez. He is in this podium fight, but for how long? He will have to go through the long lap penalty loop for exceeding track limits.
Such a shame that for Eric Fernandez, isn't it, Chris, because he was showing so strong in this race and it looks like he was about to mount a podium challenge. I wonder if he's been given the signal yet. No, he's pulled into turn number 1. The long lap penalty loop is on the outside of turns 1 and 2, and you rejoin on the entrance to turn 3. So you must go through the long lap penalty loop before the race is over to serve that. So he will be out of contention. Spinning, there you go, confirmation on the bottom of the screen, exceeding track limits. Eric Fernandez on the 4, looking up the inside of Oradri, almost tagging the back of the STV Lee's racing machine rider just in front. And this is bringing Cassidy, the second place rider in the championship, on the 40 Borsco Skewer machine. He's now in the podium battle and he sees his championship rival 3 places just in front of him. Roberto Garcia on the 31, who is struggling.
Oh, we've got
for
yellow
pace
flags
now.
at turn 5. This is where they're coming through. Have we lost?
You're right there. Well spotted there, Chris.
Have we
Yellow
lost
flag.
somebody?
I thought that was going to be.
I thought it was Danny Munoz for a second. It's Jin Lee.
Yes, his teammate, Jin Lee, Gas Up Racing Team. So for a split moment there, my heart sank because I thought that was Danny Munoz that went into the gravel trap. But for now, Danny Munoz leads the way ahead of this gaggle of riders for battle. My goodness me, 4 riders in this, an 8-wheeler for third spot, and they're all climbing over the back of Garcia. Garcia's doing a tremendous job so far in holding third place with Oradri, Fernandez and Garcia. Just remember your third rider on screen there, the number 4 of Fernandez, has to come into the long lap penalty loop as Oradri had a bit of a moment coming through turn number 13.
So around the final corner we go. Our race leader Danny Munoz has already crossed the line, but it's all about this battle for P3. Garcia putting on a defensive masterclass to deny Fernandez, Oradre and Mattia Cassidy very much in this now as Fernandez lines up his long lap penalty move. He loses a place to Alberto Sura. He should come out ahead of Fernandez. I think he's got enough time in the bank to come out in P6 at the very worst. Yeah, it looks like that. So his podium ambitions are gone with just what, over a lap and a half to go here from Eric Fernandez. But the battle for P3 is raging on in Barcelona. Garcia currently holds off Oradre and Mattia Cassidy. But for how long?
Not
Here
long.
comes Unai Oradre and he pushes Garcia out wide. Is Cassidy going to pounce? He absolutely is. No, what's going on here for Garcia? He's out of the race.
My goodness.
He's out of the race. He's stopped racing. Has the problem happened? Oh, well, drama here. Garcia is gone. Oradre now on the podium. And Mattia Cassidy, what a Sunday salvage job this is turning into for the Moto E World Champion. He started P2. He dropped like a stone off the line. And he has worked his way through the pack for P4. Will it get better? Or will Oradre find his first podium of the campaign? And I'm seeing an issue for... Okay, it's Garcia.
Yeah,
Timing screen's playing a trick on me with Jorge Navarro. It said he had crashed, but I don't believe he has.
Here we go again.
Here we go. Oradre, clean and fair, dives up the inside, pushes him wide, and then Cassidy saw the door open, pushed him wide too. I don't think there's a whole lot wrong there, Liam.
No, not at all. It just looked like, well, he was hung out to dry a little bit by Oradre, was Garcia, and Cassidy took his opportunity. You see, it was a Sunday salvage job by Cassidy, but at that moment there, I think it was probably a Sunday surprise as Cassidy saw his championship rival Roberto Garcia pull off the track. So disaster there for Garcia, who was your championship leader coming into this race. If it stays as is, Mattia Cassidy will be taking over the lead of the championship once more. However, his job is not done yet. He is 0.3 of a second behind Unai Oradri, as Jorge Navarro has been put back into second spot on our timing screen. So the race for the lead is done and dusted, barring any mistake for Dani Munoz. It's going to be a Dani delight, a Dani double here in Catalunya, if he can just stay on board his gas up racing team ahead of Jorge Navarro. But it's a battle for third. We have to keep an eye on, will it be Oradri or Cassidy to take the final podium?
He's
that
onto
was
the green
very
there.
close to the green, yes.
He's on the green.
Oh my goodness, and we don't want any more hearts and mouths moment from Dani Munoz, because he's almost on the green again. Just take it easy, Dani. You've got a second lead over Jorge Navarro.
Yeah, Munoz is on for a second win here. It looked like he may have just glanced onto the green, but as things stand, there's no problems. The number 17 is on for the double. A superb performance from the rookie. Through the final sector we go. Two corners to go on the final lap. Munoz is home and hose, but what about the battle for the podium?
We look at the battle for the podium, but we keep close eye on Dani Munoz. It's been a Munoz masterclass and brilliance in Barcelona for the number 17. He doubles up in Catalunya with his second race win to make it a double here today, and Oradri holds on third ahead of Cassidy. Jorge Navarro in second position, but Sura drops down to fifth position ahead of Eric Fernandez, Tagahada and Alberto Ferrandez ahead of Mateo Rato and Johan Gimbert, rounding out your top 10. But once more, Chris, Dani delight, a double up for Munoz. What a ride that has been, and your first rider of the season to take 2 victories, and he's done it in one day.
Yeah, back-to-back in Barcelona from Munoz. The rookie has awoken and a new championship contender has emerged in Catalunya. Absolutely sensational stuff from Dani Munoz. Well-deserved lap of honour here, because today was something special from the young rider.
Indeed it was. When everyone else was losing their heads and losing their tyres, Dani Munoz kept it all line astern. Oh, well, I say that, almost dropped it onto the green a couple of times on the final lap, but thankfully was able to keep his head on to finish top of the pile once again ahead of Jorge Navarro. That is 2 second places in the day. Waves to the crowd from pole position to P2. Not too bad, considering all things being considered for the Clint Forward Junior Team Machine and Unai Oradri. It's been a tough start to 2024 for the STV Leglise Racing rider, but he is overjoyed with that result, and he should be. Come on, he says. Vamos, Unai Oradri. He will be back fighting at the front, you can imagine, in Portimao next time out, but he's back on the podium. It's been a tough start for him as Dani Munoz stops over at turn number 10, La Caixa corner, to celebrate with some of his fans. The star is born, you must say. Dani Munoz, a new championship contender, as Chris just said, your champion from Stock European Championship last year. Him and Eric Fernandez were a class above last year, and Eric Fernandez, if it wasn't for that long lap penalty, you can imagine he would have been in the podium battle all the way to the very end. However, the young Eric Fernandez, the young Spaniard, has to settle for 6th place, so equals his best result of this season. And looks like Dani Munoz had something he was holding there. I wasn't quite sure what that was, or maybe he was giving the marshals the sign, I'm number 1, he says, but not quite sure what that was. However, he will be telling us he has number 1 when he speaks to Chris in a moment. It looks like he is holding something. I'm not quite sure what that might be, as he almost comes to a complete stop one-handed and almost set himself over the handlebars. Oh, maybe something's come off. It has done. Oh, it's a lollipop, actually. Maybe a chupa chup or something like that to celebrate his victory. So he's picked that up on the cool-down lap. Took me far too long. I would never class myself as a detective after trying to figure out what Dani Munoz was holding after his victory celebrations in race number 2. And this is how he did it. Down towards turn number 1 with 5 or 6 laps remaining. Up the inside of Jorge Navarro, as Chris quite rightly pointed out during the broadcast. He had shaped it up for a couple of laps. Looks a glancing left to Jorge Navarro, just making sure that he is well out of sight, out of mind, as he takes the lead before he crosses the line to make it a back-to-back in Barcelona. A Dani delight, as Dani Munoz produces a masterclass on Sunday in Barcelona. Thumbs up from Jorge Navarro. Maybe he was trying to offer Navarro a consolatory lollipop for second place, but I'm sure Jorge Navarro, he's having absolutely none of that. He'll be laser focused on his next outing. But once more, Dani Munoz reigning supreme here in Barcelona, ahead of Jorge Navarro, Unai Oradju, just missing out on the podium. Mattia Cassidy on the Bosco Scuro. However, with issues for Roberto Garcia, Cassidy retakes the championship lead ahead of Alberto Sura. And fifth spot, Eric Fernandez, as we spoke about, long lap penalty for him in the closing stages. He dropped down to sixth ahead of Tagahara on the Gas Up Racing team. He was in seventh ahead of Alberto Fernandez, Matteo Rato and Johan Gimbert on Promo Racing. Marco Tapia, he got off to a good start earlier on in the race, but he dropped back out of the top 10 in 11th ahead of Lorenzo Fallon. Matteo Volpe, Eduardo Montero, he picks up some points after his crash in race 1, and Maxwell Toth picks up points in 15th. Just missing out in 16th was De Vittori and Charles Aubry on the JEG Racing number 9 machine. So 17 riders all finished in that. Their last DNF was Roberto Garcia. After holding valiantly Unai Oradju off for most of that race, down towards turn number 5, Oradju made an overtake on Garcia and hung the young Spaniard out to dry a little bit, and Mattia Cassidy took full force action of that, sat Garcia up, and then it looked like immediately after that happened, Garcia's bike just cried enough and out he went from the race. So not sure if it was cause of that or if it was a result of the mistake. But no mistake for Dani Munoz. He's down in Parc Fermé talking to our very own Chris Jordan.
Dani, back-to-back in Barcelona and now a serious championship contender. How are you feeling after today's runs?
I feel incredible. Second race here in Barcelona and second win of the year. This race was most difficult because in the first lap it was difficult for me to pass the other riders, but finally I could. I pushed so hard in the last laps to take a distance and will be perfect. Thank you to the team, to the sponsor and my family.
Y para todos que te vean en España.
Bueno, ha sido una carrera, bueno, estoy muy contento por la carrera. Segunda carrera aquí en Barcelona y segunda victoria de la temporada. Ha sido una carrera más complicada, la que se me ha hecho más difícil adelantar a otros pilotos. Hemos tenido una batalla así más divertida al principio de carrera, pero al final, en mitad de carrera he intentado sacar un hueco, apretar primero y bueno, lo hemos conseguido. Muy contento con eso y bueno, agradecer el trabajo al equipo, a la familia y a los sponsors. Gracias.
Felicidades, gracias.
Well, Dani Munoz, you see him on the grid, doubled up, thumbs up from some fans to the race start of Moto2, with Navarro getting the whole shot from pole position, but it would be Sura swooping around the outside after a mistake from Navarro, and to turn 1, he dropped down to 4th, but it was Sura leading the race the way from Munoz as he made an error, almost tagging the back of the Bosco Scuro into turn 4. Garcia made moves earlier on. He was challenging for the lead before Munoz retaliated into turn number 5. Turn 5 becoming the downfall of Garcia later on in the race. The number 4 of Eric Fernandez, he was showing strongly in the early stages, even fighting for the podium and looking to lead at certain stages. He made a move almost on Jorge Navarro into La Caixa corner, but it would be Munoz taking advantage of a slight error from Alberto Sura into turn number 10, but another error from Munoz coming out of turn 7 gave way for Garcia to chop up the inside. 8 riders in the leading group in the early stages made for a Moto2 classic here in Catalunya, with Fernandez making his moves on Jorge Navarro. Just seeing his rival from Stock European Championship just ahead of him, Fernandez tried his best but couldn't quite make it stick on Munoz as he eventually dropped back as Navarro started to fight his way through to the front. He took the lead from Garcia in the middle half of the race. Further back we had the Bosco Scuros coming through the pack after Cassidy's disaster at turn 1 after running off at the start of the race. However, it was Navarro leading the way from Munoz before Garcia started to run into tyre problems. This move from Munoz, he wouldn't look back as he led from that moment on to lights out to the checkered flag as Fernandez made his long lap penalty. But it was this moment here as Oradre made the move up the inside of Garcia for P3. Cassidy took advantage of it, and then all of a sudden Garcia's bike cried enough. But it would be no such issues for Danny Munoz, back-to-back in Barcelona. Munoz masterclass once again here as he doubles up for victory, and he now becomes a Moto2 championship contender.
Gas Up Racing Team. Li donem la benvinguda a Luis Vega. Vámonos.
Luis Vega, the team representative of Gas Up Racing, he will be taking the trophy home for the team here today. The second time today they'll be taking the winner's prize. An all-Spanish podium once more in Moto2. Unai Oradre will be one of the happiest riders in the paddock after a difficult start to the season, almost jumping on P2. That's not quite the one yet. Maybe next time out in Portimao he'll be jumping on P2, but he'll be hoping for P1. But P2 goes the way of Jorge Navarro for the second time today. Important points, 40 points all round for the Clint Forward Junior Team machine. However, nobody could lay a glove on today's double winner, Danny Munoz, with the Gas Up Racing Team. So the president of FIM Europe, Mr. Jean-Marc, this news, he hands over the trophy to Luis Vega, the team representative of Gas Up Racing. And once again, handing over the trophy to Unai Oradre, his first trophy of the season to add to his collection from last year. That'll be one of the most hardest fought to third places he would have had in his career. Circuit Managing Director Joseph Luis hands over the second place trophy to Jorge Navarro. Some important points and his third second place of the season as he now builds upon a championship challenge. However, your champion from last year hands over the trophy from Senna Aegis, the Moto2 European champion to Moto2 World Championship rider, hands over the trophy to Danny Munoz. Could we see him in the World Championship in years to come? As we listen to the Spanish national anthem. Once more today, the Spanish national anthem rains out across the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya, and for this time today, it will be the Prosecco dock that's been sprayed by all three riders on the podium in Moto2, giving their team a soaking down below, a sticky soaking, you should say, from the Prosecco. And a bit of a swig after a hard day's work for all three riders. And for the first time today, Unai Oradre gets a taste of the podium Prosecco, as Munoz and Navarro have it for the second time today. Well, the riders will be posing for a picture in a second, and it'll be one to remember throughout the year, as you can imagine. Especially with Jorge Navarro and Danny Munoz, you will see plenty of them in the podium, but maybe for now, Unai Oradre, now that he's got the taste of Prosecco once more, he'll be wanting some more of it throughout the rest of 2024.
So your results from race 2 in the Moto2 classes. Danny Munoz on top again, ahead of Navarro, with Unai Oradre earning a first podium of the campaign. Mattia Cassidy beats Sura to 4th, with Eric Fernandez placing 6th. Taiga Hada, Alberto Fernandez, Mattia Rato all placing inside the top 10. Joan Gilbert picking up good points once again in P10. Marco Tapia beats Lorenzo Felon to P11. But Mattia Volpi came home in a lonely 13th ahead of Edu Montero and Maxwell Toth. Taking the checkered flag but missing out on the points are the Vittori, Aubrier and Roberto Garcia, who was mixed up in that late incident in the podium battle. Then Jinlen Lee, Janan Inta, Harrison Vought are among the riders who crashed out and failed to see the checkered flag. So, Mattia Cassidy is your championship leader on 82 points. Roberto Garcia, his late error sees him lose a lot of points and is 11 off the Italian. Jorge Navarro moves up to 3rd. Munoz, after 2 wins, is up to 4th. Sura in 5th, Hada 6th, Fernandez 7th, Oradre, then Eric Fernandez, while Mangiardo is inside the top 10. Following the Italian, it is Gimbert, Ratto, Fellon, Harrison Voigt, Marco Tapia, Mattia Volpi and Brett Roberts. While Ivo Lopez, Edu Montero, Kaito Toba, Maxwell Toth, Jacobo Hostrik and Channon Inta are the rest of your 2024 point scorers in the Moto2 European Championship.
Moto2 European Championship race number 2 is done and dusted. Moto2 will be back in action in a few weeks' time in Portimao. Can anyone stop the doubler Dani Munoz, who does the masterclass here today with back-to-back victories in Barcelona? But don't go anywhere. We've had 5 races down. There's 1 more to go with the Stock European Championship up next.
After sensational races in Misano and Estoril, the European Stock Championship heads to Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya for round 3. The 4.7 kilometer length, 14 turn circuit boasts the longest straight on the calendar, and it is the perfect circuit to go racing on a toasty afternoon on the outskirts of Barcelona. 2023 saw bragging rights go away to eventual champion Dani Munoz, with Eric Fernandez coming in 2nd place last season. However, both of those riders have gone on to bigger and better things in the Moto2 class, particularly Dani Munoz, without giving too much away, while Dino Iozzo was on the podium here last season, and he is back in the stock category for 2024.
Yeah, a great race looks to be ahead of us. Race number 6 of the day, Chris. So we've managed to power through 5 fantastic races so far. So if you're just joining us for the final race of the day, make sure you go back on the JuniorGP YouTube channel and anywhere that you're watching from around the world, and make sure you catch up with what has been a bombastic and brilliant Barcelona battle in all classes so far.
So last time out in Estoril was in the wet conditions. The big pink machine in the number 13, Dino Iozzo started from pole position, but it was Adrian Rodriguez who got the whole shot going into turn 1, the number 44, though Iozzo managed to steal back the lead. However, Estoril's tricky conditions came into effect as the South African high-sided out at the reverse corkscrew, and he wasn't the only rider to do so, which saw the red flags wave and a wet race declared for the restart. There were bizarre scenes as pole sitter Iozzo launched from pit lane, leaving clear run for Rodriguez to take the lead from P4. Verdoya crashed out after making a play for P1 before a breakaway quartet battled for the podium. 4 soon became 3 as Borja Jimenez crashed out, allowing Rodriguez to clear off for his first ever victory in the class, and Iker Garcia pipped Francisco Ruiz to P2 on the line. So Adrian Rodriguez comes into this one as the most recent race winner, and he was beyond ecstatic last time out in Estoril as he mastered the mixed conditions. Very different conditions here today, as you can see. 40 odd degrees, 43 degrees on track, 21 degrees Celsius in the air, and as you can see, very little wind, and it's a very beautiful day here in Barcelona, just on the outskirts of the metropolitan city, as we look in the background of some of the iconic rolling mountains around Montmeló, where Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya is located. So, all in all, perfect conditions to go racing, and a wonderful event to close out what has been an excellent day so far in action. Joined by Liam Hodgins alongside me. Liam, how much are you looking forward to this one?
Well, you always put the best to last, don't you? So this one's going to be bombastic with Lorenzo Dalla Porta there, and this is how he took pole position yesterday.
For sure, I feel so good. Second pole, so I'm so happy for this. I feel good all the weekend from Thursday, so today is just a confirmation. So nothing, I'm so happy. I have to say thanks to the team because we are doing a really great job. And nothing, thanks a lot, and I hope we can do a good race tomorrow. For sure I would like to win, but also all the other riders, so we'll see. I just try to do all my best, and I think we will do a good result.
A 1:47.376 from the Italian sees him launch from pole, and the last time he launched from pole position in the stock class, he was on the top step. That came in Misano, a one-time race winner here. You can see P1 in the championship with 36 points. One win, settled in for a P5 result in Estoril. Didn't quite have the pace to go with the top guys in Portugal, and was more than happy to pick up some valuable championship points as a 2019 Moto3 World Championship winner is now competing in the stock class, chasing another crown of his own.
Yeah, he was struggling a little bit throughout the weekend, was Lorenzo Dalla Porta, but on Saturday really did find his form once again. However, if he's on course for a good result here today, it could be one of the best outings he's had in Barcelona. He's never scored any higher than P12 in his World Championship days. That's including the year he won the Moto3 World Championship in 2019. Big hearts to the fans and to everyone back home from Jose Luis Armario on the Super Hugo 44 team. He goes from second place on the grid.
Yeah, brilliant qualifying session from the number 58. Only just missed out on pole position as Dalla Porta posted a very late effort in qualifying on Saturday. Armario he picked up some points in Misano with a P7 finish, or P9, excuse me. While we look here, Alex Millan, no stranger to the class. He was very much involved in the victory and podium battle in Estoril before fading off somewhat slightly and just picking up a P5, I think it was, in the end.
Yeah, showing
P4
great.
even.
P4, I mean, just one better. So still chasing the first podium of the year, but you can imagine that Alex Millan going from P3 on the grid will be hoping for a victory here today. And someone that will be looking for a repeat victory back-to-back will be Adrian Rodriguez on the SF Racing 44 machine. Just missed out on some points in Misano after a crash that brought out the red flag. Thankfully he was okay, and then he managed to take his first victory in the class last time out in a very sodden Estoril, Chris.
Not just his first victory, his first podium.
Exactly, yes.
And what a way to do it, because as mentioned in the previously on there, as we were looking at the highlights from Estoril, it was this rider, Dino Iotto, who was supposed to start on pole, and Iotto did start on pole before the red flag came out and the race was restarted. Then actually with him and his teammate Iotto and his teammate Van Rosmalen, both came out of pit lane for the restart due to some technical issues, and that allowed Rodriguez a clear run for the whole shot, starting from P4. He had nobody in front of him, so it was just a good start, and away you go.
Yeah, Dino Iotto was telling us yesterday when we were chatting to him and the team that it was the master cylinder after the crash had broken, so they were trying to fix that in a hurry to get him back out on track. So it was a shame for Dino because he really has been on form so far this season, and he'll be hoping to pick up another podium and potentially go even higher than P3 so far as well. The rider we're seeing on screen, the rider just behind, Demis Mihala, so on the MDR Competition 89 machine.
Wonderful
I tried my best. I've been practicing all morning for that one.
Mihaila is how I'm going to call it anyways, but he had a wonderful race last time out, top 6 finish in Estoril. Andy Verdoya on the podium in the opening round. Hasn't found that form in Estoril nor in Catalonia during qualifying. P7 here, a couple of crashes. Estoril, we saw he tried to make a play for the lead in that restarted wet race, but crashed out. So he's going to be looking to pick up some good points here. He could very well be a contender from the third row.
He showed great race pace in Misano only a few weeks back. He was running about fourth or fifth until the last couple of laps when he started making a play for the podium. So finished second in that one. Full throttle from Ruben Romero. Wasn't sure if he was pointing to the sky for a bit of rain, but I don't think if that's what he wants, he will get any of it. However, looking at the results so far, he's on course for a good result here today. A P14 and a P10 in the opening 2 rounds of the season, but starting P8. This has been the most convincing performance so far of his young career.
Yeah. All eyes then on Lorenzo Dalla Porta. Can he record a second victory of the season? It's going to be a hard man to stop, particularly when you look at the front row. You've got Jose Luis Armario, who's up there, who's not used to competing at such lofty heights, shall we say. But you do have Alex Milla. Mario Mayor, then the 18-year-old, P8 in Estoril, P4 in Misano. He is a rider of experience in this class. We've seen him pull off some good results. He was a P4 in Estoril. 2023 was his best result. He matched that in Misano as well. So he could certainly make a charge from outside the third, or from the head of the fourth, I should say.
Yeah, thinking back to last year, Mario Mayor, you'd always find him in the outreaches of the top 5 and top 6 after a great start to the race. So expect a lot more of that from the youngster, the Spanish rider. As we look at now, Carlos Valle on the DR and the third team on the number 67. On the outside of the top 10, he'll be hoping for some solid points here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And then rounding out the fourth row is Borja Jimenez. Disappointment for him last time out as he fell out of that podium battle, crashing out. So he'll be looking for a little bit of vengeance. 12th in the championship, just the 9 points picked up so far in 2024 for the 16-year-old. They all came in Misano, a P7 finish, and as I mentioned, in Estoril he crashed out of a wet race podium scrap. So it'll be interesting to see what type of pace the FAO 55 rider has coming in the dry in Barcelona.
Now you may be wondering if there's a name we haven't mentioned just yet. Archie McDonald. He's had a tough weekend so far. He's mired back in the pack, down in 16th position. A rider that we're used to seeing near the front and battling for the fringes of the top 5. So Archie McDonald, the Australian, watch out for him coming through the field on a number 69 MRE talent machine.
Iker Garcia then further back than when he started in Estoril. P2 in Estoril finish and started on the front row 2. Had a bit of a howler from at the launch before the restarted race, and then it got off the line better second time around to record his first ever podium in the class. So you're on the point of Archie McDonald, who's maybe a little bit further back than we would have expected, but so is Francisco Ruiz, the number 26, who's just 1 place ahead of McDonald. He was on the podium last time out, was just pipped on the line to P2 by Garcia, he still picked up his first podium. A strong result for Ruiz, but hasn't been the best of weekend so far for the Spaniard.
Yeah, some big names mired in the pack, so watch out for them coming through the field in the next 16 laps. But so far, it's so good in 2024 for your pole sitter, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, who will be going from a second career pole position in the class ahead of Armario and Millan on the outside of row 1, Rodriguez and the South African Dino Iozzo in the middle of row 2, ahead of Mihala on the 89 machine. Verdoya and Romero will make up the row number 3, ahead of Mario Mayor, and then Valli, Jimenez, Garcia, Rode and Rahacek in the middle of row 5, ahead of Yari Ruiz. Archie McDonald, Santos and Bettin, the Italian, on the outside of row 6. As we scroll further back, we have the likes of Nestola, Van Rosmalen, Del Olmo and Ribeiro ahead of Says on the number 35, the Spaniard, ahead of Capote, Fabry and Brooks, the Brit in 27th spot. So Dan Brooks back there. And then we've got the Mexican of Urestugi. And then Quintal, Rasa and Echeverri rounding out your runners and riders. All 32 stock European Championship machines power their way down to turn number 1 on this warm-up lap. It's a full grid and it's going to be a great battle in Barcelona, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And away we go on the warm-up lap through turns 1, left-hander of 2 before they come into the long sweeping right-hander, the iconic turn 3 here in Barcelona. Before, of course, number 4, Repsol is up next. So who are the riders to keep an eye out for here, Liam? Well, the number 13 there, Dino Iozzo, is certainly one of them. He was on the podium here in 2023, one of the highest returners in the class. And chatting to him yesterday, as we mentioned, I asked him, does he have another reference in the class, or does he feel he is the reference? He most certainly feels he is the reference, and for good reason too. Things didn't quite go his way last time out, but expect him to bounce back in Barcelona. A couple of other riders to look out for, of course, is Adrian Rodriguez, launching from P4. Last time he launched from P4, he was top step of the podium. Lorenzo Dalla Porta, last time he launched from pole, he was top step of the podium. While on P3, Alex Millan is, of course, a considerable race threat for anyone in the stock class. So, where's our winner going to come from? Well, it's going to be decided over the next few laps, 16 laps to be precise, of stock European Championship. It's going to be unmissable, and we're only moments away.
Yeah, race number 6 of 6 here today from brilliant Barcelona. It's been sunny, it's been dry all day, and the final race is upon us. Dalla Porta leads the championship ahead of Ruiz, Rodriguez and Garcia. Only 11 points separating the top 4 in the championship. How much closer would you like it in terms of stock European Championship action? And as the riders make the way to the grid, I'll pass myself over to Chris, who'll be taking us along for this start, with Lorenzo Dalla Porta starting from pole position with the very iconic number 48 he took towards Moto3 Championship glory in 2019. Can he do it again in 24?
So then, riders roll up to their respective positions on the grid. Dalla Porta, Rodriguez, Iozzo all already there, as is Demis Mahela. He'll be looking to build a very encouraging top 6 result last time out. The tunes are still blaring, but I expect the music to be drowned out by an orchestra of engines any moment now. So we've got the final riders rolling up to their respective positions. That is our Mario, the number 58. Green flag waves at the back, the red flag is gone out front. The lights are about to turn on in the top left of your screen, and we are racing in the Stock European Championship here in Barcelona. Great start from the line from Dalla Porta, as there is for Rodriguez, who slots in just behind the championship leader. Will Rodriguez take the whole shot in the long drive into turn 1? He most certainly will. He bunts Dalla Porta back to second place, in fact into third place, as Ruben Romero, I think it is, comes flying through and jumps up into second place.
Yeah, I was watching Romero from the middle of the third row there. He got a great start there, up to second spot already, ahead of Dalla Porta, your championship leader. Dino Iotto as well from 5th on the grid. He's moved up 1 spot to 4th. However, the big loser so far is Jose Luis Mario. As soon as the lights went out, he just went backwards, found reverse gear, but going forward, finding forward gear is Dino Iotto. He's ahead of Lorenzo Dalla Porta, your pole sitter and championship leader so far, back to 4th already and coming under attack from Borja Jimenez on the 91 FAO racing machine.
So Rodriguez is your race leader on the first lap, about half a lap into the race as we come on to the back straight. He's got Ruben Romero for company though. As Liam has rightly pointed out, it's been a sensational launch from the line and it could just be about to get a whole lot better. No, he thinks a little bit better of it though, as we see the number 82, Mario Mayor, now move up 1 position, a little bit behind. Dino Iotto is cruising in 3rd position. He's got a little bit of space with Dalla Porta and Jimenez just behind them. Mayor then takes P6 off the hands of Mihaila, with Armario in 8th position, Valle in 9th, Iker Garcia in 10th, with Verdoya also behind.
Wasn't just a bad start from the middle of the first row from...
Yes.
It's also, I was looking further down, also Millan, he's dropped back, he's down in 11th now, so he's also had a bad start. So
Ruben Romero has now jumped into the lead. Sorry to cut across you, Liam. It has been a shocking start for Alex Millan too, but anything but shocking from Ruben Romero. He is in the lead, but not for long. Rodriguez fights back. He's not going to give it up that easy. Rodriguez really wants to make a statement to back up that sensational Estoril win, but he's not having it all his own way. Romero from 8th on the grid to P2 and battling for the win. Mario Mayor has also moved up into P3 at the expense of Lorenzo Dalla Porta, with Dino Iotto dropping to P5. It's a chock-a-block start here in the stock class, Liam.
What we were talking about, Mario Mayor, we said so many times last year, he came through from mid-pack to fight near the front, and once again from P9 on the grid, Mario Mayor on the 82 Yamaha GV racing machine ahead of his teammate, or who's just dropped back 1 position because Dino Iotto has demoted him back to P5. So a disastrous start so far for Lorenzo Dalla Porta, who has never really had a smooth running of things here in Catalunya. We did speak about this before the start. In his World Championship, he has never finished any higher than P12, as one of the riders was just out there on the green.
That
was Dalla Porta. You're absolutely right there, Chris. Yeah, so Dalla Porta has to keep an eye out on that. He doesn't want to run on the green too many times, or he will be slapped on the wrist with a long lap penalty.
So then Rodriguez keeping his nerve out front. As of yet, he had pressure from Romero, but Romero now has got pressure from a hard charging Mario Mayor. But Dino Iotto recovering for P4. Pole sitter is in P5, Lorenzo Dalla Porta. It's all gone a little haywire for him on this last lap and a half. But across the line we come once again. Dalla Porta just about holding off the challenge of Mihaila. Will Mihaila get into the slipstream here and make a move into turn 1? Will anyone be able to challenge for the lead on the Rodriguez? Dino Iotto is taking the inside line, and it looks like Ruben Romero has been demoted to 2nd. Iotto remains in 4th. It is Mayor who just posted the fastest lap of the race, a 1:47.8 from Mayor, and he has gone into 2nd place. This is an excellent charge.
Mayor, I guess we could say there. A great charge through the pack from the 82 on board the Yamaha GV racing machine. Already up to 2nd, as that looked like Lorenzo Dalla Porta being demoted another spot. It was indeed, he's down to 6th now. So Mihaila on the MDR competition machine has been demoting Lorenzo Dalla Porta. We've got some movers and shakers a little bit further back. That looked like the Super Hugo team of Luis Almario coming forward after his tough start to proceedings. He moved ahead of Borja Jimenez. So Almario, after dropping down the order from 2nd position on the grid, he's now starting to get his hooks into the back of this group and starting to make his reel them back in. Alex Millan, who was in P3 on the grid, he's still mired back in 11th position. So far, a big disaster for the number 23, Alex Millan. He's in 11th at the back of this pack. However, Chris, it's a top 10 that's covered by a blanket almost, within a 2.5 seconds of each other. So we've got a cracking race in order here.
Yeah, through the final sector we go then on the 3rd lap. Rodriguez still comfortably out front. He's got about a 2/10 advantage over Mario Mayor. Ruben Romero, another hard charger from the 3rd row, occupying P3. Dino Iotto, what's he got in the pocket here now? He's just been riding in P4 comfortably, hasn't been challenged that much from behind. Here we go, Ruben Romero about to make a move on Mayor. Mayor pulls out to the left, Romero follows Rodriguez, but it's Dino Iotto who's going to benefit greatly. He moves into P2 and just it looked like he might have made a move for P1, but Rodriguez cuts the nose off him. But Iotto, the South African, is in second place with the 82, and Mayor now in third. Romero drops out of the podium positions.
Benedetto Rata, he's picked himself up a long lap penalty, so number 27, he'll be coming through the long lap. I just wanted to say there, Chris, you just saw Mayor sticking his legs out coming down the home straight while in the slipstream of Rodriguez. You don't really see that from any of the classes outside of Moto3 or European Talent Cup. So these riders, as we just see Rodriguez looking over his shoulder, he doesn't want to lead, neither did Mayor. So these riders, they're playing cat and mouse at the moment with each other. Dino Iotto takes the lead, so these riders here, I don't know if they're trying to conserve their tyres and just slow the pace down, but none of these riders want to lead for the time being, so that's just allowed Iotto, who's come from 5th on the grid. He now leads ahead of Rodriguez, and Mayor, he's back and forth after being demoted a couple of positions after him trying to not lead going into turn 1.
Iotto, yeah, he is out in the lead now and rubbing shoulders between the 82 and 89, Mahaila and Mario Mayor. He's gone up the inside of Rodriguez. Mahaila, this is a hard charge from the Italian. Brilliant stuff. And Rodriguez, all of a sudden, having led over the opening laps, has been demoted to P3 as Iotto and Mahaila strike. Brilliant stuff from the South African and the Italian. Does Rodriguez, our most recent race winner, have any answer for the front two, or are they going to break away? It's quite close among the top 11, 12. The top 12 are less than 2 seconds going back to Andy Verdoya. It's even closer inside the top 6, half a second between them. You can see them there. It's all going to chop and change here. Rodriguez pulls out to the left, Iotto in the center, Mahaila on the right, and Mario Mayer in the inside line. Rodriguez takes the lead. Iotto's been bunted back to 4th place. Mahaila and Mayor are now on the podium. Well, we see there another rider, I think it's Dalla Porta, trying to make his way back onto podium places, but just gets pushed a little bit wider than he would have liked.
Are we watching a Moto3 or Junior GP race here, or a stock European Championship? It's all chopping and changing every single corner. You look, so Rodriguez, he takes the lead after 1 lap ago coming out of this corner. Looked over, he's waving the other riders through again, so Mahaila takes the lead now after Rodriguez waved him through. Mayor, we saw down the straight a lap ago, he was sticking his legs out so he didn't get the slipstream from Rodriguez. So once more, none of these riders, as we said a lap ago, want to lead. It looked like Dino Iotto, he has done, he's made a move on Mayor, so he's hung Mayor out to dry through, and once again Rodriguez looking over his shoulder just to see how many of the riders are in this leading group. They're in the 148 and 49s at the moment as this leading group, and now it stretches all the way back to Andy Verdoya, the rider that is the highest up the field that is not on a Yamaha. He's on the Honda team, Honda Leclerc's machine. So Andy Verdoya, he's in 10th spot. He's actually just dropped down to 13th, so it's a leading group of 13 riders, Chris.
Yeah, Mahaila is out in front though. We saw Rodriguez taking a little look over the shoulder. Maybe he doesn't want to get caught in the slipstream. We're not used to seeing it, as you point out, in this class, but it has come into effect already in the opening laps. We're coming around the final corner now. We'll see. Let's take note. Mahaila is in the lead ahead of Rodriguez and Iotto. Mario Mayor in 4th and Dalla Porta in 5th. Alex Mian has recovered, by the way, number 23. He's up to 6th, but let's see how it all changes coming into turn 1. Rodriguez is out in front. Iotto takes a far line. Mahaila has been dropped to 4th. Mayor is in 2nd. Iotto into 3rd momentarily before he gets dropped into 4th position. And Rodriguez now is your race leader. Coming through the first sector, the long sweeping right-hander is Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya, famous for how long and sweeping on the right it is. Before we dive into turn 4 and overtaking opportunity here, I think that's Mahaila who's looking to gain a position back against Rodriguez, but he slips into P3. And now left-hander, first left-hander of the circuit, turn 5, heartbreaking. Iotto is get the tightest line there, but we're not seeing much change come out there before we come into the second sector. And who's that? Is that Alex Mian who's diving up the inside of Dalla Porta? It most certainly is, just ahead of turn 7, switching back to the right. Drive up now on towards the back straight after turn number 9, and let's see how it all changes coming down into the heartbreaking turn 10.
There was me a couple of laps ago saying Mayan was well and truly out of this, and he's making me eat my words for breakfast now because he's charging through the pack again. A few more riders a little bit further back. I believe that might have been Ruiz on the 26 machine. He's making some moves further up, as you can see there. Ruiz on the 26. Watch out for him. Second place in the championship. Mired back in P15 on the grid. He's now starting to charge through to the front, a pack that is led by Mario Mayor on the 82 machine. So we've only had 5 laps so far. We're about to click off another one. 10 laps remaining as they come across the line. Mayor, a few laps ago, didn't want to lead coming down this home straight. For now, he does lead it. And Rodriguez, who another rider doesn't want to lead, the fan out across the circuit, 5 abreast. Here comes Dalla Porta on the number 48. Will he take the lead from fifth to first? Lorenzo Dalla Porta sets up Rodriguez. It's bumping and boring, but sat up as Rodriguez. Round the outside is Dino Iozzo, and it's Mihela that takes the lead ahead of Dalla Porta and Iozzo, your top 3 for now.
Yeah, Rodriguez properly getting bounced about there coming out of turn 1. Dalla Porta up the inside, Mihaila on the outside, and now Rodriguez is down in 4th position. It's elbows out stuff here across, particularly coming down the front straight and into turn 1. It's just battling for position on the track and getting the proper drive as Iozzo moves up now the inside of Dalla Porta. But the South African runs it a little bit wide. Dalla Porta takes back the position. But does Iozzo have another move up his sleeve coming into 7-8? Not quite. So that's opened up a little bit of a gap now for Mihaela out front. He's got a few bike lengths at about half a second. Dalla Porta, he's been running outside the top 4, top 5 for the opening laps. He kind of wants to get on with it now. He sees how this race is unfolding, and maybe he thinks he's got the pace to to break away from these guys as Alex Mian jumps up now the inside of Adrian Rodriguez. Rodriguez back in 5th position. Mian takes 4th off of his hands.
Okay, just looking further back in that pack there, Iker Garcia on the 11, another Yamaha GP
mistake
Racing.
for Iozzo.
Oh, Iozzo's got a problem.
For Iozzo.
A big problem for Iozzo there. Well spotted there, Chris.
Okay, he's still riding, but he's looking down at the dashboard here. Big problems coming the way of Dino Iozzo, who is on the podium, and now his name is plummeting down, and straight into pit lane he comes. Once again, he records no points. That's huge disappointment for the South African, who was once again running with the top guys and displaying great pace, but it seems a technical problem has brought his race to an early end.
If he had no bad luck, he'd have no luck at all with Dino Iozzo. A really disastrous start to his campaign in 2024 after showing great speed. It did look like he was looking down at the rear end of the bike, so I'm not sure if maybe there was a tyre problem or something else has gone on. But for now, Dino Iozzo, who was running in 3rd position behind Lorenzo Dalla Porta. Lorenzo Dalla Porta, he's lost touch big time with Demis Mihaila. So Mihaila on the number 89 machine, he's already opened up a gap of almost 1 second ahead of your championship leader as Alex Mayan makes a move on Mayor, and he makes his stick just behind them. It looked like Garcia made a move on Rodriguez, but runs a little bit deep. Rodriguez trying to get the cutback around the outside, down the hill towards turn number 7. And we have Ruiz as well. He's in the mix for this one as well. So it's all chopping and changing. However, these riders beat each other up. Mihaela at the front, he is really starting to gap them and really putting his foot down as he is back into the low 1:48 last time round. So as the rest of the riders were in the high 48s and 49s, Mihaela, he was in at the low 48s. Mian has a little look up the inside of Dalla Porta but can't make it stick. So the 2 riders that really are showing speed now are your race leader of Mihaela and Alex Mian on the 23 machine.
Round the final corners we come in sector 4 before we clock off another lap, and let's have a look at the lap times as they come over. Mihaela is your race leader. He was 6/10 quicker almost than the majority. Yeah, he was 6/10 quicker than all the leading group. This time around, what's he going to post? The number 89 to 1:48.3. And the only rider who can match him in this leading group is Mario Mayor, who is running in P4. So Mayor, as you can see on the left-hand side of that lead trio, is diving up the inside, close. But it's Alex Mian who squeezes in between the 2 of Dalla Porta and Mian to take P2. Mian has been dropped to P4, where he started, or Mayor has been dropped into P4, with Dalla Porta in 3rd and Alex Mian in 2nd. But Mayor was the only rider who kept pace with Mihaela on that lap.
Yeah, crazy pace that Mihaela is running out front, 2.2 seconds or 1.1 seconds ahead of Alex Millan and Lorenzo Dalla Porta, with Mayor making some movement, shaking a little bit further up ahead. We have Rodriguez coming under pressure from Jimenez, and Jimenez looked like he made the move stick into turn number 5, but here's a replay of this one. So Mayor on the 82, as late as you like, as leery as you like. It looks like maybe one of his bootstraps may be undone as well on his left-hand side. Something else flapping on the 82 machine as well. But Millan, braver than most, slots through the gap there and squeezes Dalla Porta and Mayor out, so he takes second. What can Millan do? It looks like on this lap, maybe I could be seeing things, but it looks like Millan might be just starting to bridge that gap. It's down to 1 second. It was 1.1 at the start of the lap. Millan is now starting to bridge that gap as the number 27 of Benedetto Rasa has been given a right-through penalty after not serving his double long lap penalty. So the 27, he'll have to come through the pits and get a slap on the wrist for being a naughty boy that time round. And so, as we come through the final corner, we're looking at Ruiz, the rider second in the championship. He's making some headway in this race as the 71 of Romero runs onto the green across the start-finish line. They come, and this time round, it was Alex Millan who was 0.4 of a second faster than Mihaela out front. The gap is now down to 0.8 of a second as Mayor and Dalla Porta running a little bit deep, with Mayor running out wide, and he's coming under pressure now from Borja Jimenez.
Yeah, the problem Millan has is, even though he was 0.4 quicker than Mihaela, he is getting stuck in battle with Dalla Porta and Mario Mayor. Now, if he can maintain that pace, keep it clean and tidy, if Dalla Porta can just file in behind him, there is a reasonable chance that they can catch Mihaela, who is just 0.8 ahead. He was 0.4 quicker than him in the last lap, so it could just be a matter of time if he maintains his pace. But Lorenzo Dalla Porta looks like he wants to get on with it too. He's not close enough to make a move just there coming through turn 5. He's eyeing up, he's just showing a little wheel to Millan. It looks like he's just, any moment now we're going to see Dalla Porta make a move on Millan, but that may not be best for their hopes. Well, Millan there running it onto the green and getting it wrong through there. So that's going to cost him, and possibly incur the wrath of the stewards. But we continue on. So it's Millan running in second place. He's still running at about 0.8 behind Mihaela. Mihaela, this is an excellent ride from the Italian. Dalla Porta also looking to get on with it behind Millan in P3. With Mario Mayor, Borja Jimenez inside the top 5, and Iker Garcia's charge through the field is really reaping reward for the Spaniards. He has gone up into the top 6, and podium is not out of the question for the Spaniard.
Adrian Rodriguez is dropping like a stone now. He's got Andy Verdoya on the Team Honda Leglise machine climbing all over the back of the 44, so maybe tyre troubles coming into effect here across the line. They come. There's Andy Verdoya on the 27 Honda. He's moving up. He was 13th a couple of laps ago. He's now going for P8 ahead of Rodriguez, maybe even more, maybe taking 2 for 1 into turn 1. Not quite, as Alex Millan has been shuffled out wide. He's gone from 2nd into 4th with Lorenzo Dalla Porta. He's now taking the charge as they try and close the gap ahead of Mihaela.
There are problems coming for Mihaela. A 1:48 last time round was 0.6 slower than Lorenzo Dalla Porta in second, and also Borja Jimenez on the number 91 machine of the FAU 55 TUI Racing, a 1:48.2 for the Spaniards. So this podium group, let's call them, of 4 riders, are very much on the charge and have Mihaela in their sights. Alex Millan has actually dropped to the back of this group, a 1:48.5 for him last time around. Has he got the pace to go with these riders just ahead of him? Remains to be seen, but one thing for sure, it looks like it's only a matter of time before the likes of Dalla Porta, Jimenez, Mayor catch Mihaela out front. So what has Mihaela got in response? A 1:48.8 last time around. We'll come over in a minute to check the lap times once they come through the final sector here, Liam. But Mihaela's got trouble brewing.
He does indeed. He was just looking over his shoulder there coming out of turn 9 and would have seen a gaggle of 4 riders closing in on him. And Lorenzo Dalla Porta, has he played this and timed this to absolute perfection? That wily old head on his shoulders. He's not a world champion for nothing, is Lorenzo Dalla Porta. He knows how to manage a race, and maybe he's managed the race the best by looking after his tyres. He was dropping back through the field in the opening few laps while the rest were bumping and boring and battling each other and trying to set the pace out the front. He wasn't deterred by that, and he has now taking the charge ahead of the rest of the pack to try and close in Mihaela. In that time round, he was once again 0.3 of a second faster. You don't even have to look at the time screen. Here comes Mayor into third. They're now on the back of Demis Mihaela in the battle for the win, Chris. So yes, Mihaela does have big problems on his hands now.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, as I thought I heard someone in the headset go through the gravel, but I'm mistaken. Yeah, it's a matter of time now before Dalla Porta gets his claws on Mihaela. Mihaela has run an admirable race, but he has not got the pace over the last couple of laps. The Italian Dalla Porta is 0.3 quicker than him. He is also 1/10.5, nearly 2/10 quicker than him through sector 1. Dalla Porta is coming, and he is bringing a freight train of trouble for the Italian out front. It's Mihaela leading Dalla Porta on the 48. Then it's Mario Mayor, Jimenez, Millan inside the top 5. Jose Luis Armario is a little bit further back and just out of contention. You can see him there, the yellow 58 machine. But it looks like Millan is going that way rather than towards the podium battle.
The rider that was fastest on track last time round was the 71 of Ruben Romero. He was the rider in the 148, the low 148s last time round. Him and also Andy Bedoya, those are the two fastest riders on track. So Andy Bedoya, just see him on the team Honda Leclerc's machine, the red Honda, the very nice looking red, blue and white Honda, just flashing into the background on number 25. He's now started to close in on this top group after coming through the pack, just coming through turn 13 into the final corner as we're about to tick off another lap. But for now, Mihaela is leading this absolutely brilliantly. He takes a tear off and drops into the face of Lorenzo Dalla Porta. 4 laps to go. Down the main straight they come, but he's just getting eaten up by Dalla Porta and Mayor. And Dalla Porta sweeps into the lead ahead of Mayor. He drops 3 positions, does Mihaela from first to third, and he's now coming under attack from Jimenez and Millan.
So Dalla Porta takes the lead, and Mihaela all of a sudden goes from P1 to P3, and he's got bigger problems coming from behind him. Borja Jimenez is on the march, as is Millan and Armario. So let's keep an eye on that podium battle. But as things stand, Dalla Porta assumes control of the race. Your championship leader, your Misano race winner, looks like he is going to come on the top step. Has anyone got the pace to go with him? Mario Mayor is making a valiant effort of it, as is Mihaela. Mihaela having a little look up the inside there at turn 5, but Mayor holds him off. Can Mayor go with the Italian of the number 48 of Lorenzo Dalla Porta? Well, Lorenzo Dalla Porta has set his PB first sector, so he shows no signs of slowing down. Mayor needs to find an answer here pretty quick, or I fear for the rest of the field, Dalla Porta might go home and hosed.
The trials and tribulations of number 27, Rasa. He's now been black flagged for ignoring the right-through penalty. It happened to a post-champion in Max Biaggi 25 years ago around this very same circuit, ignoring black flags, but we will be ignoring that for the time being as we've got 3 and a bit laps remaining.
Trying on the outside, coming through 12, but he won't make that stick, will he? I highly doubt it, unless he pulls off some ridiculous Rossi Lorenzo style move. Circuit Catalunya 2009. But it is Dalla Porta who's leading, coming out of the final corner. We've got 3 laps to go. Mario Mayor is hot on his heels, as is Demis Mihaela. Those 3 look like your podium battle. Does Alex Millan have any pace to get through? Dalla Porta went from P2 to P1 last time, P1 to P3 last time for Mihaela. This time he is in P1 from P3. Dalla Porta nearly sliding it out there, pushes Millan right. Mario Mayor has moved into second place. So, having taken the lead last time around, he suffers the same, Dalla Porta suffers the same fate as Mihaela coming into turn 1 on the previous lap by going P1 to P3. So, it is about who can get that drive to the line with what, 2.5 laps remaining. So Mihaela is once again, he just set a personal best sector 1-2. So he is responding in kind. And now Borja Jimenez is going up the inside of Dalla Porta at turn 5. That is brilliant from the number 91 of the FIM 55 team. He is on for a podium, out to avenge his mistakes in Estoril, where he cost himself a podium with a crash. Now he is on for another, as a couple of riders run a little bit wide there on the left to right through turn 7 and 8.
You can hear the crowd cheering in the background, cheering on these big riders on the stock machines, and Lorenzo Dalla Porta must must be thinking he's rewinding the clock back to his Moto3 days, getting duffed up, but he's fighting back on Jimenez into Lakasha corner at turn number 10. He's back into third place on the 48 machine, and it looks like we've got Andy Bedoya. He's making some moves. He's passed once more Ruben Romero. So that's a battle going on for 8th and 9th. Those two riders last time round were the fastest riders on track, especially Romero, who was half a second faster than the riders in front. So it's a top 9 and 18-wheeler at the front of this race with only 2 laps remaining as they come down the home straight. Once again, it's Mihaela from Mayor, Dalla Porta, Jimenez, Millan, Garcia, not for long though, as they get in the slipstream, fan out across the circuit. Who will be on the brakes? And we've got, it's going to be Lorenzo Dalla Porta from 3rd to 1st. He chops in front of Mayor and Mihaela, and Jimenez has to settle for 4th position at the moment. Alex, Millan and Garcia, they slot into 5th and 6th. But just like it was a couple of laps ago, we now have Lorenzo Dalla Porta back at the front as they power their way through. They can spin up, you can see them spinning up through turn at number 3. The tyres are almost shot on these stock machines.
Yeah, Dalla Porta then is your race leader with just over a lap and a half to go as they come through turn 5 for the penultimate time. Mario Mayor is running in second, but does Demis Mihaela have a move for him on the hard-braking left-hander? Oh, they're going shoulder to shoulder running through there. Now they've got the run into 7, 6 and 7. It looks like Mayor's got the outside line. Mihaela's got the favourable inside line, but Mayor's going to hold on. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta remains your race leaders. Mayor and Mihaela. Borja Jimenez was on the podium but has been relegated to 4th. Alex Millan is very much part of this, as are Garcia, Mario Verdoya and Romero. Nothing to separate the front, 9 riders. It is a brilliant stock race here as we go through sector 4 for the penultimate time, turn 12. It's all coming into turn 1, isn't it, Liam? Every single time the lead changes coming into turn 1, so this could be the moment. Exiting turn 14 down the front straight, who can get the drive into turn 1? Dalla Porta is leading, but we haven't seen the leader come out of leader into turn 1 stay the same coming out of turn 1.
Yeah, getting into the slipstream now is Mario Mayor. There's 2 overtaking opportunities on this track, 2 big ones. Turn 1 is one, and turn 10, the Lakasha is the other one towards the end of the lap. One final time, they come down towards turn 1. Lorenzo Dalla Porta on your left, Mayor on the right, late braking as Mayor swoops round the outside. He now leads for the first time here, and it looked like Jimenez has swooped into 3rd. Not quite, he must have run a little bit deep, so it's Mihaela in 3rd. So Dalla Porta, he has been relegated to 2nd position. Your Moto3 champion from 2019, trying to power through turn 3, trying to get the exit, trying to get the drive, but it's not quite done just yet as Mayor still leads the way deep on the brakes into 4. And for now, Chris, is Mayor leading Dalla Porta, but Dalla Porta is shaping up a move potentially into turn 5. Down the hill they come, late on the brakes, and Mayor keeps it.
Yeah, Mayor holds on to the lead, but Dalla Porta's got a tighter inside line. Mihaela's got trouble behind him as Borja Jimenez is coming. Andy Verdoya is into the top 5
Verdoya, wow,
with our Mario in 6th. So all about this battle for the lead. It looks like it's between Mayor and Dalla Porta. Mayor currently holds the advantage as we come through with half a lap remaining. Through the right-hander at 9, down the back straight we go into turn 10. Big overtaking opportunity here. Let's watch all across the field. Dalla Porta, it looks like he wanted the inside line, isn't close enough forward. The top 3 remains the same. Will there be any changes a little further back? Not quite yet. Only a couple corners left then to navigate for the number 82, Mario Mayor. But he's got Dalla Porta up the inside of him. Dalla Porta pulls off a spectacular move going around turn 12. Will he make it stick for his 2nd win of the campaign? It certainly looks like he will. Will Mario Mayor try something up the middle, up the inside at the final corner? Not quite yet. Can he get the run to the line? It looks like Dalla Porta, your championship leader, takes a 2nd win of the campaign ahead of Mario Mayor with Demis Mihaela on the podium. A sensational last sector move from the number 48 at turn 12 sees him crowned victor here in Barcelona.
What a ride. Stock European Championship is here to stay as a crowning jewel of 600 racing. What a race that was. Lorenzo Dalla Porta looks down to his rear tyre. He had nothing left in the last few laps to Dalla Porta apart from his sheer skill and determination. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta, incredible up the inside at turn 11, timed it to perfection. Saw Mayor take a conventional line, but Dalla Porta just shaped it up and Unfortunately, he did get there eventually. Pops a wheelie for the fans, but it was the only thing he almost didn't do well today was Lorenzo Dalla Porta. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta, your victor here. Mario Mayor almost taking his first victory in the class, but settled for second, was brilliant. And then Demis Mihaela, another great ride into third spot.
Yeah, superb stuff from Dalla Porta as a red flag is popping up on the timing screens. I'm not sure what that is about, but we'll bring you updates as soon as we know anything ourselves, if there is anything. But it was after the checkered flag. Brilliant stuff from Lorenzo Dalla Porta. Then second win, 2 wins in 3 for the 2019 Moto3 World Champion, and he very much has seized complete control of the stock class here, the number 48. Leaving it very late to take the win. He started on pole in Misano, he took the win. He started on pole here in Barcelona, and he has taken the win. Mario Mayor, he led going into that final sector, but was found wanting on the inside as Dalla Porta snuck a brilliant move up inside the Spanish rider at turn 12. But it's still a brilliant podium for the Spaniard. As it is for Demis Mihaela. Far and away his best result of the campaign, P3. Previous best was a P5. And that came last time out in Estoril, where he did quite well in a West race. So that's your podium trio for the moment. Well, for the stock class race here in Barcelona. Dalla Porta, absolutely sensational. 149, 132 on that last lap. Himself and Mario Mayor were both, 7/10 quicker than the chasing pack. So 2 titans of the class really, really going toe-to-toe there. Exchanging 149 ones on the last lap, leaving everything on the line. And just having a look through the timing screens, the top 6 were separated by half a second. How close do you want it? Absolutely sensational stuff. A run through the results. It's Dalla Porta who takes the win ahead of Mayor Mihaela. Borja Jimenez just misses out on a podium. Our Mario started on the front row and takes a P5 after a bit of a howler at Lights Out, dropping outside the top 10. Well, Andy Verdoya climbed his way through the pack. Alex Mian started on the front row too, dropped his way through the pack, and then all of a sudden came back into contention before falling down a little bit. But this is the race-winning move at turn 12. Sensational. Really, really great stuff from Lorenzo Dalla Porta. Got his nose in front with 2-3 corners to go. Kept it clean for the rest of the race. Got the drive to the line, and that was brilliant from the Italian. A big celebration then as he takes a well-deserved lap of honor. He's now in Parc Ferme. And fist pump from Mario Mayor as well, his first podium of the campaign. Mayor narrowly missed out on a top 3 in Misano, but he's narrowly missed out on the win, but he is on the podium for the first time in 2024 rather. So brilliant results as Lorenzo Dalla Porta has a quick debrief with key members of his team. We'll hear from the Italian very shortly as Liam Hodgins is working his way down towards Parc Ferme. On the phone, video call, we can only imagine who it is. I'll take a rough guess. It's some family members. Big thumbs up, big celebration from the number 82. Brilliant race from outside of the 3rd row to take 2nd place. Italian rider Demis Mihaela then, he's more than happy. He also came from a little bit deeper outside of the 2nd row to lead the race for a large chunk of the action. And found himself then just dropped a little bit behind Mayor and Dalla Porta as they broke away for the win, but he was happy to settle in and take a first podium of the campaign. So as they all pose for the team photos, the Yamaha GV Racing squad in their white shirts above their blue bikes with their triumphant rider Lorenzo Dalla Porta at the center of celebrations. So now he will be ushered over to our man on the ground, Liam Hodgins, and we'll be hearing from him very shortly in both English and Italian. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta is your race winner for the second time in 2024. He commands the championship standings, and he is down below with Liam Hodgins ready to talk.
Well, Lorenzo, your second win of the season. It looked a little tough out there today. You were mired in the pack for a little while, but you fought your way through to the front with an incredible overtake on the final lap. Just tell us all about it.
Yeah, I struggle a bit. It's been not easy. For sure the rider was fast. The track condition was quite bad because yesterday for me was a lot much of grip, so I struggle a lot for the reason. But I enjoy a lot also. A bit of battle is always nice, no? So congrats to my team and to Mario Mayor for the second position. So we did first and second place. It's a so great result for us. I'm so happy. Thanks to everybody and keep pushing.
Congratulations, Lorenzo, and to all of your team, and once again in your native Italian.
Sì, ho faticato un po' perché dai, dal ritmo di ieri sembrava che ne avessimo un po' di più degli altri, invece oggi ho fatto veramente tanta fatica. Probabilmente la condizione della pista così calda non ha aiutato, ma sono contento. Un po' di battaglia sempre fa divertire, no? E dai, ci tengo a fare i complimenti al mio team e a Mario Mayor perché hanno fatto secondi e quasi Mario non riesco a passarlo, quindi un gran risultato per la squadra, sono molto contento e grazie ai ragazzi e grazie a tutti. Ciao.
Congratulations once again, Lorenzo.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
So this is how Lorenzo Dalla Porta secured his second win of the campaign from pole position, but he didn't take the whole shot as Adriano Rodriguez on the 44 machine dived up the inside of him. Ruben Romero also had a fantastic start on the number 71, relegating Dalla Porta to P5 at one stage, with Mayor and Dino Iozzo ahead of the Italian. Rodriguez led the race ahead of Iozzo then. Well, slipstream came into effect big time each time down the front straight. Dalla Porta getting the benefit of it then as Rodriguez gets bounced around as Ruben Romero and Mario Mayor and Demis Mihela rather takes the lead. That was the start of the backward slide for Adrian Rodriguez. We lost Dino Iozzo to a technical problem as well. But out front you see Demis Mihela had built up a lead. Mayor, Alex Millan and Lorenzo Dalla Porta battling for second position. Millan seizing the initiative. Dalla Porta though had the best pace on circuit and he narrowed the gap to Mihela out front, while Mayor and Millan once again go wheel to wheel. Millan bumping out to fourth position with Mayor in third. Down the front straight again and Lorenzo Dalla Porta took the lead with the previous race leader at 89, Mihela going from P1 to P3, but then one lap later the same fate befell Dalla Porta, who went from P1 to P3, but not before he managed to get some momentum together. Borja Jimenez was actually in the podium places shortly, but then the number 48 of Dalla Porta once again took the lead ahead of Mayor. 89 of Mihela just ahead of Jimenez. On the final lap then, the number 82 of Mayor used slipstream to the full effect to take a turn 1 advantage, but then a brilliant move at turn 12 from Dalla Porta relegated Mayor to second and handed the Italian and championship leader victory here in the Stock European Championship class race in Barcelona. Time for the podium celebrations then, with Yamaha GV Racing representative being brought out first ahead of the riders. Next up will be the first of the two Italian riders on the podium. That's Demis Mihela, first of the year for him. Now it's Mario Mayor, first podium also for the Spaniard in 2024.
El líder del campeonato consigue la victoria aquí en Barcelona. Es el italiano Lorenzo.
And it's the championship leader, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, who is out last to take the top step on the rostrum. Second win of the campaign then for Dalla Porta. First one came in at home circuit of Misano. Mr. Jean-Marc Desnoux is Vice President of the FIM Europa, presents Yamaha GP Racing's representative with his trophy. He'll also present Demis Mihaela with his third place trophy.
Es Demis Mihaela, arriba y con el trofeo. Y el señor Josep Lluís Santamaría, el director del Circuit de Barcelona.
The sole Spaniard on the podium at their home event in the stock class, Mario Mayor, receives his from Mr. Josep Lluís Santamaría, the managing director of the circuit.
Desde Fontellas. Y de nuevo, el director del Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya va a entregar el premio al vencedor.
While Mr. Santamaría will also hand Dalla Porta his winning trophy.
Lorenzo Dalla Porta, enhorabuena, complimenti. En honor al vencedor, vamos a escuchar el himno de
And now it's time to hear the Italian national anthem.
campeonato, 3 carreras, 2 victorias para Lorenzo Dalla Porta.
A day Dalla Porta will never forget then, as he is crowned yet again a winner in the stock class here at Barcelona, as they begin to spray the bubbly, jubilant celebrations, of course, as the GV Racing representative from Yamaha just accepts his fate.
A proper soaking.
Hugs all around, and well done to all 3 riders for playing their part in a truly spectacular stock race.
Well, it was a great race that was won by Lorenzo Dalla Porta, his 2nd win of the season, ahead of Mario Mayor, just 0.04 of a second further back ahead of Demis Mihaela in 3rd. Borja Jimenez runs at the top 4 ahead of Jose Luis Armario, who runs at top 5 after a difficult start. Andy Bedoya, Alex Millan and Ruben Romero ahead of Iker Garcia at P9. Adrian Rodriguez runs at the top 10 ahead of Neil Rouge in 11th spot ahead of Francisco Ruiz, who drops back down to 12th after a great start for the young Spaniard. Carlos Valle in 13th ahead of Kilian Nestola and Archie McDonald, who couldn't make any progress from P16. He rounds out the runners and riders in the points. Further back, Filip Rajicek, the Czech rider, in 18th ahead of Declan Van Rosmalen, the Australian rider, ahead of Juan Priego Augustegui, the Mexican rider, Yari Sees ahead of Andrea Bettin, and Daniel Brooks, the Brit, and Brett Watch in 24th. Further back, Benedetto Rasa, who was then given a right-through penalty. He'll be running out your runners and riders a little bit. Further back, however, the championship looks a bit like this. Lorenzo Dalla Porta leads the way, 20 points ahead of Mario Mayor on 61, with Iker Garcia in 3rd spot on 32 points ahead of Adrian Rodriguez. Francisco Ruiz, he drops from 2nd down to 5th. Andy Bedoya, with a valiant effort to 6th, he's in the top 6 ahead of Demis Mihaela, in 7th ahead of Neil Roche and Borja Jimenez. Alex Millan, a valiant effort for him into 7th spot today. He rounds at the top 10 ahead of Jose Luis Armario. Dino Iotto, some tech gremlins for him. He drops down to 12th in the championship ahead of Ruben Romero, Archie McDonald and Kevin Quintal, the rider running out the top 15. A little bit further back, Carlos Valle, Giancarlo Ribeiro, David Fabri, Juan Santos are your points paying positions for our stock European Championship after round number 3.
So that's it for another day of Junior GP World Championship action. And rounding out the day is the stock class with Lorenzo Dalla Porta still on top.